Ladies and gentlemen, guys and gals and non-binary pals, we are here. The semifinals are upon us. Welcome to another week of NECC Overwatch action. Tonight, we have the Navigators semifinals division, and I am here with Berkeley Stevens, Alt Charge himself. We're here in the floral gear, and we're ready to get grooving, schmoovin', and moving. Berkeley, how are you feeling? Tell me what's going on tonight.
I am feeling fantastic, especially in this attire, Nuke. I mean, I hope the teams are going to be bringing the heat because you and I are certainly dressed for it tonight. And I'm excited for this matchup in particular because in the regular season, this was one of the closest games in Navigators. It was 2-1. It was barely edged out by Lincoln Christian. They're the 2 seed. And Blue Gold Esports, they're the 3 seed right now. So this is just on paper bound to be a close game. I hope it ends up that way. I spoke to Raspberry before this game, asking what they had learned about Lincoln Christian the first time they played them. And they were saying that their off tank was like, all right, tonight we just got to press Q. But more importantly, they learned that they need to productively use their ultimate. So, Nuke, that's what I'm going to be looking out for. Do you know if Lincoln has a plan of attack here?
I do. And to comments on your thought, I completely agree. Watching the second and third seed duke it out to get into finals in any double or single elimination bracket always makes my day. It is arguably one of the best matches, par none, of finals. So you have the two closest teams. Like you said, this was the closest match in Navigators Division this season. And of course, I got the scoop on Lincoln Christian because our own Fernando Preciado with St. Ambrose is the head coach of Lincoln Christian University. And he said with their team, he's so happy that they've been able to show off the hard work this season that they've put in so far. They're looking forward to see how the Tanglen will do because they've been learning new characters, which could mean we see new compositions tonight from Lincoln Christian. They're also looking forward to see the DPS line showcase the skills. And if it's anything like Fernando's been telling me, they are going to be bringing the absolute fire tonight.
Well, we'll just have to keep an eye on Face of Death and Jasix on the side of Lincoln Christian, playing the Ryan Zarya to start things out here. I love that for this night market map in particular, just brawling up a little bit extra. Logos is going to be on the Diva for Blue Gold B, which is kind of interesting going up against the Symmetra and the May compositions. We're going to have to see how that takes team on the side of Lincoln Christian, who actually win the race to the point. Immortality fields have also already been used in Face of Death. Lands that hammer swing for an elim, and they are starting out this fight 6 versus 5, where we're seeing Money Matt just trying to wall off some DPS, but goes down. It looks like GS Morrison with the Hellfire shotgun bringing down Money Matt, keeping his team in this fight for now, but they're not out of the woods yet. It looks like Blue Gold still trying to mount an attack here despite being down a member. Now they're down 2 as Logos gets teamed. They lose their Reaper as well, and it looks like the first capture is going to the way of Lincoln Christian.
Yeah, and I could have expected that just by the first 5 seconds of the fight. It's all about who gets there with their Symmetra first, and Lincoln Christian just got there in time. I don't know if there was a difference in how the Lucio's speed burst happened between JTD and Rixor, but Lincoln Christian had the point dominance and secured that dominance in that 6v5 very early in that fight. You could have predicted that in the first 3 seconds.
Coming back into the next fight, we got the very early Ant Matrix, and that damage does such a number on the Blue Gold. They are struggling to get out of the storm, but a huge Blossom, GS Morrison with the quad kill, keeping his team in it again as they start to roll their way to the point. And it looks like with Jasix down, that is the last member for Lincoln Christian. And this point, Nuke, it should be flipping after that massive Blossom.
That Blossom changed that entire fight for sure. GS Morrison doing what they do best, raining death upon Lincoln Christian. And man, Jasix, my boy, tried to hold point, but there's not much you can do when you have 5 members running and barreling at you. Trying out the Sim Strat again, they're going to come in from the top. Looks like Grav is coming out, but Earthshatter prematurely going to get thrown out by Raspberry. The Graviton Surge is out, full swing. They are on point. 25 to 37% self-destruct is online. Will it be used? Lincoln Christian looking like they might be able to take that point without needing it.
And that's huge too. If they can save the Blizzard and the support ultimates for the next fight, that's going to set them up very well for this next couple engagements. GTD James with the boop as well, just making the Lucio presence felt up there in the kill feed to solidify this cap for Lincoln Christian. And it looks like it is coming through at around 40%. Yes. Nuke, so far, awfully close round we've got in our hands.
Close indeed. I mean, it's back and forth. I would say Lincoln Christian is edging out on top right now for the fact that they have had the ult economy. Blue Gold B, we've seen a lot of ultimates thrown out here and there to try to get small secures to get on point, but nothing that's massively fight winning like what we saw from GM Morrison on that first control. The Blizzard is going to come out, and it looks like the field is going to keep a couple alive. It will go nonetheless, however, and all of Blue Gold B is dead except for the one on point that's trying to back cap secure it on their own. At this point, if you're Blue Gold B, you sit back, you wait, you build up some ult charge, knowing that Lincoln Christian has none now, and you barrel in.
Barrel in is right. They're going to be relying on the Shatter and GS Morrison to come up big with another massive Death Blossom. If they can get that done this fight, hopefully they can end up holding. But Raspberry goes down early in this one. An Epic Slasher takes down the opposing Sim. GS Morrison falls at 99% to the Death Blossom. And now it looks like overtime could dwindle down quickly. And Lincoln Christian could just jump out in front 1-0 on Li Jiang. And I honestly don't think that fight should have gone their way, Nuke. But just a great hold at the opening choke is going to hopefully get them this round, but GS Morrison comes back in a big Shadow Blossom. The stun keeps everyone alive in the nick of time. GS Morrison is taken care of, and that was a massive play at the nick of time. GS Morrison was looking so dangerous there.
Man, it feels like Blue Gold B is on the cusp of victory. With that map, there was 2 different points where it looked like they were going to take control of point, but they were unable to do so because of positioning. It all comes down to your syncopation and when you are attacking together. And unfortunately, Blue Gold B supports, especially Rixer, keeps getting picked very early in these fights, which is allowing Lincoln Christian to just, like I said earlier, barrel in, take what they want, and it's left Blue Gold B picking up scraps to try to get on point, use a couple of ultimates for the, mom get the camera clips, but it's not enough to take these points.
It almost is, though. I mean, they're comboing these ults in the right way. It was just an unlucky stun that just got GS Morrison out of that Death Blossom before picking up what could have been 4 kills. It was only 1 in the end, but I think the comps they're running are great, and they're doing it to good effect here. They've just got to buckle down and just hone in and come up big in the biggest moments.
Oh, I completely agree, Ult Charge. It's definitely winnable. This is a close series so far. GS Morrison switching over to the Junkrat, too. I love it on this map. You can get on the high ground and rain fire from above.
It looks like that is the strat here. Face of Death with an early Fire Strike Scorch on the opposing main tank Raspberry, but Blue Gold has a couple of picks to stay in this fight. They are down 2 members, though, after losing that Diva Mech, and again, it looks like Lincoln Christian will come up with the first capture here, and a great job charging up their amplification matrix as well. We saw it last round. Getting that ult online first and early is huge. You can always get a pick with a Fire Strike with that, or just coordinate something. We see it here, and it's going to zone back Blue Gold B. And right now they have to play a little bit scared, but they've got a pick still. Struggling to work with it, though. The speed boost rotation to the right side. This is great. Setting up GS Morrison for a good spot for this Riptire. Has to go and find at least 2, but only takes care of the Immortality field. HP is awfully low on the side of Lincoln Christian, and the tanks are down. This should be a flip for Blue Gold.
I believe it's going to be, especially with the sim field coming out, being able to partially separate point for Blue Gold B. That allows them an entirely different perspective that they're able to take and angles on this fight. Pushing Lincoln Christian back as well. I do want to note here, however, Lincoln Christian taking the smart play and just backing up. They're not dying on point. They've realized that it could be faster just to group up. And oh no, Master Yi is going to get picked very early in this fight by GS Morrison. This might halt the push from Lincoln Christian altogether. What do you think, Ult Charge?
I think it definitely staves off the push for now, but a beat drop should be the green light here. Ant Matrix countered by the Sim ult. I love that play there by Epic Slasher to just try and get that team in with the Sim ultimate. Now it looks like Money Matt is trying to set up this Blizzard on a flank. The grab gets tossed in as well. This is a full committal from Lincoln Christian. They have to come up big, though. So far, all they've dealt with is just the main tank Raspberry, but they're able to take down that Riptire as well before it does too much damage. Still, though, their tanks fall, and now their frontline presence is kind of lacking. All they've got in the mix is a Mei, and Nuke, that's just not going to be enough to take the point.
I don't know, it may not be. You're actually right, 100%. Lincoln Christian in that fight, Jasix had a massive Graviton surge. However, Raspberry, I feel like she did not mean to Earth Shatter when it happened because it didn't really do anything for anyone. They were all grouped up in the Graviton Surge, there wasn't much to be said there. Unlike this massive blizzard we have coming out now from Money Matt, you know, throwing all the cash up in the air on point, doing what they do best, pushing on point. It looks like Lincoln Christian is going to have a very quick turnover on this point.
Anytime you catch 3 squishies in a blizzard and there's no support ultimates online to save them, that is just textbook how you want to use that ultimate. And I love this push, this aggression we're seeing from Lincoln Christian, trying to close the space up to this doorway. This is the hardest part of the map to push through. And if they can just back up Blue Gold all the way to this point, this is certainly going to work in their favor. But Face of Death gets a little too eager in the push and ends up going down. Looks like GTD James gets a counter pick on a Raspberry, and one by one Blue Gold starts to fall, but it's taken some ultimates from Lincoln Christian just to take this ground.
It did take some ultimates to take the ground. That I will give you. Blue Gold B also has a few coming online. The Sim strat may help them close this distance and get in quick. Maywell's going to shut him down. I don't know. Lincoln Christian finds himself in a comparable position here, being this pushed up with no defense to back it up. As I say that, the grab's gonna come out.
Logos was gonna eat that too. Logos was in a great spot to gobble it up, but instead just gonna send in the bomb to find a pair. Logos making the play despite not eating the grab. Still gonna get the point back for Blue Gold B.
Yeah, and like we said, this is as close as it can get. Literally 85% to 85%. Lincoln Christian now finding themselves on the back foot of this tango, needing to put on a different pair of shoes maybe to engage this next fight. They will have Earth Shatter online, they will have Blizzard, and the Sim Wall comes out immediately. GTD James pushing in, and GSM Morrison halting it for Blue Gold B, putting Lincoln Christian stopped at their momentum.
That was massive. They had to win this round with the Rip Tire, and just like that, GS Morrison has had the big ults all game on Li Jiang, comes up with a clutch one there to tie this one up 1 apiece.
And you know, it's so unfortunate for Face of Death. They had the Earth Shatter. So to Money Matt, they had the Blizzard. They just weren't able to capitalize in time because of the massive Rip Tire that came out from GS Morrison. Man, this is a toss-up ult charge. I don't even know what to say in terms of commentary on this series so far. It's just so close. It's down to the wire.
I think GS Morrison had the correct hero pick on that last map. Playing the Junkrat on Control Center is what we see a lot of the teams in the higher ranked divisions do. It's just not quite a must pick, but Junkrat is just so strong in those close corridors. Now GS Morrison over to the Pharah, pretty much Junkrat, but in bird form. We'll see how that works out this time. Rixor is going to switch over to the Mercy to just add a pocket onto the bird, and that could actually work wonders for this team, but Lincoln does come to the fight with a Soldier 76 just to try and put some hit scan pressure on this Pharah. We'll see who has the edge soon.
Yeah, and at this division, you know, sometimes shots are hit, sometimes they're not. That's not a diss on anyone. That's just an observation of the division in whole. So that's why Pharahs and Junkrats are so dominant in this division. You can throw out those bombs and get those early kills. As we're seeing from Blue Gold B, they are going to take point first with this oppressive, you know, junk bird, if you will.
Junk bird, the scrap bird coming into the fight. Almost has the barrage built up too, and I really like what they're able to do here, pretty much negating any push you can have on the other way to choke, or the other way to point, sorry. Going along that bridge, anytime you have a Pharah up in the sky, that boop is just so lethal. Comes in so fast, so difficult to dodge, especially when you don't have a diva to eat it up either. Now GS Morrison has the barrage online, in a great position here to let one fly, but has to be careful. Could be brought down by the Soldier. Instead, in the meantime, it's going to be a big shatter landing by Face of Death. GS Morrison forgets to fly, and they are in the pit.
And we lost our feed. I don't know what's going on over there, but GS Morrison fell off the map. What are you doing, Junkbird? Was there not enough fuel in the tank to get you back up? I'm not sure. We'll find out here very soon, but I will say 32% going the way of Blue Gold B is massive right now.
It is. I mean, it could be anyone's game. I think I got to refresh my feed real quick just to hope to get back in. So, oh, it's Carol. It's Carol. Okay. It's production that lost the feed. It's not us. So that is a sigh of relief. It means we could have it back pretty soon here. I don't know if there's a pause or what, but I do know that Blue Gold has a lot of ultimates to either hold or take the point back. Not sure.
Absolutely keeping it 100 right now. Our production staff is top tier quality and they're doing everything they can to ensure that our feed is getting back online. If you at home can see what's going on, please tell me in chat. Let me know. I need to know what's happening. Oh, and as we're going back in, the feed's gonna get stopped now at 83%. Massive
Oh my
draws coming
God.
out from GS Morrison. The Junkbird is on top, and it is the yard that they are taking.
5K for GS Morrison outdoes the previous 4K they had with the Death Blossom, and overtime will tick down, and Blue Gold taking the first map off of Lincoln Christian. They're coming to this game with some fire in the belly after dropping the previous matchup against these teams in the regular season. They have just jumped out in front 1-0.
Wow. And man, I gotta say, we're in the first map in the very first game of the series, or sorry, first game of the series, and I gotta say, GS Morrison is bringing the heat for Blue Gold tonight. I mean, it is absolutely crazy.
It really is crazy, and they need their DPS players to come up big in this game. Like I was saying, Raspberry was telling me that they need to coordinate some ultimates here, but when you have GS Morrison just popping a 5K barrage like that, you really don't need to coordinate anything. It looks like these DPS heroes are just on their own, getting the big ultimates to go their way. We did see one Shatter almost comboed with a Death Blossom, so you can tell they're trying to click, and it's starting to come together. Definitely more well-oiled than they were in their regular season.
Oh, 100%. I feel like if they took the material this season and actually studied it, actually sat down and said, we really need to coordinate. We really can't be stepping on each other's toes when we're dancing like this. Pacing is everything, and the pacing I'm currently seeing from them is top tier. I mean, I feel like they could play now. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. It maybe could just be the strengths of the DPS, but I really feel like this team could be playing up a division right now, and how well they are mixing with their play and how well they're playing back and forth. Lincoln Christian, that's no snag at them either. They are doing a wonderful job in the series so far. It's just the edge. It's coming down to who's able to take that last second point to make the difference in this series.
Yeah, you're right. And something that's interesting that kind of happens when a team beats the underseed like 2-1 in the regular season, they don't think they have to like adapt or change their play style at all. And the team that loses that game actually has a lot to learn from. So we could be seeing Blue Gold Esports coming into this game, recognizing what Lincoln Christian was playing in the regular season, picking some heroes like the Pharah, like the Junkrat, that blow them up offensive style, or the Reaper, just getting close quarters. Maybe they played something else, like maybe they were trying the Ashe, the Hanzo, Grav Dragon in the regular season, and it wasn't quite working. So a little bit of a change of strategy could be helping them along the way here.
100%. And the adaptability on both teams to switch comps up every map almost going into that third map just is a testament to how much they've learned this season. But before we move on, I have to ask Berkeley. We're going to switch sides, obviously. It's the NECC. We know what's happening. But do you like London?
Do I like London?
Are you a fan? Are you a
Ooh, if
fan?
we're talking about the sweet life of Zach and Cody, she was kind of annoying, not a fan. But if we're talking Kings Row, I love it because I'm a Rhine player, and I know you love this map too, Nuke.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Scrims Row. Who doesn't love playing the old Reinhardt, swinging the big old hammer, 85 damage on Kings Row? I got to tell you, it's me. I love it every time. But going into this map, as we're moving into it, you think we're going to see any comp changes? Maybe a Widow or two?
Maybe right when the round starts, but I think the most likely heroes we're going to see are probably a Reaper, probably a Mei, maybe a Hanzo if you're trying to get that Grav Dragon combo going. I think the only things that really shake up on this map in particular are going to be the DPS heroes. I think the tanks and support lines these teams were running are pretty consistent to what we're going to see on Kings Row.
Yeah, and I would honestly think that we're going to see the Symmetra strat. I almost think it's a given, showing that both of these teams
Going
have
up to the
played the
statue?
Symmetra. Yeah, the Mondada hat, popping it up on the top. I'm interested to see if they compare it or if they do it to just close the distance or if they do it with the Bastion to try to secure the point. I know that that's a favorable strat, especially in this division and the division up here in the NECC. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you go with the Mondada hat and you put a Bastion on top of them, that's just something lethal that you're looking down on defense, and it immediately corners you behind the Alderworth Hotel. So you kind of have to play scared. You have to make smart decisions very fast anytime you see that. But if someone falls off that statue, it could be kind of throwing your first fight on attack just because someone gets booped or falls or something. I do like what I'm seeing GS Morrison on, the Cassidy. Love that hero pick. And on the other side of things, Lincoln Christian, they're pulling out the Moira and the Brig. So a totally different support comp. And that actually should help their brawl here. We could see him get very aggressive and run through the hotel early.
And it's going to be determined on who they pick first. I think target calling is going to be everything on this push. Oh my gosh, going for a cheeky dive is Face of Death, immediately jumping on point. And it is a back and forth fight as soon as we start, Berkeley.
Yeah, it is, and Money Mat almost goes down, but Cryo's in the nick of time. Raspberry has picked off the opposing main tank, Face of Death, and has already farmed up for Earth Shatter, so this could get very lethal very quick. That pin connects onto Jasix. Nowhere to go with the Mei wall behind you, and that is just great execution from the blue-gold defense.
Man, Mythic on this Mei is absolutely wild. These walls have been very favorable for Blue Gold B, to say the least. They've honestly changed the entire dynamics of these fights. We even saw it on the last map with the D.Va playing around the wall, you know, breaking it, getting the kills where they could. Epic Slasher going in, but getting stopped immediately as the Quake hits and the Earth Shatter's going to find 3. Blue Gold B standing their ground and not allowing Lincoln Christian any wiggle room onto this point.
I just love the blue gold supports. Ironheart and Rixer, they're both just gonna get in the mix and the kill feed that fight and just be the follow-up damage on that Earth Shatter. No DPS required when you got these girls just lacing out the damage on the backline, and now they've got both those ults online as well. This blue gold defense is set up to stay.
Oh, yep, and as soon as the field comes up, the Cassidy ult's gonna come out. GS Morrison gonna take out the Brig, but Epic Slasher is going to take out GS Morrison in response. Logos is going to die on point, and it looks like Lincoln Christian may have found their end.
Blue Gold has a couple of cracks in their armor right now. Their backline's looking weak. Raspberry goes down in the front, and that should be the capture coming through here for Lincoln Christian. And a great job by them to save 5 ultimates as they push into Streets phase next.
My lord, how much damage is that backline for Blue Gold B gonna take from that Reinhardt Earth Shatter coming out really early, looking to push the advantage? The Blizzard is gonna come out in response. Lincoln Christian looking to hold their ground.
Yeah, listen, sometimes you just gotta drop an Earth Shatter to send a message. You felt Raspberry when they used that ultimate so early in the previous fight, and you just had to let them know that, hey, you're farming up that ultimate pretty quickly yourself too, but I don't think anyone is gonna be ready for Raspberry's next Shatter. Already up towards 70%. Logos is going to have the grab here, so the defense could actually make a pretty decent hold here, as this archway is probably their best spot to get that hold to go on defense in Streets phase, but we'll just have to see. The Blizzard is going to be online for Lincoln Christian, and that has been big in the past. We'll see if they can connect here.
Yeah, we're seeing the massive Kamehameha coalescence coming out from Master Yi. Gonna find the pick on Raspberry, but not before Fireheart doing everything that Firehearts do best, taking out 2. And that is a fight for Blue Gold. They are going to take this pretty handedly from Lincoln Christian.
And now there would just be best to set up early here. Just get as close to that archway as you can, because that is when the Mei wall for NECC is going to be most effective. That is the tightest choke that Lincoln Christian has to get through. So if you could just set up those Mei walls early right there, you could actually make Lincoln Christian have to use some ultimates just to get through that space of the map. And from there, there's still so much ground to cover on the way to the finish line of second point. So if you can get them to invest early, trap them with a couple of Mei walls, that's how you set this comp up best. But it looks like they're going to just continue to hold behind the bookstore. Epic Slasher pops the high noon a little early here. Nothing really comes into the line of sight. Does do a good job to just break the Reinhardt shield, and now it looks like the front line for Blue Gold is a little weak, but just like that, the Blizzards get dropped, as do the grabs. GS Morrison's visor connects onto 1, and it looks like Lincoln Christian is looking weak. They've lost 3 members here, and Raspberry is holding down the front line again, trying to chase down Epic Slasher on this Cassidy, and with a little help from GS Morrison, they are able to do just that.
Yeah, Blue Gold B is playing this corner beautifully. They are allowing Lincoln Christian to dump the ultimates, playing around the Streets phase corners. You know, you have almost two different sort of choke points on this corner of the map, and it's a very hard choke to push through, especially if you don't have ultimates, and that was honestly Lincoln Christian's corner to take. However, they used ultimates prematurely, Blue Gold B said, we're going to back up, we're going to let them use it, and then we're going to re-engage. And that's exactly how they were able to hold units.
Now Face of Death is looking for a big shatter here, but that Ant Matrix in the way is making it difficult. Jumps around the corner and stuns 3. And just like that, Epic Slasher comes in and slams Fireheart. There's going to be no immortality field in this fight, and Rixor is not quite close enough to that sound barrier, but it looks like the DPS on the side of Blue Gold finding a couple of picks here, keeping them in this fight. Logos like a kid in a candy shop just trying to eye up a Graviton Surge, but instead finds themselves in one. And just like that, they're actually going to get the kill onto Jasix, taking down the opposing Zarya. Sorry, that was Logos' grab. I'm used to these teams just being the different colors after last round. But yeah, Blue Gold continuing to hold here.
Yeah, we did switch up. So blue is actually blue this time. They're not red. You know, that's how I'm differentiating in my head. And it may help all of our viewers at home that are watching Fasted. Going into the last minute of this game, I don't know if Lincoln Christian is going to be able to take this corner. They have not proven that they can pace very well, moving back and forth on this corner, and we have not seen very much of a mix-up when it comes to their compositions. They're going to have to get in, they're going to have to go hard right here to make it happen. But looking at Logo stuck in the back line, it's looking like it's not going to make much sense. GS Morrison, bing bong, your back line is gone, and I'm here hitting every one of them. We're going to see Jasix pop a grab as well. Meteor Strike coming out, and it's huge. Lincoln Christian is in fact going to retaliate and take this point, but are they going to make it in the 20 seconds that they have? That's the question.
They should be able to. I mean, this is the part of King's Row where once you win that fight halfway through Streets phase, you can really just go full throttle on your aggression, push all the way into third point, and just kill the clock, because Blue Gold might not be able to make it to the point in time. Certainly it's going to be difficult. Rixor might get a contest here, but it looks like they're just going to set up their third point defense. That's the smart play. Got Shatter coming online here. Raspberry's pin connects there to take down Face of Death again, and the Shatter lands on the only one, but it's good enough for the Elim.
I gotta say, the player of the match for me so far either has to be 100% GS Morrison or Mythic's walls. Just Mythic's walls. The walls have been on point. It literally was able to push off Face of Death, allow Raspberry some room for her to charge in, get the kill, and push Lincoln Christian back. With 60 seconds left, they don't have much time to really push it here, and Blue Gold B looking very strong on holding the line.
They're looking pretty good. Fireheart did a great job of getting that ultimate off before they go down. Logos gets punched into the pit. Oh, just like that. Lincoln Christian has some room here to keep this attack going. You've got just under 40 seconds on the clock here, and it only looks like they're going to have a sound barrier for this last fight. Maybe Face of Death and Jasix get those tank ultimates, but it's going to be right down to the wire here. Great roll out there from Epic Slasher to connect with that kill onto MX Thick. Trying to find more here, pushing up all the way into spawn. Has to be careful with that life, though. Has to make it out alive. And Logos grabs everybody near the edge of the map. We could see a massive boop here. And there it is! Oh, just one, though. It looked like it was going to find two, but only one for Rixor there. And that should actually keep the defense in it. Rixor gets another! Rixor with the final stand on the Lucio. And it looks like they've dismantled the Lincoln Christian attack. They've got 5 members out to finish this fight, and it could be enough here, Noob.
Yeah, I think it will be. I mean, it's a 3v6 now. It was a 3v4. The ultimate is going to get popped a little late. However, JTD's going to come in, try to buy as much time for the Lincoln Christian roster. It is not going to be enough, however, and it looks as though Blue Gold B is going to hold them. However, Lincoln Christian really put some fuel in the engine and pushed it almost to the end of the map. If they have a solid defense here, they might be able to put one on the scoreboard.
They might just be able to. Nuke, I think my favorite play that I've seen in the past like 3 or 4 weeks of casting NECC was Logos just grabbing them on the edge of the pit, and Rixor just being like, I know what to do. This is my calling right here.
He understood the assignment.
Player's dream. Absolutely.
Yeah, Rixor, she definitely understood the assignment. She knew exactly. She was like, oh, I see what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I honestly thought it was going to take 2 as well. Honestly, I thought it was going to be 3. But I think one of the characters was able to move out of the position at the last second. And, you know, you have to get those boops perfect in order to knock them off. That was a great play, however, and you're 100% right. Logos, I don't know if, you know, Logos has to wear suspensions, or if he has you know, an extra head harness for that massive brain of his, but I'm sure it's heavy and it's hard to carry around.
Yeah, just that edge of the map grab was looking so satisfying for any hero that has the boop, and Rixor the only one on the roster that did there. Coming up big, Duke, we've got some different compositions here. Lincoln Christian breaking out the double shield and the May on this defense. How do you think that's going to fare against Blue Gold with their Pharah pick again?
I think it's going to depend on their positioning, and they're on the very front right corner of the point here. It could deteriorate from Blue Gold getting in, but if Blue Gold gets in here, I think Lincoln Christian's going to have a hard time ripping them off.
I think you're right. I think if Blue Gold can just close the distance, not like that, Raspberry gets obliterated. But it looks like their team could. No, with the res like that, it looks like it's going to actually end up being a pretty difficult attack here. But I think their game plan is just farm up Barrage, lightning quick, and use it before anyone else is even close to an ultimate. So GS Morrison could come in with a massive rollout and just drop a barrage on all the heads on Lincoln Christian and just cap the point that way.
I think that's what they're setting up for. GS Morrison going right around the Mondada statue, getting ready. Here we see a wild Pharah in their natural habitat, getting ready for a barrage, and it looks like it's gonna come out! The attack is quick, and it does take out JTD James. Looks like Lincoln Christian is gonna retaliate and take out two, however. Blue Gold B stuck once again on the back foot. See, you got to be careful about the wild Pharaohs. They will take out one or two. If you are very quick, though, you can pull them out of the sky and take that junk bird straight down.
Something not a lot of teams do here, Nuke, is actually barrage from the low ground and to throw in the immortality field like a frisbee just to save the Pharah. It's pretty tough to even think that the immortality field can do it, but that can honestly be the best way to keep your bird alive when you can't move a muscle once you're using that ultimate. It's pretty difficult to actually get those picks before you expend your life, which happens so quickly with the focus fire we're seeing from these teams. GS Morrison already halfway to that ultimate again, so doing a ton of work with the regular rockets. No barrage needed, finds two picks and Mistfight, taking down the Mercy as well. Now falling to Money Matt, who was playing with some low HP, getting healed up right now. Supercharger has been used by Face of Death, but one by one, Lincoln Christian starting to fall here, playing passive around this corner, and they're just stuck in this spot. They are corralled right now, and ticks are being taken.
Yep, and Orisa heads are also being taken very quickly. We're going to see Epic Slasher try to get some picks, but Mythic with the switch over to the Cole Cassidy. It'll take a second to get used to that. Switch over to the Cole Cassidy will take them out, and that will be a secured point for Blue Gold B. They were calling for some, it looks like they had some mic difficulties. They were calling for a pause. You know, if you're ever in an instance like that, you do need to finish out the team fight. However, when they called for the pause, no ultimates had been used. They very quickly could have backed up and then paused if necessary. However, it looks like Discord seems to be acting normally now. Logos setting up for the Graviton Surge. There it is.
Very, very obviously setting up for it too. Just saw the suck used by the Sigma, and then there was nothing left to eat it. And I just love how they were just looking at the ground the whole time, not looking at the enemies, just like finding their perfect spot of pavement to just put that Graviton Surge on. And then we see GS Morrison coming over the top with the barrage, and this could be a very clean streets phase for Blue Gold.
Yeah, it seemed like Logos was almost, you know, very, very nervous. Like, oh man, where am I gonna put this grab? I don't know, man. Touching fingers together, like, gosh darn, dude.
They're going to have a couple of ultimates here. That High Noon, oh my god, connects onto 4 NECC stick. I didn't even think you were going to find a couple. You were Maywalled off. Everyone knew you were using it, but still, Lincoln Christian, all they have is shields here. It's not like they have a Diva Matrix that can keep infinite damage. Those shields just crumbled, and so did 4 heads to the High Noon, and now we're on to third point with a big time bank.
You've just yeed your last haul. Mythic 2021. That's exactly what happened.
I like it. A motivational speaker in this one. A big shatter is going to stun 3 in this fight, but the Flux brings up 3 as well and drops him into a blizzard. Look at this. Talk about a combo. Lincoln Christian executing to perfection here, and it looks like that'll be more than enough to hang on to third point in this fight.
You know, I've seen it before. When Lincoln Christian goes out to get some Asian food, they get the combination platter every time, and it is showing through. However, it's going to the side of Blue Gold B. What?
Pain.
That was a cheeky play from Blue Gold B, to say the least. However, Blue Gold B was just able to come out on top. They were able to get the picks. While Lincoln Christian did a great job of combining ultimates, pushing it through, they weren't able to find the secure that Blue Gold B found in this series.
Yeah, actually, I was saying how that fight was won by Lincoln Christian, and I should never be a doubter to GS Morrison. Finding 2 picks with the regular Rockets and having the barrage in the back pocket to close out that round. I mean, that is just great execution. If I'm Blue Gold Esports, I am living and dying by this far until it no longer works, because you are just 1 win away from moving on to the Navigators finals.
Absolutely, but I'm looking out my window. And there's this really old halty guy, sort of standing here. He's got a bit of a black jacket on, a top hat, and he's holding a broom, and he's pointing at me. And I think that that's a sign for sure, Berkeley, that we may have a reverse sweep coming inbound from Lincoln Christian University. The janitor is here. He's ready to come in. We just got to know if we got to let him in or not. Now, I'm gonna have him on standby. You wait over there. I'll be there in a minute, maybe.
I mean, it was one of the closest regular season games. Lijiang Tower was incredibly close. We're going to be going over to 2CP next. I think that's a game mode that favors Lincoln a little bit better than Blue Gold, because it's going to be just a little difficult for Farah to work on some of these 2CP maps. We'll see what gets picked after the map bans in just a few minutes. Chat, stick around. All right, Chad, welcome back to map 3. Could be the last map of the season here for Lincoln Christian Esports, as Blue Gold Esports B for Based is currently up 2-0 in this one, and they dropped the previous game where these teams met in the regular season 1-2. So just a complete turnaround here. It looks like the Pharah is working, and Nuke, we're going to Hanamura, and as they say in Japan, howdy.
Exactly. Howdy. That's exactly what they say in Japan. I'm excited. I'm ready for Hanamura. You actually caught me on the break. They didn't cue us in. I was sitting here sunbathing, getting some sun. We're gonna get some more on Hanamura with the beautiful cherry blossom trees and the not so beautiful choke points we'll be seeing on this map. 2CP style. This map was not chosen in any of the quarterfinals, which is a little bit of a surprise because out of all the 2CP maps, I think Hanamura is one of the better maps. It's no Volskaya Industries for sure.
Definitely no Volskaya. We did get word from production that Volskaya was banned, so no
Ain't
fun to
nobody
be
got time
had
for
here
that.
on 2CP. But Nuke, honestly, I think this map really does favor Blue Gold B. I think they're actually running the comp I was not expecting. If they're going to be on defense here, I was expecting a May and a Pharah to lock down this choke, but they're probably preparing for what Lincoln Christian is actually running, which is the Sim strat. What do you think?
You know, you surprised me by talking about the DPS line. I honestly was expecting a brawl comp to come out from Blue Gold B. If you can take that doorway, push up on the choke a little bit, not sit back on point and fight in that doorway, yes, they could sim strat over, but like you said, if you have a May wall there, and if you're able to turn around quickly, you're able to decimate any attackers or opposers. So that's really what I was looking at, is the difference in the tank line more so than the DPS line. However, looking at it for face value, I think Lincoln Christian does have the stronger comp going into this push.
Yeah, we'll see what rotation they take with the Sim TP. It's always interesting to see where teams choose to go, but NECC thick on the defense with the Mercy damage boost. Little help from Rixor. Open up with the pick here, and GS Morrison with a damage boost as well finds the pick, and MS Thick is just in the thick of it, goes to the window, taking that high ground that is so dangerous if you're the attacking team, and just really quickly bounces back to the more secure space, but already 50% to the Robert, the Ashe ultimate. We could see it very early here, and Lincoln Christian, they've got to make sure they get the TP off this time.
Yeah, they really want to get on this point before Ashe is able to get Bob, because they're going to have to waste an entire push getting rid of that Bob, unless if they're able to strategically nail him out. But if you allow Blue Gold B to really set up defense here, really post up, get some tents down, it's going to be a very tough push. Bob is going to go through. However, all they have to do is play angles here, play the corner, wait out the Bob, and then get through. They cannot allow themselves much time, however, because if GS Morrison pushes them in these small quarters, it's going to spell their demise.
And we're seeing some ultimates used here by Lincoln Christian. It looked like Mastery just tried to use that Amp Matrix to get their team some space and some extra damage, but it just came up to no avail, as just we saw that Bob pretty much make everyone on Lincoln Christian very uncomfortable on that rotation, getting some picks early. And now, Nuke, we've got 2.5 minutes already on the clock here. Some good time chewed away by the defense, and the defense for Blue Gold also has a lot more ultimates coming online here. Lincoln Christian is not working with much.
Yeah, GS Morrison did a great job of halting all of Lincoln Christian's push. Bombs coming out left and right.
Oh.
Epic Slasher returning it, taking out both Rixor and Mythic. Blue Gold beat, losing their main DPS line could spell their demise. Money Matt throwing it up in the air, running on point, getting a hot freeze off on Logos. That is going to be point for Lincoln Christian, and what a push from this team.
Yeah, pretty interesting. That's kind of why a lot of players don't really like Junkrat, is because I don't think Epic Slasher knew where anyone on the map even was right there. Nevertheless, found 2 kills with those grenades and then rolled into a third. And just like that, taking down the Ashe and the Mercy, not leaving the res on the pitch, just with, I think the white van was in his line of sight, just really had nothing on his screen there. Nevertheless, came up with 2 kills, and now it's going to be close to the Riptide, but GS Morrison has the first one, going on a road trip, finding a 3K, and then he's going to send the attackers packing.
Man, GS Morrison throwing out bombs so hot. I got to say, he's looking pretty nuclear out there.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I got to say, his ult charge is looking awfully low.
Massive finger guns over to you, my friend. Massive finger guns. Lincoln Christian, however, not getting the guns that they want pointed at them. They were able to secure this first point. However, moving into the second is going to prove much more difficult, as both Blue Gold B and Lincoln Christian do have 3 ultimates, but you got to use basically everything you can get to get in on this point. It is a very difficult point to take. You can get attacked from realistically any angle.
Logos pops that Sigma Gravitic Flux early in this fight, but the Orisa was down. Face of Death no longer in this fight. Still a full committal by Lincoln Christian, as they want to get at least a tick here, but the bomb thrown onto the point by NECC is going to make it so no percentage can be capped, and just like that, Lincoln Christian will be sent back to spawn. This time they're going to have to face the attack with only 2 ultimates, the Flux and the Riptire. Epic Slasher has a lot on his shoulders on this next fight to get more than 2 kills with that ultimate.
Yeah, and Epic Slasher is going to need it to get Lincoln Christian in on this point. Like you said, they did just utilize a lot of resources. We're also going to see some switches come out from Lincoln Christian, which I believe is really smart. It's really good strategic planning on their end, ensuring that they're able to get the resources needed to push on point and get the picks. I really like the Zenyatta with Junkrat combo. You throw a Discord Barn on someone, you throw 2 bombs out, they're dead. And if you're able to fight in close quarters, like they're attempting to do, it may really work out well for them.
Doesn't hold on to the Riptire long enough there. The Immortality Field stayed up and no picks were found. It's actually going to be Raspberry with the pick here, scorching CTD James with that Fire Strike, and now the Ant Matrix just to boost up the damage on the side of Blue Gold B, and that should be enough for them to keep this point, as it looks like Face of Death is in too deep on the Orisa, ends up getting picked off by NECC. And a desperation Sigma ultimate comes into play here, but does not find any kills, as it looks like Fireheart had another Immortality Field for that ultimate as well. So great Baptiste play keeping the Blue Gold B defense alive.
Yeah, it was a great ultimate for sure. However, I feel like Lincoln Christian isn't as afraid of these Baptiste fields coming out anymore, because they have the double shield comp, and it seems to be holding true for them. The structures are holding up. They're not finding the damage that they were before, but Mythic finding a pick on Money Mat will pretty much halt the push. However, they're going to keep pushing in. They're going to double down Lincoln Christian, trying to do everything they can to get a pick or 2. Epic Slasher going to find the Riptire and GS Morrison, the pair to take with it. Rixor going to get the res off on GS Morrison, and Blue Gold B with the absolute turnaround, smashing any of Lincoln Christian's hopes to take this point immediately. And if I'm Lincoln Christian at this point, I'm questioning what our strat is. What are your thoughts?
I think the last 3 fights, Nuke, I've seen them just try and force it down Broadway on the low ground, just trying to go straight to point that way. And Blue Gold is just never jumping off this high ground. You really have to do something to dislodge them. This Sim TP over to the side could be the answer here, but they've got to be careful. You can't just go right on the point here. You've got to take that catwalk, or Blue Gold is going to hone it down and put you in a kill box.
You have to decide where you're going and move as a group as well, because if Blue Gold B pinches both sides, Lincoln Christian's not going to have a good time.
No, not a good time indeed, but they're faring a little more well this time around. It looks like they have moved over to the catwalk, but just like that, GTD James does go down and was one of the only players on this team with a crucial ultimate, the Transcendence. That could have kept him alive from this big shadow. That Raspberry lands in a clutch moment, but instead the Zen nowhere to be found. The Transcendence not in play. They're getting some picks here, but Nuke, I just don't know if it's enough. The spawns are going to be pretty close here. Blue Gold could come out in overtime and actually just win this fight.
I don't know. Money Mat be rolling through, taking names. Ultimate took 3. That was a massive soldier play. In fact, I think it was as far to say it must have been the money that took that fight. 4-3, 5-1 now. I think that Lincoln Christian might have what it takes to take both points here. James and Master Yi both pushing up. They just got to secure the Rixor. GS Morrison pushing on the corner of the point. I don't think it's going to be enough, and it's not. It looks like Lincoln Christian is going to take the second point. I might be speaking too soon, but I really don't think that Blue Gold B is going to have what it takes to get out on point, take this one out.
I don't think you're speaking too soon. I think you pretty much pinned it down here. Overtime is underway, which does mean that if Blue Gold get this with more than a minute, they deny Lincoln Christian the chance at attacking in overtime. They pretty much deny them a chance at winning a map off of this series, and it honestly could be very good for them. Just getting that time all the way down to 0 means that they're setting themselves up very well if they're able to cap 2 points at all.
And I have never seen so much green in one small package. Money Matt securing that point for Lincoln Christian. I honestly think it came down to Money Matt's tack visor there, taking out multiple, starting off that push by destroying Mythic in the stairwell. Mythic at 1%, throwing down the rockets, taking him out. That was spelled victory for Lincoln Christian on that push and everything they needed to get themselves back into this series. I would say, in fact, money well spent.
Money well spent indeed, but I think they've just got to set their sights on a big defense here. They can't give up 2 points, and that can honestly be so difficult, especially when we've seen Blue Gold have massive DPS ultimates all game long. Anytime you're getting 3Ks, 4Ks, map after map in a series, it pretty much means you're going to get both the points on a 2CP map. So if I'm Lincoln Christian, I am focusing all of my efforts on shutting down GS Morrison's ultimates and making sure that NECC does not get a ton of squishies trapped in a blizzard.
Yeah, GS Morrison can be really cheeky on this Reaper and really sneaky snake. So if GS Morrison's able to get around the backline, able to, find the chink in Lincoln Christian's armor, identify it, push through, this is not going to look good for Lincoln Christian. However, I do like Lincoln Christian's comp here. They're choosing the double shield again with the sim strat to get them back and forth to point as needed.
Yeah, and I'm kind of scratching my head here looking at Blue Gold's comp and seeing that they're not running the Symmetra. This May that we're seeing Money Matt on is just going to be a massive crux to this Blue Gold team coming through this choke. It's going to make it so difficult. They've gotten a pick in this fight. They've gotten 2 now, but they've lost 4 members, and it doesn't look like they have the resources, they have the members to stay in it very long, and I think Lincoln does get their members back here for this next push. I would like to see Blue Gold just throw on a sim because this May wall is going to be so devastating, push after push.
I mean, even if their strat is to fight, right? Even if their strat is to brawl, meet in the middle, duke it out, they need a sim to get them back faster to get to point. Otherwise, Lincoln Christian's going to get all of their members back, which is exactly what we're seeing right now. Everyone grouping back up on point. They're going to re-engage, but I don't know if it's going to be fast enough. Maywall's coming out on right side, allowing them left entrance. Simwall's going to come out on the back side of point, and that's going to allow an opening for Jasix to get one. GS Morrison's going to trade, and we're going to see BAP, Master Yi, take another as well. Lincoln Christian looking very strong now on this defense, a very different defense from what we've seen this entirety of this series. They're playing together, they're coordinating. It feels like they're choosing the same targets, and it is shining through their play.
Master Yi and Epic Slasher just won them that fight. Epic Slasher's sim wall just shielded off all of that damage. Blue Gold finally made their way to point and was looking very threatening, but that sim wall just negated all of it. And then Master Yi, such a great job there, holding on to that immortality field more than halfway through that fight, just keeping it in the back pocket, used it at the biggest moment, kept it behind the sim wall as well, so it wasn't able to be taken out easily by Blue Gold. Now we're seeing a Diva Bomb launched in. Please don't be dangerous. They managed to live here, but the speed boost engagement from Rixor gets Blue Gold in quickly. The amp as well from Fireheart, and this team is trying to win it with support ultimates. GS Morrison comes in with the Hellfire shotguns and finds a pair. The May and the Orisa taken down. Face of Death almost had that supercharger, but no longer does. The Blossom finds nothing as a big trance counters. And now it looks like Lincoln Christian, they're trying to make one last stand here on first point. Do they have enough?
I don't know. It's 2-2, 4-1 now. They may have enough. It's just Jasix, my boy, trying to hold the point, doing everything that they can, and it looks like the big suck is not going to be enough. Obviously we're joking. That's called kinetic grasp, but it looks like they're going to secure point. They're trying to make it back in time. Fireheart putting a halt to any of Face of Death's attempts of a push. Lincoln Christian now finding themselves in a very comparable position. Mythic duking it out, absolute slugging, trying to push out Money Matt, take this early pick as they are going to rapidly now advance on point in good fashion.
And that is huge too. It looks like the defense is playing the low grounds. The blizzard is out. Luke, this one could be over if this one traps enough. It looks like they've got 3 picks in this fight, and the attackers look so strong here with so much time on the clock. They could just deny Lincoln Christian the chance in overtime. They've taken a tick so far. GS Morrison pushes right up to the brink of the spawn doors. 2 ticks now, 85%, and just like that, they're on the brink of denying Lincoln Christian the overtime, and they only need 1 tick now to move on to the Navigators Finals. Nuke, this is the perfect setup for Blue Gold B.
My hands are clammy from the calamity we're currently seeing in this series. I mean, I'm sweating. I'm not even playing the game. I'm just watching what's happening, and this is absolutely bonkers. Blue Gold B shining through on their offense like they have been this entire series. I feel like they really refined their team fight strategies at the later half of this season. GS Morrison is finding a ton of picks on the back line. And when Lincoln Christian is turning around to handle him, they are. But Logos is right in their face. The off tank for Blue Gold B is doing so much for the front line of this roster. It's absolutely insane. Lincoln Christian, I'm not sure if they're gonna have the defense to really hold through. Blue Gold B might take this series in a 3-0 fashion.
They're certainly setting themselves up well to do it. And a little bit of information here on Blue Gold B. They lost to Lincoln Christian in week 2. Since then, they've done a ton to grow their team. The week after that, they did drop their next game to Hood College, but since then, they've got no losses on the schedule. In fact, they've only lost 1 map in the last 4 weeks of the season. And right now, if they're about to sweep here, they have so much momentum going into the final. Despite being the 3 seed in the playoffs for Navigators Division, this team is looking like maybe the strongest in the whole division. And right now, they just go right to point, wasting no time here. GS Morrison set up with those shotguns again, and they've got the opening pick onto the main tank. Lincoln Christian could crumble right here, Nuke.
They killed Face of Death so minusculely, so closely in that fight. They almost got the pin on the bell, but it wasn't quite enough. Raspberry swinging around on point, trying to find some picks, and that's going to be it. I mean, Blue Gold B is taking it. Looking like Blue Gold A out here. I mean, absolutely taking names, and they are moving on to the finals for the Navigators Cyan Division.
They've got
for the 3rd time as well, GS Morrison getting play of the game.
Yeah, I mean, hands down, there's no question. He is my player of the match. Such massive ultimates here. The 3K Rip Tire, pretty easy there, just driving it through the window, going the short route to get a 3K. And now Blue Gold find themselves 1 game away from truly being Golden Nuke if they could just capture the Navigators final. And it looks like they're a strong team. It is theirs to lose, I would say.
I would absolutely agree with you. I think that that's currently the state of where we're at. I mean, while they are the 3rd seed going into finals, they just demolished the 1st seed. I'm a huge fan of Lincoln Christian. I love the program and what they have going on over there. But Blue Gold Esports did not take their loss earlier this season for granted. They really sat down, dug deep, and swept the series, which sends a message to whoever wins in the 1st versus 4th seed currently going on off stream. That's absolutely wild, Berkeley, and that's not the only Overwatch action that we have going on tonight. We have semifinals action for the remainder of the evening. You will more than likely see our beautiful Hawaiian shirt faces on stream later this evening as well. I gotta say, just for clarification, Berkeley, 100% agree with you. GS Morrison, player of the game for this series, player of the match, honestly, maybe even be player of the entire Navigators division, because they not only strapped all of Blue Gold on their back and ran forward to victory, they made it seem so seemingly easy. And Blue Gold B didn't even need the carry. They were doing so well. All other members of the team were holding their own weight. MX Thick, Raspberry, Logos, they were all charging forward, doing everything that the team needed to grasp the victory. They were winning the fights. They were targeting the same characters, pushing those advantages. I mean, GS Morrison, hands down, set that opportunity for them.
Yeah, it looked like Blue Gold Based was just coming out with a ton of thunder tonight on a couple of different comps too. The double shield didn't work as well as they would probably hope, but they look so good on the brawl that going into the finals, if you're playing this team, you just gotta go scout on Brawl. You just gotta scrim hard every single day this week and just play against teams that are lightning on the Brawl comp, because that is what Blue Gold brings best to the table. So coming into the final, if you are either the 1 or the 4 seed, whoever faces them, just look out for that Reinhardt, because Raspberry is coming swinging the hammer, 85 damage every time, charging up Earth Shatters twice as fast as the other Rhine. I mean, we were talking about GS Morrison being just such an outstanding player in this one, but honestly, the main tanks, the supports, we had Rixor also just making big plays on the Lucio and having a great mercy pocket onto their damage dealers as well. So a well-rounded team at the right time of the season is what you're hoping for in college esports. And right now, Blue Gold has it. We're going to go to a short break, and then we're going to have an interview with one of the players from Blue Gold. So chat, make sure you don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back. I am Chase Nuclear Nukem, and I am joined here by Berkeley Ult Charge Stevens. We just watched an absolute massacre take place in the Navigators Division semifinals match between Blue Gold Esports B and Lincoln Christian Esports. And this just in from production, we have a player interview coming straight to you. We got GS Morrison, player of the game, all 3 maps that we played today. Player of the game for all 3 of the maps in chat with us today. GS Morrison, how are you feeling after such a dominant victory?
Well, thanks for having me here, guys. I do have to say my heart is definitely pounding right now. Oh my gosh.
As it should be. That last map was getting a little bit close there.
Yeah, 2CP is definitely quite the game mode. I mean, it it could go it's so like how could I call this? It's different every game. Yeah, it's very
Yeah,
unpredictable.
so I gotta ask, Jack. I'm looking at your guys' roster, and I've been watching you guys all season. You're either gonna have to take down Midway or Hood College in the finals now. If you had the preference on either, which would you prefer? Would it be Midway, or what? Do you think that you've already beat them once? It's one of those situations where you were gonna beat them again, or do you think you're looking for the rematch on Hood College?
Well, that those are pretty good points. I think it would be nice to play Hood College. I'd like to get that nice rematch in. And I mean, we've definitely improved over the whole season, and I think we are definitely ready to take them on.
Yeah, I mean, that's
So
what's
my
up.
my
Just go
preference
for the
would be
big dog.
Hood College.
That's what you got to do if you're going for the throne. If you're playing in the final, you kind of want to beat the number one seed. You don't want to leave any question in anyone's mind that you are the best team in your division. And right now, you guys are looking like it. You haven't lost a map since week 3, which was when you played Hood College. And that game went the same as the first time you played Lincoln Christian. So Hood College, even though they won in the regular season, if they're watching this game and they're seeing the kind of team you developed into, they should be pretty scared despite being the number one seed. And I got a question for you, Mr. GS Morrison. Listen, you don't play any hit scan, it seems like. You played a little bit of Cassidy there, but your big heroes are the blow 'em up heroes, Reaper, Farah, and Junkrat. Is that a big part of your team strategy, is to just have those DPS heroes that have those massive ultimates and to just send you in with them?
Pretty much, with my team, I'm the guy with the tire. You know, whenever I play Junkrat, like they always look for that tire, and especially with that play of the game last match on Hanamura. I mean, that's my specialty right there, getting
If
those
you go
nice multi kills with the tire.
if you go back in the VOD and listen, I saw you setting up. I knew exactly what you were going for, and I was oh no 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 oh no. I was ready for it. I have one to throw at you as well. Thanksgiving just ended. I imagine your college also had a week off. Is that true?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so you guys had a week off. There was an entire week of no play. We took an entire week in the NECC, and it looks like as well, looking at the scoreboard, you guys had a bye in week 5. So tell me, going in, with a sporadic season, did you guys play last week at all with Thanksgiving? And looking to come into this week with this, very important semifinals match, what was the preparation that sort of went into that?
Um, I'm not sure about the rest of my team, but like throughout Thanksgiving break, but I know uh the week of that first playoff game, we had some scrimmages, and I definitely, for me on Thanksgiving break, I didn't have really access to my computer, but I sort of like a school setting. I studied. I tried to find new play styles, tried to improve on myself, like my junk tire timings, my aim, just looking at the pros and seeing what I can do better.
It definitely showed through. I gotta say that. It looks like you definitely hit the books and you came out on top. Berkeley, I think those are the primary questions I have. What do you have for Jack?
Yeah, so Jack, like I was saying, you guys have only dropped one map since week 3. So I wanted to hear your take on what you think your team has done the best at to improve to one of those teams that started out the season 1 win, 2 losses, and now have the most momentum, looking so strong going into the finals. When do you think it clicked, and what do you think clicked?
That is a good question. I think, hmm, just communication. I think definitely, like, compared to the beginning of the season to now, our communication has definitely grown as our relationship as a team has definitely grown as well. I think it shines through our comms and as well as our play style. Like that, I'm going to bring up the play of the game again. I wouldn't have known they were there if it wasn't for that great communication skills our team has developed throughout this season.
And you were saying Raspberry is your shot caller in most of these fights, but if she dies early in a fight, what's the plan there? Who takes over the helm as the shot caller?
Usually Thick is the one who takes over after if she dies, and then we just follow what he does. And it definitely works.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely works. You've dropped one map in the last like 100 days at this point. So congratulations. That was all the questions I had for you, Jack. Congrats again, Nuke. I'll throw it back over to you for the final couple.
You know what, Jack? I actually have one more question. I have a really good question because I'm also a collegiate esports director. I've coached Overwatch, and looking at your guys' team comp throughout the season, it's been an interesting sort of journey watching you guys take this season on. You have a primarily sophomore and freshman roster. With you sitting as a sophomore, tell me a little bit about that. Is your program newer? Do you guys just are you going through a transition period? And do you think that having a younger team with less leadership led to needing to be emotionally connected and charged with each other in order to have the communication online to win these matches?
Hmm. That's a good question. I think, let's see. how we're all freshmen and sophomore. I think we can connect together because we're all around the same age, um, as well as I believe we can learn a lot. We can also develop leadership skills as well, like Raspberry, the main shot caller. I definitely see her developing leadership skills
Was she
as
the shot caller last year as well?
um I am not entirely sure. I didn't really play that much last year.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I think it's definitely better for us to be like younger and have this newer team out so then we can learn things. It's easier to learn things like leadership skills, team communication skills. Um, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
So my final question, and I completely agree. Everyone being and practicing inherent leadership is imperative to be adaptive, right? To have the confidence in yourself to make those plays that are needed and not just listen to what's being said. Obviously, communication is important, following lines is important, but just as Berkeley had pointed out earlier, if Raspberry falls and if Thick falls in the fight, you have to remain vigilant in your decision making process and knowing who to target, who to go towards. So with that being said, you've talked a lot about leadership. You've discussed and pointed out how the team has grown. With us being at the end of the semester, it's December 2nd. What do you feel has been your top maybe one or two things you've improved on your play this season to bring it up to where it currently is?
Um, I definitely improved. I know off the top of my head, I've definitely improved mainly communication skills. I'm inherently like a shy, quiet person, but as the more and more I play with my team, the more I feel comfortable, the more I feel outspoken, and I just like feel like I'm having fun all the time, pretty much.
That's awesome. That's great. My final question. I have one more. I know I keep you leading on. I have one more. I have one more.
You're good.
Um, are you going to ace all your finals and sweep
Oh,
them
good
like you did
question.
tonight?
Oh, geez. I hope so.
Oh,
Just
geez, man. I don't know.
with more preparation, I believe so.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, that's all I have for you, Jack. I really appreciate you taking the time out of your evening, and showing, showcasing your skills tonight, as well as sitting on the phone with us and giving us a little bit of transparency to allow to build a narrative around what's been going on with Blue Gold Esports B. I wish you guys the best of luck going into the Navigators Division Finals. You've definitely earned that slot.
Thank you so much, guys, and thanks for having me on. I I appreciate the opportunity.
Absolutely. Well, that has been Jack Morrison coming in, giving us the hot drops of what's been going on with Blue Gold Esports B throughout the season. And that's what I love about collegiate esports, Berkeley. We have all these aspiring young esports professionals that are hungry and really want to take it home. And that's what we've seen with Blue Gold Esports B all season. And it's coming to fruition in the finals, which will take place later this next week.
Nuke, his name is Jack Morrison, and he
Yeah.
played no Jack Morrison. He is named after Soldier 76, and this man played projectile
Reaper.
almost the
And he played
entire
Reaper.
game. I know. I know. I mean, that's okay. It seems like his calling is not on the 76, on the legs, because those ultimates were loud all game long. We were screaming his name most of it. Had a 4K Death Blossom, a 3K Riptire, a 5K Rocket Barrage. So listen, stay away from the 76. Go into the finals and play the heroes you played tonight because those were insane. Nuke, next game up is going to be Butler Esports versus Eagle Esports in the Challengers Yellow semifinals. So that's going to be casted by Bullskunk and Infernosis. Gonna be a banger, chat. You're going to want to stick around. That's all I have to say for tonight. We're going to be back on at 8 p.m. Nuke, did you have anything else you wanted to add before we hop off the mic?
I just love all of the beautiful people currently sitting in Twitch chat. If you're in Twitch chat, mwah, mwah, stick
Okay.
around. I want to see you again at 8 p.m. I promise. Bullskunk and Infernosis are going to bring the energy. Infernosis actually taking a break from Overwatch this season, not really been on the mic very much in this particular part of the NECC, but he's hopping back in on the action. We love to see it. Berkeley, I got to ask you one more time. Where's Infernosis? The chat wants to know. I want to know. Where's Infernosis?
If anyone in chat doesn't know, that's a Christmas decoration I have, and he's currently in the living room. So maybe I'll
Ah,
collect
okay.
him for the 8 p.m. game and introduce him to anyone who hasn't met him yet.
Wonderful. Well, we'll hold up. We'll halt holding up production long enough. We'll allow them a little bit of a break as we're gonna head into the next series. And it's been a pleasure so far casting the Cyan Navigators Division semifinals. And like you said, we're gonna be back in a bit. Stay tuned. Go grab some popcorn, use the bathroom, and be back for some more awesome NECC Overwatch action.
All right, we are back, friends, as we continue here through the playoffs. It's Bullskunk and Infernosis coming at you for our second game of the day. We're headed to the Challengers Division. Now we got Butler Esports taking on Eagle Esports for a shot. Who's going to move on into the next round?
It's a good question. First and foremost, we can give a bit of an inclination for how this one may go by actually taking a look at our bracket here for this division. And we can see that they've already made it here so far here now to the semifinals after surviving the quarters. And to be frank, when you're talking about having a high-seeded team faces one that was fairly high as well, but only being fourth-seeded, you can start to make some guesses to say, hey, Butler should take this one. But Southern Miss also played a spectacular game against Inter College. They took that one 3-0, same as Butler against Purdue Silver. So, in my opinion here, Bullskunk, it is anyone's game.
Oh, certainly, especially if you take a look at the regular season records. I mean, it was just one loss dividing first seed from fourth seed. So Butler Esports blew 6-1 during the regular season of play or group stage of play. Eagle Esports 5-2. I mean, that's just one little mistake, and I mean, that's something that can be cinched up. And especially considering a lot of teams, they kind of level up once you get into playoffs, once you get into the postseason. So I would definitely not just hand this over to the first seed or call them the favorites right out of the gate. This could certainly go either way.
I'm actually really excited to see all the maps we'll be heading to today. I mean, I obviously get to watch that last game with our great friend Nuclear and, of course, Berkeley Stevens casting that one. I really enjoyed the map selection that they had brought to the table, some that I hadn't seen for a very long time. So I'm interested to see what this one's also going to be. But first and foremost, I'm also curious because the metas, depending on the map, do change fairly significantly. And from what I've been hearing recently, the first map will in fact be Ilios. So my question to you here, Bullskunk, is what do you think we'll see here for our hero selection?
I mean, it really is just going to depend on the strengths. Well, since we're in the Challengers Division, I mean, our teams are certainly not restricted to just what is solely meta or, what you might be seeing at the pro level or, even on a contenders level. So it would really, I think I would play to my strengths if I'm Butler or Southern Miss in this situation. And if you're talking about what is meta here, as it looks like we are going to start off on Lighthouse, the far Echo taken to the skies here can be very powerful. It can also, you just come in with a Sim May, grab control of the objective and not let anybody in. What looks like we are going to see 6-man coming out of Southern Miss right now. So you're, the Somber Reaper rush composition. They'll be fooled by the Winston Diva. This is a rush composition, and the Moy are very indicative of that. So they're just going to run at Butler Blue, full bore, full strength, and try to outlast, get those kills as quick as possible. Similar story on the other side, but we're going to Triple Cash on the Brig with Butters on the Ana. So this is going to be a little bit more of a push and pull coming out of Butler Blue.
Well, hopefully the push and pull starts to, I guess, go forward in its own intuition, but you'll see fairly early on they're trying to push onto the objective itself. Twins gone to the back line, gone ahead and hacked the opposition. Sombra will take them out quite quickly. Jacob fell to the wayside. That will give an interesting pick over to the Butler side, and they've got to continue to use that pressure they've created, jumping onto the site now and forcing the next engagement. However, refrag back quickly. Bruce Goose takes out Shadow. Now it's going to be an even engagement as they go forward, and it's going to force one side or the other, and it's seemingly so, to take a couple extra steps back, rethink about the process until they're fully ready to re-engage, and we can see them doing that just now with Depression in his side of Butler Blue, taking the high ground and waiting for the prime opportunity to jump back onto the site until they gain the space to do so. Leap over to the high ground, looking from down below. Needs to be able to find targets, hoping that their DPS can get correct target acquisition until the tank can jump into the fro. That's going to be one down. Depression burns down Juicebox Hero. Needs to stay alive and is doing just that. Big boost to go through. The Rage is ready as well, but he's fallen off the map. Can't get the leap back in time, and a frag drops the opposing direction. Now relying on the DPS of Southern Miss, with no real frontline besides Zooey Mama, who is thankfully still in there, but about to be demeched, and now in a very disadvantageous position.
And it was a pretty good engage, waiting for the nano boost from Butler Blue, able to go in and immediately take down Juicebox Hero on the other side. But unfortunately, they did not account for the coalescence, and they were not able to outlast the insane play in the once you got onto that point. So up and close, Southern Miss, they just had to sustain to outlive through all of that damage coming in. And then obviously the nice boot coming from Bruce Goose and Riot. They're able to push Depression off, and once the tip of the spear was gone, the rest falls. Now we got DPS ults. I'm looking at Twinton, this EMP coming out now.
And be able to get a pretty large amount of hacks going down. 5 players in the opposing side will go through. 3 more ultimates will be popped. Rally still in hand for Intrepid, trying to find impact, but his teammates will do just that. Butters in depression. Now Shadow, who's gone ahead and duplicated over towards and taken the Reaper and uses the Death Blossom to its full effect, removes out Pasty and wins the fight for Butler Blue as they'll finally gain control over the objective.
Yeah, Riot used that Sunbarrier just a touch too early, and the EMP is able to shred those shields, just strip them right away. But hey, Southern Miss able to get up to 88%. One fight will win this sub-map for him. EG Jacob has the EMP, not a whole lot to block it on the other side.
Bad position now for Jacob as he has the hack ready and available. The EMP could go through, trying to find the right position to do so, but his team has fell to the wayside as Ryan and Pasty, the healer combination, goes out the very first in the engagement, now forcing Bruce Goose and Reflex to just fall into the drink and say, we're going to take a step back, reset, and replay for the next engagement.
Yeah, the tanks from Southern Miss engaged a little too quickly. I think they should have waited for Jacob to set up before they pounced in. They also ran into the nanode depression once they got in there. And that was just maximum shock value coming out of the monkey. Well played by Butler Blue. They're halfway there. So we're looking at Jacob at this EMP. He needs to be the setup for this attack. Oh, the EMP comes out huge. And the Primal is there from Juicebox Hero. Both tank bolts invested. And Southern Miss are looking to take this thing. They flip it over mid-fight as well, which means all the while they're racking up percentage. Overtime ticks down. Southern Miss will pick up our first sub-map on Lighthouse.
I'm not sure exactly what happened right there, but a very solid first map right there. Oh, hopefully that'll continue to go for them. However, we definitely did see some glimpses of solidarity there for the Butler side as they kept themselves coordinated, took back control at one point or another, but unfortunately just was not able to contend in the next engagement. And Southern Miss held on to the right moments, knowing exactly when to use their ultimates and when to hold on, and that allowed for them to keep those abilities and their utility in the pocket to use at the right moment, which gave them the objective back, and then eventually gave them that first round.
We're headed over to Will. Everybody's favorite map, I think, on Ilias. A lot of chaos with the big hole in the middle, and so I'm trying to send people down to the void. In that vein, we're going to get double shields coming out of Butler Blue, so you'll have those halts to worry about. A very just pokey comp with Shadow Edge in the sky. One up against a very divey look coming out of Southern Miss. We'll see if EG Jacob can clip the wings of Shadow Edge, because otherwise that pesky Echo could be giving him a lot of trouble.
Hopefully he can. I'm pretty sure we'll see some fairly strong shots going to the skies. They'll have to make sure they can keep alive in the process as Jacob gets quite low from the ham into the opposing side. This will be a bit worrisome in a lot of ways. It's depression on that Orisa, taking some long shot corners. Does get boosted out, knocked up to the skies, and Juicebox and Bruce Goose diving onto the competition, but Bruce is going to get demeched. It's depression to find it, and the sight is falling in favor of Butler, but it's not to do without Southern Miss, as Bruce Goose does manage to still find one on top of it, taking out Twint, still fighting and contesting this first point, but eventually everything will have to start falling, and Juicebox forces the competition of Butler Blue into the middle of the objective where the rest of their side can finally start to get some damage onward without having to worry about these cheeky corner plays, but it's still falling entirely in favor of Butler Blue with Intrepid Cash, who's your healer, their Brigitte finding massive impact to take 2, and Depression finding yet another one, this one into Bruce Goose, guaranteeing the first point falling and get the objective under control for Butler Blue.
Yeah, despite suffering the first casualty, Butler Blue were able to hold their bunker composition, get that good kill on Juicebox Hero, courtesy of a wonderful halt from Depression, and the rest just kind of falls apart. Southern Miss don't have the tools to poke at this bunker. And now here comes Juicebox Hero again, trying to roll through, devalue the Ant Matrix out from Butters.
Very strong use of the Ant Matrix, trying to get a little bit of extra tag team damage off, and it's very successful. They've already taken 4 out for the count. Sorry, 3, I should say, looking for their force. They attempt to chase, but the rest of Southern Miss are just taking a couple steps back, playing this one smart, and waiting for the rest of the team before pushing once again.
And Southern Miss have had enough of this dive comp. They're going to go ahead and go over to the Brawl, pulling out the May, and going over to the Reinhardt for Juicebox Hero. See if they can close the gap before suffering too much casualties. Right on the Lucio instrumental to try to just rush them through Cage, see if they can get on top of Depression and the rest of Butler Blue, but they're running into the bongos.
Dangerous position to go through. Pongo's played and boosting the damage for their side. They're still getting rushed down quite quickly. Jacob goes for the stun, does manage to find it, but can't get much damage beyond it as the double shield combination is just a bit too much to deal with. And there goes the Gravitic Flux, popped down and re-slammed the backline for Southern Miss, taking a bit too much damage. Zuimama goes forward quite aggressively, flushing back to the rest of the site. Twins trying to get some damage off, goes for the stun, fails to do so, gets knocked into the drink, and you're seeing Southern Miss come up with 3 kills so far. Butler Blue bleeding way too much. They'll have to take a step back. They're just trying to stay on to this point to deny as much as possible and maybe get them to that coveted 99%. They will be disallowed of doing so.
Still within one fight territory, though. Butler Blue, I mean, one fight to take it, and they'll send us to that third sub map over on Ruins. But Butler Blue just got too stubborn. They failed to rotate. Southern Miss come charging with a Reinhardt, and Butler Blue tried to hold their ground instead of kiting away and maintaining distance, as you need to do with this bunker composition. So it was a good play by Southern Miss. Already have Earthshatter ready to go after just making the swap. Same with the sound barrier for Riot. Southern Miss have the tools to hang on here.
Fight has to engage. Oh, the Orisa shield blocks the shatter coming through. Juicebox just failing to find the right position to do so. You will see a Deadeye attempting to be utilized, does not find much impact, but kills quickly dropping for both sides. A Shadow Edge to find 2. Their DPS combo of Twint maybe fell, but Zuimama doesn't necessarily need that double DPS to get the job done themselves, as they'll find one more. Deadeye used again with the duplicates. And Butler will find this point, but there will be a little bit of tag players to touch and stay alive just a little bit longer. But I'm sorry to break it to you, Bullskunk. This may just drop to Butler Blue as they're trying to pray for the rest of their team to survive and make it back to the point, but they're doing a fairly good job of it here.
Juicebox Hero Riot finally go down, and now Rally popped on the other side. Butler Blue are going to be extremely hard to dislodge. Southern Miss doing their best to keep this thing going, but they're just running into so much death that, yeah, Butler Blue is definitely sending us over to Ruins. And then despite the one good fight and some good swaps from Southern Miss, they're a bit late. Reflex was just a touch slow on getting that Blizzard built up in that all-important fight previous to this last little skirmish. And it was Butler Blue who were able to survive the Earth Shatter, survive the sound barrier, and strike back, retake what was theirs, the objective, that is. And boom, now it all comes down to Ruins to see who's going to start us off with the first win.
I love Ruins. I'm sorry to break the hype and energy behind it. I absolutely love this map. I love this round for it. First and foremost, I'm a Widowmaker main, so I am trash. I'm a horrible person. But I find Widowmaker combos and fights in here so much fun. But when we're seeing the Echo go through, we're still liking to see Twint playing away, having the Deadeye available for them. I do think that they're going to stick to these base combinations. Juicebox Hero basically one-tricks the Winston and Reinhardt. Sticking to the Winston here and Bruce Goose as well. Basically one-tricks the Diva every time I've been able to see them play. And Bruce Goose is phenomenal on that Diva and will not discount them in any way, one sort or the other, but I think they need to make some changes here because it didn't work for them on that last point, and Butler Blue obviously found something that did work.
Southern Miss looked pretty good on this 6-man. There's a lot of power in the neutral, not needing ultimates to win fights. Southern Miss are just trying to dislodge Butler, who were making it home up on that small little bridge. Southern Miss starting to surround him. Zuimama already dropping in, already in a lot of trouble.
Bad fight to try and pick right now. Jacob's trying to get as much damage as possible with the SMG in Somber's hands. Gets a bit off, but it'll be Depression and Bruce Goose to find the next 2 kills in the fight. Quick little bomb sent out by Shadow versus Wedge. They'll take 2 more to the wayside. Again, their DPS combo Twint may die fairly early, but the rest of the team here for Butler is uncontested in this fight. They're trying to chase down the last few remaining players, but it is a dominant first point control now for Butler Blue.
Well played from Butler. Zuimama drops in and manages to stay alive. I thought they were a goner for sure. Meanwhile, the whole rest of the team rotates around, and they're able to claim so much space for that double shield comp to work. Now Southern Miss coming back in. Almost have Coalescence online. The Juicebox Hero goes down early.
Fight has to keep going, though. If you are Southern Miss, you've kind of lost that first point. Maybe take a step back, play for something else. Try not to give too much ult to the opposition, but they've already lost 2 more on top of it. Reflex and Bruce Goose taken out by Shadow Wedge. They already have their ultimate, so it's not like the biggest burn for them, not the most horrendous sword, but it does stink to continuously gather and give ult charge to the opposition.
Yeah, that fight was done as soon as Juicebox Hero went down. Like, that Southern Miss just needed to reset. But, hey, Jacob's coming up on this, has to use the translocator to save their life. Does have that EMP. Coalescence is out. This fight's breaking out.
Fight has to go on. Ultimate's being expended. You see the Coalescence going successfully for Pasty as they take out Twin. Still trying to get DPS down, which Jacob's back into the fight. The EMP is ready. Sends it and finds only 2. A dangerous spot. Shadow Edge now needs to make their way back and return. There is nothing left for them. They'll die to the Bruce Goose player and have to continuously fight on the side. Jacob on the high ground gets a lot of damage on. Bruce Goose the ones who finish the job, though, to Sui Mama. Fight goes forward as your Reaper continuously dishes out the herd, but Bruce Goose is uncontested, spraying down 3. Jacob finds that 4th, and it is a very dominant control right now for Southern Miss as they will retake this objective without losing a single player.
Serviceable EMP there from Jacob. Does get both tanks, the most important ones you can get. And a great sound barrier from Riot. Nicely timed. Now, that does mean they don't have anything to block against this incoming Gravitic Flux. Zui Mama could open this thing up really strong, and Shadow Edge has been fantastic so far this sub-map. Got to do something about them in the skies. Here comes it's the Diva Bomb. The self-destruct kills Zui Mama mid-ult.
Such a bad spot to be in. So unfortunate to see for Zuri Mama also getting stunned out in the process. Very dangerous for them, but it doesn't seem to work out. Southern Miss will keep themselves calm and coordinated and collected. No one really falling just yet. Shadow Edge is looking for any and all opportunities, using that aerial advantage to their favor, but nothing's really going for them. And as you can see, Butler Blue trying to gain the space. They drop the garage door, getting that Ant Matrix going. You see the Death Blossom Scent as well as the Primal Rage, both finding impact. Primal Rage continuing to do just that, finding 2, assisting the 3rd, and another very dominant performance for Southern Miss to hold on.
It cost them a lot, but it was definitely dominant. Using 3 ults in that fight, but a nice rotation means that they are going to have the sound barrier and that EMP coming up online for this next engagement. Butler Blue making some swaps. We're seeing Butters go over to more of their own. Depression going over to the Winston.
Mama having switched over, now having a Diva, that does give them the same level of aggression that Southern Miss has, but they're going to be a little bit slower on the ultimates despite Southern Miss having to expend quite a few. When the fight goes forward, monkey on monkey violence, no one having fallen just yet. You'll see them drop the beat. HP now very much so in favor for Southern Miss. EMP finds 5 in the fight. Intrepid dies quickly. Reflex is the one who finds it. Riot tries to go for an aggressive play, loses the life, but quickly refranked back. Intrepid catches the player who loses their life, but the blue, and they're still trying to keep collected onto the site. Reflex charging up 69% of that Death Blossom. 2 kills dropping for Shadowverse as they go ahead and duplicate into the Primal Rage Winston, and it's massively successful for them as well. Reflex tries to TP back, does not seem to do himself any favors, and Butler Blue is retaking the point, and that may just be all she wrote here, Bullskunk.
Oh, Shadow Edge, I see you. I see you. What a phenomenal play. A phenomenal dupe. Oh, can't even get the last touch. That was the Echo coming through in the clutch. Shadow Edge absolutely making their presence known here in this first map. Butler Blue are going to take it. They are one step closer to moving on through the playoffs.
Very successful start. Remember, this is not like the normal season here, Bullskunk. You can just win it out in 3. You don't really necessarily have to play every single map like we do in the regular season. Are we going to be done in the base 3 rounds, or will we continue to see a fight go forward? That was a very even match there, Bullskunk. It was very back and forth. We saw glimpses. It had to go to all 3 rounds on Ilios, which is something that you don't always get to see. I always love to see matches go for as long as possible, to see teams really compete at the highest level of competitive edge that they can. But I'm more interested now to see what the second map is. Where are we going to fight? Who's it going to favor? And we saw, obviously, how things went down. A fabulous return there by Butler Blue as they switched over to that Winston and Diva combination, and they outplayed the opposition at their own game.
Well, and it's a first of 3 series, as you kind of alluded to here. So we've definitely changed our format here in the postseason. It's also loser pick. So it's going to be Southern Miss's choice of where they want to take this. And we do have a bit of a ban system as well. And so we do know that the ban coming through, Butler has gotten King's Row out of there, which is a surprise for me, honestly, but I can see why. Because they did so good on the double shield composition. They don't want to go someplace where Eagle Esports can play their 6-man zombie style rush. They want to keep things a little bit more open. And, well, Southern Miss have chosen to take us over to Blizzard World.
It'll be interesting to see how this one's going to go for. Same sides we'll see as well for their thing, so no need to really differentiate or confuse yourself for colors. I know that's difficult for me, Bullskunk. I don't even know. I'm pretty colorblind, so I like to see the same colors and the same teams and go for it. It makes things just a little bit easier for me, but I'm excited for this one. Very wide open map. Blizzard World being that super successful early take. I got to cast this last week or a week before with Corbeck, and we had some really interesting points to bring forward. We saw a Orisa being brought on the attack, and we were really hesitant to say how that was going to work, as they had a very static build, but they actually pushed through faster than the opposition did with their normal dive composition. I was scared for it. I had to rewatch the VOD and relook at everything going. I was like, wow, these positionings, these micro angles. It was really fun to see. And just to be frank, I'm excited to see how these two plays. I love both these teams. I casted them last season. I get to see them here again here. And it is so much fun to see how they have progressed onwards. And I think Blizzard World, one of the most popular maps of last season, is going to be even more action and even more fun.
It would surprise me to see Butler Blue come out with the Orisa, even on attack. They're starting off on the defense once again, coming out in the blue. Fitting with their name, makes my OCD happy. Everything lines up nicely there. But so certainly no surprise to see Double Shield on the defense and Shadow Ed returning with that Echo. Had such a great performance there. Map 1, why change that up? No need. Southern Miss had a hard time shutting Shadow Edge down. Southern Miss showing us a little bit of the dive again on the attack still. 18 seconds to change their mind on that, but it wouldn't surprise me. This is a pretty popular comp to try to attack point A and B in particular, try to loop around, get control of high ground, and converge on high priority targets. Namely, the supports could even go for the tanks.
I like to see Jacob, as always, playing with the old cowboy, bringing out the Deadeye once again. They didn't really find that much success, unfortunately, with that Deadeye, as much as we typically do see them do, but having Reflex to be that extra level of assistance with their double DPS, they'll have a little bit more support to hopefully stay alive. We know that was a problem with Twint initially for a couple of those engagements, as there's really Shadow Edge leading them to victory early on, but I'm hoping that we can see Jacob come out of his shell with Reflex behind to hopefully help their attack out a lot here for this first point.
Yeah, Deadeye typically, unless you're shooting somebody out of the sky, it can really just be used to zone and buy some space for your tanks to move in, because you can force people back into cover. Already, we're seeing Reflex get a little bit of work done, but the same can be said on the other side. Depression actually leaving the server right now with 41% towards that supercharger.
Quick jump to the backline. Reflex is getting that tag team damage down from behind, hopefully with the assistance of Juicebox. They're continuously bouncing in between the front line and the back line. Shadow Edge, though, does not seem to care. Will dive the back line of the competition, takes out Pasty, goes ahead and removes Bruce Goose from their mech and removes their life just as quickly. And it's going to have to be a full reset here for Southern Miss as they lose 2 more on top of it. And Butler Blue have given no glimpses of success here for this first point.
Shadow Edge on this Echo, just doing a fantastic job. Obviously, Echo really good at busting up tanks. That is their specialty. And so that doesn't really stand much of a chance. You get down to half health, folks, and Beam comes out. Then some wonderful shots onto Jacob as well. Went putting in some work as indicated by that check mark next to their name. DPS will be online for this fight. Depression's going to have Supercharger. Southern Miss have their work cut out for them. Nothing really online to work with here. They just need to try to get some ult out of the opposition and build up some of their own.
The Southern Miss can do the same thing, tagging in around these corners, hopefully giving their tanks their ultimates too as well. Be nice to see that minefield be able to go down, but Twint has their Dragon Strike, is looking for an option to do so if it's necessary, but doesn't need it to get the job done as they take out Reflex. Headshot kill, removes one more. Unfortunately, 2 players lost for Southern Miss, and Trepid removes yet another one. Bruce Goose has not been able to stay alive, and the tanks for Southern Miss have just not been able to contend with the DPS that Butler Blue have been bringing to the table.
Nope, and despite Jacob finally able to take Shadow Edge out of the sky early in that fight, Quint then steps up and puts in the hurt onto another great tank buster. Just a lot of raw damage coming out of Butler Blue, and they're very difficult to dislodge. Southern Miss do have some ults to work with this time, so we'll see if Reflex can land a stick with that pulse bomb, perhaps some good mines. Juicebox Hero on these mines, very good against the static composition of Double Shield. Could be just the ticket.
We'll have to see how it goes through, but there's a lot of ultimates they have to contend with. 5 already up and on the board. Reflex trying to dive to the back line, now dropped to 23 HP, forced to use their ability refresh, go back in time and try to go for it again, but Bruce Goose will be the first to find the kill. Removes the DPS of Shadow Goose. Dragon Sight will be set, but you'll also see them drop their Zenyatta Transcendence, keeping the team alive. Minefield popped as well, does remove Butters from the competition, and it's Southern Miss on the kill feed continuously as only 2 players really left on the site for Butler Blue. They'll deal with one more, helping to find the last, and Intrepid will not last for much longer. A very solid take, though it did take quite a while for Southern Miss to get it.
But they managed to get out 3 ultimates during that process, though, including both support ults, all countered by Pasty's Transcendent. Well done there, nicely timed, and then the mines do come through, finding success in the back half of the fight. Well played by Southern Miss, and they can kind of start getting this truck rolling through the streets of Blizzard World. Gonna have to attack the high ground and force Twint off of it. Looks like the rest of the team is up there as well. Shadow Edge has been outstanding with these duplicates, has one online, ready to go.
Oh, just as soon as you say a caster's curse, oh, it's gonna happen once you mention it, but they'll be felled just as quick. Jacob takes them out, and though you do see that loss go through, Butters is quick to find the frag, healer on healer, but it's gonna go ahead and get the resurrection. Riot does not want their combo healer to be out for much longer because they're aware that a fight is down and doomed to go forward, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Butters now back into the fight, removes out Bruce Goose. A big competition on the high ground as you do see Butler have a good control over it, but you need to start seeing Southern Miss rotate around multiple directions, not just going for this puny little bit of tag team damage. They gotta flush them down. Juicebox does just that, slams down, knocks down 3, still looking to give his team any sort of clinical edge they need, but is able to finally drop yet another one. But guess what? It's Shadow Edge on the air. Nothing you can deal with to contend against that aerial superiority that this map typically has.
Yeah, that mean, the suppression just getting these superchargers up so quick, doing a lot of work. Color Blue do end up dropping down, and Shadow Edge has the duplicate out. This one onto the Sigma. So triple tanks on the battlefield right now, even that extra flux going in.
Quickly going forward, you see a duplicate no longer being available now as they'll have it used it and expended as its time dissipates, but Shadow Edge got quite a few kills off in the process of it. You will see Reflex go for the Pulse Bomb. It actually takes out Intrepid. It removes a healer for Butler Blue, but they need to do a bit more on top of that as the DPS has been that pivotal figure for them. Meanwhile, Juicebox continuously trying to get Butler off the high ground. It's just not happening here, Bull.
Yeah, Southern Miss are just out of sync. In all kinds of ways. They lose both of their supports early in that fight, and are still kind of trying to press here and there, but not in a coordinated fashion. We do have a couple ults coming out. Deadeye from the high ground looking for something. Blue Goose is able to get one. It's a good start. There's the second.
Have to keep going, though. You need to be able to keep pushing this DPS and these healer backline as you push forward. They'll get rid of Butters. Shadow Edge is the next to fall as Riot, with proper target acquisition, removes one more, and it's just an easy cleanup for Southern Miss. Slowly but surely, they're finding success where they need to, and they're going to get the second pip.
Didn't cost them a whole lot either, using mines in that, and I think the Gravitic Flux was invested as well from Southern Miss. Nice, keeping that momentum going forward. Find Twin early. Just an important stagger kill there. Twin has been a thorn in their side. In fact, a big giant arrow in their side for the majority of this attack from Southern Miss. Have an advantage trying to press it now. Not a whole lot to work with. Just a Pulse Bomb and a Transcendence online for the attackers.
Southern Miss can piece something together, though you do need to worry about Twint, who's going for that high ground, finding an opportunity to get some long shots. Same as we saw Pasty attempting to do initially, but Southern Miss lose their player of Jacob, decide to take a step back. Unfortunately, Pasty's not able to make that great escape. They lose their live nets, giving some ultimate charge and some scoreline assistance towards that Butler Blue side, and a reset has to go forward.
Using only one ultimate. It was just the Amplification Matrix from Butters. Spend it on that one. Now we're getting into kind of desperate territory. 75 seconds just under on the clock. Dragons out from Butler. Ant Matrix from Southern Miss.
Well, hopefully that'll make some space, but as soon as it's gone, Butler Blue can just be very wary about what Southern Miss are bringing to the table as they start to get more aggressive. But there you go, dropping down the flux. He gets stunned, though, and that's going to stop it short. Zooey Mama's falling back to the ground, now forced to fight on the same level as everyone else as Jacob. Tag team's damage down. Hopefully with Reflex diving that backline, you can see them continuously trying to get that damage going forward. Juicebox in the front end contending as well. They have to be very wary, running out of time to do so. Quick slam, and the minefield is ready, but will Juicebox even make the escape? Cannot. Stunned and compressed. Depression finds the kill, but Riot's quick to avenge, not allowing that one to last for much longer. Bruce Goose is trying to keep his team alive in the front line, waiting and hoping that Juicebox can make their return quickly and get that minefield down.
Yeah, supports Riot and Pacey stepping up, getting a kill apiece. Juicebox, that's the true main tank experience right there. That was serious chain stun between the Accretion, the Shield Bash, and the Flashbang all in. Now Juicebox returns, mines in hand, and Matrix from Blue Goose as well.
Immortality Field quickly shot down. Juicebox does not want to allow for anyone to stay alive when they shouldn't be. Defying death, it's not something they necessarily want. You'll see impact dropping for both sides. A kill for each. You've lost Jacob, you've lost Zooey Mama. Bit dangerous, though. You can still keep yourself coordinated together. Butler have the opportunity to respawn quickly and get back into the defensive stance, but a Deadeye goes forward. Twit takes out one, but Pasty's quick to refrag. Butters takes out Juicebox once again. The tanks just cannot stay alive here for Southern Miss, and it's going to be the same case for Bruce Goose and same case for the back line of Pasty. It is going to fall, unable to make it to that last little pip, but they made it quite far here. A very good chance, but Butler Blue now have their chance to try against them.
Yeah, the Gravitic Flux Mine combo just wasn't quite enough to push it over the line. You had Blue, the rally coming through from an Intrepid Cash there towards the end with Ant Matrix on both sides. Ant Matrices, I suppose that would be. It's a lot of garage doors. It was basically like a yard sale out there. A lot of damage coming through, but it's Butler Blue who remain standing once the dust settles. The double shield comp looking strong for them once again. And as we said at the top of this map, I wouldn't be surprised to see it coming out here on the attack.
Be interesting to see. I know Southern Miss, they really do like to bring that Winston combo continuously, but I do think they need to make that switch. You can see them essentially mirroring the composition we saw earlier for Butler Blue. Only a few changes here and there. They're going to put Reflex on that Hanzo. Jacob's going to switch over to that Ashe. Riot will be on the Mercy for that Resurrection we saw previously, and then Pasty will stick. Instead of having Riot over on that Baptiste, Pasty instead will pick it up. And it'll be interesting to see how they necessarily try to contend. Hopefully Intrepid's speed can allow for Butler Blue to quickly take control over the objective. But they're bringing that Reinhardt as that front line. They can boost straight through, force Southern Miss into a disadvantageous fight on the objective, and hopefully dish out enough damage because they have the DPS to do so, and they have the walls to separate the front line and the back line of Southern Miss.
Yeah, but there's going to be a lot of pain coming in. If Reflex and Jacob can drop those shots, particularly with the damage boost coming in from Riot, then Butler Blue might struggle to close this gap. We'll see how they choose to approach. They're going to go in through the Lost and Found and just try to cut off as much space as possible before they even show their faces. I'm not crazy about this Mercy. I'm not going to lie. I think this is going to leave Pasty. Could end up a vulnerable target, and it doesn't provide you. Pasty's got a lot of pressure on it to keep these tanks alive. Butters goes down immediately, though.
It was a really nice dynamite that was actually sent by Jacob there, Bull Skunk, that actually found a massive amount of target. When everyone else was at 3%, Jacob was already at 25%. It was a huge successful stage for them, and it's probably what initially gave Butler Blue the chance to say, hey, we just lost one. Too much damage to contend with. Take a step back and reset.
Indeed, and now we're looking at Jacob at 60%. So very nice work indeed for that first fight. We'll have that big Omnic Butler ready to go in no time. Tried to launch one there, but that one was a little high.
Just keep trying. There's nothing too wrong with trying and trying again. But you'll see the Ice Wall go down, separate both sides of the backline, but the backline's really up on the high ground, so they can still actually contend. The Ice Wall doesn't do its full effect as necessary, and the healing has to go through here, as you will see Southern Miss hold on, but they've still lost that front line. They'll be able to take out the front line of Depression for the opposing side. They've given already 2 of the pit for this first objective. They've got 4. They still have to fight off the point. Zooey and Twint, they take out 2. Now make it a third as Butter says, let me join in as well. And Southern Miss have completely lost this first objective. They need to reset, but it's the last few players of Butler just teasing the rest of Southern Miss, and they'll start to move through to this escort phase.
Nice wall from Shadow Edge to start that fight, block the healing coming through. And Juicebox Hero just got burned down on the Orisa. Swapped back over and gave up that ult charge, going over to the Wrecking Ball, and now back onto the 4-legged donkey horse.
Is that what it is?
That's what I heard. It's an Orisa. It's an OR-15A is what it is. Ooh, nice shot from Jake.
That was nice. Oh, Dragon Strike also being sent. Reflex trying to get something off. It actually finds success in the Twint, as they had also found that shot opportunity before. Depression at 1 HP, cleaned up quickly, and Southern Miss will stop the push very, very emphatically, and Butler Blue will have to reset. That was a really nice shot, Bull Skunk. I like that hit. I respect snipers.
Yeah, I can understand. I can understand. I'm not particularly great at the Ashe myself, so I'm always impressed to make a good headshot like that. That one got some distance. I mean, that basically ended the fight before it began. It gave a huge advantage to the defense of Southern Miss, and now they're fortified up here with an Ant Matrix to boot. Walls up. That's not gonna last long.
Big fight has to go. You do also have the Diva Bomb ready to send. Zooey's looking maybe for an opportunity, but the Ant Matrix going down. Just hide behind the wall. Don't really face. They'll send it deep. It's going to fall, and it has not enough air behind it. It's going to fall below the high ground, not pulling much impact. A nice Gravitic Flux will go down. Brusco is getting a massive amount of impact with it. Will kill Depression quickly afterwards. Twint goes for that Deadeye. Does not find anything off of it. And those Zooey Mama may be able to contend with one. They still got to take that step back. Narrowly Intrepid avoids the pull. The yoink that would have sniffed their life away. Another successful defensive hold, however.
Yeah, Butler Blue investing 3 ults in that. Most importantly, that sound barrier, and still just gets sent away. Beautiful job from Bruce Goose. Putting in a ton of damage. Got a lot of value out of the Flux as well. But now, Southern Miss don't have anything to hold on here. I think this is Butler Blue's best chance on point B to push through. Ant Matrix Fire Strike to start.
quickly going forward. Depression has that shatter, maybe looking for an opportunity. Very wary of the shields, though. Pops it. The shield from Sigma denies it, but here comes the Blizzard.
Huge
Almost
Blizzard.
everyone is caught in. Literally everyone, and they've got to try to stay alive. But Depression swings his way through, finds literally everyone, and completely swings this objective wide open. Butler just need to push it the extra couple feet. A massive play right there for Butler.
Huge play from Intrepid Cash as well. You see the boop come through and push everybody up the stairs, and it just forces everybody into this tight little bunch. They're frozen popsicles, all packaged and ready for consumption by Depression. Huge 6K, huge Blizzard from Shadow Edge. What a play.
You can just, there's no way to be more impressed with that performance right there. It was so much added up together, and the Blizzard comboing in, I mean, Depression didn't hit the shatter, but I think if they did, it might have been even worse than what it came out to be. Maybe a miracle in disguise there, Bull Skunk, but the next fight has to go forward. You can see both teams playing around these corners. Unfortunately for Southern Miss, Twint gets the first kill onto their sniper composition on the opposing side. They'll take out Jacob, but the resurrection will go through. That's now going to reset that for the fight. Quick push going forward. Depression gets the shatter again. This one actually successful. A Shadow Edge and him take out 3 total, and Twint snipes down yet another. Southern Miss's defense has been systematically destroyed, and Butler are even closer to finishing this one off.
Butler Blue, their DPS really coming alive those last 2 fights. Shadow Edge with a fantastic wall, blocks Juicebox Hero off. That's what initiates the whole thing. Juicebox Hero does have a shadow of their own. See if they can return fire. Shatter's down. Juicebox Hero's down.
Very nice attempt, but it's going to be felt quite quickly afterwards. Going to go ahead and see here. Both Ant Matrix is dropping. A nice Diva Bomb will go down. It does not find that much impact off it, but Zui Mama will still take a kill as they'll also get the Dragon Strike off. And Southern Miss only have Juicebox Hero left, who had fallen quite early. You do see Jacob has made their return, but they're quick to be killed as Depression swings forward, and there is no disallowing Butler to walk it in the last few moments. And we'll see another map win for Butlers. They're up 2-0. It will be a full reverse sweep required here for Southern Miss.
That was a dominant push from Butler Esports. Holy cow. This play is monstrous. Shadow Edge, contender for Player of the Week right now. After the Echo performance and then what we saw on the May. Oh, that was fantastic. That just puts a smile on my face. Infernosis.
There's just, how can you not be impressed with a play like that? First off, the performance as a whole, I got a little bit scared for them there, Bull Skunk. I mean, in that Streets phase, you saw them holding on quite well. Southern Miss didn't want to give up any glimpses. They did a great job of controlling the high ground, and everything that Butler Blue were throwing at them just wasn't working. And until they decided to go up the short steps of the stairs, fight them in the high ground, mono on mono, and that's when they started to send those ultimates, trap them in that side room, and everything just comes crumbling down for Southern Miss. I mean, it's literally a Mr. Gorbachev tear down that wall moment as everything just faltered and fell apart in front of them, and they just weren't able to piece anything back together. Their defense was too big of a hole. Their wall could not find its stability once again, and it just was over as soon as you wrote.
Well, we'll see if Southern Miss can pick up the pieces. It will be Eagle Esports map pick when we return. We're going to head to Assault after a short little break. We'll see you in a moment. It is time for map 3. We've got Butler Esports, Blue up 2-0 coming in. Eagle, they struggled with their defense there on Blizzard World. They're going to have an opportunity to bounce back. It's their map choice heading into this third map.
Yeah, and where we're heading to, it's Hanamura, the same map I looked at last time for game 1 that I tuned in and watched and heard beautiful Nuclear and Berkeley Stevens go ahead and cast over, and I was excited. I love that map. You mentioned it as well. You said you love that map. You love casting it, not playing it when you're playing ranks. I kind of have to agree. It's not that fun in that regard, but it's really fun to watch teams trying to figure out what to do. There's so much high ground you have to clear. There's so many angles you have to push through. I'm really excited for this map, and I'm really interested to see how these first attacking teams are going to have to get past this front gate. It's going to be such a high level of difficulty. But if there's any team who can do it, I don't think Butler Blue is starting off in the attack, but if there's any team who can do it, I think it's going to be Butler Blue. When they have Shadow Edge, being able to dish out as much damage as they do, I do think that Butler Blue have a really good chance of pushing through it.
Yeah, the Bulldogs have been really solid, and Shadow Edge coming out on a Torbjorn. So kind of anticipating a dive perhaps, or a way to try to, can I get set up against the teleport strat? The Symmetra teleporter, very common here on Hanamura. Now, what I'm interested to see is how Southern Miss choose to implement it. Are you going to go straight to point? Are you going to try to go up to the little balcony and work your way around? You've got a couple of different options, and I love the creativity that the teleporter strats provide. I like seeing how different teams make this approach. You can go in that top left high ground and kind of get control of that mega room. But Butler Blue, they're sticking with their tried and true defense of this double shield. We'll see if Southern Miss can crack it open. It's not a lot of damage from a Mana Sim. They're going to have to get on this point and really lay claim before they can start putting hurt down.
Seems to be like a battle of attrition. They'll get on with the TB and then just try to contend, like in the face can-do attitude of what Butler Blue are trying to do. And while neither side necessarily gets anything, the turret will be destroyed quickly and the immortality field of Pasty will be removed. Now it's just a battle of trying to find that first pick and give yourself a chance. It'll be the turrets from Jacob that lasered down Twint, removing that Junkrat of DPS now off the board for Butler. That's going to be pivotal to Southern Miss's success, but they need to keep their healers alive. Riot is taking a lot of damage in the process, and Juicebox needs an extra bit of speed and mobility as well as that heal to keep themselves contending, and they wall off one more. Depression is not allowed to escape, taken out for the count, and Southern Miss are slowly but surely trickling down the last few players of Butler Blue and climbing up on that objective timer, contesting now 5 on the point. 2 more sprayed down. The Shadow Edge and Zooey Mama no longer contending. Same with Butters, quickly sprayed down by the player that is Riot, and you'll see a nice fisted hand for Jacob to remove one more of the player of Intrepid Cash. First points, Southern Miss.
Doing a great job. I love the patience there. Whoa. Right. Almost didn't make that one. Great patience to take map 1. I love the positioning, waiting for the cooldowns. They're doing the same thing here. Got Sound Barrier ready to go. Earth Shatter out to start. That finds Zooey Mama.
This is a great place to go. You will see an Ant Matrix be dropped, but the wall is actually going to force a majority of Butler Blue to not be able to actually use it until it goes down, sprayed and removed. 2 more players falling. Now make it 4. Zooey Mama and Depression are the next to fall after Shadowverse and their teammate of Coordination. Intrepid Cash slept. Team kill out in Southern Miss. This is the most dominant we have seen them. Only 1 player able to contest, and they'll throw the Blizzard, just make it even worse. The rewind does not seem to be a big deal to them. A very, very quick point and take. And I think that, as Berkeley Stevens would call it, I think that is a time travel moment, as they have more time than when they started.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. 5 minutes on the clock, obviously a massive time bank. And just a really good job from Southern Miss. Butler Blue did not seem to be ready for the teleport strat at all. On point A, they teleport in, and then we get a call for a pause here. Southern Miss teleport in, and they just kind of backed up to that left-hand side and just get some of the sim turrets out, excuse me. Try to get a little bit of ground there. They're able to find 1 pick. Then they wait for that wall. They wait for that amp speed to come back. They have good patience, able to stay alive through it, able to keep those supports alive, like you were pointing out. And then they rush forward, great wall, and they just pick apart Butler Blue 1 at a time. I mean, it was just all over from there. They snowball that into point B, acting very quickly to jump on to that second point, have all the ults they need to work with. I love this Solo Shatter on a Zooey Mama, get that Sigma out of there. Total value with that. Even able to hang on to the Blizzard to cap the final end, because it usually takes 2 fights to win on a point B in Assault. And Reflex wise to hold on to that Blizzard to the very end to ensure that cap, ensure that incredible time back.
I'm sorry, you said picked apart, and I immediately wanted to say picked apart a pack of Butler players. I just don't know why. I just really wanted to go for that, but once it's in my head, it's not going away either. I just had to say it, unfortunately.
It's
I
like
had to put
finishing a
everyone through
song.
that.
Like you just got to
Yeah.
get those last few notes out.
I
Yeah.
got to get the last few notes. There's no way I'm not going out with the chorus here. All right, I've got to have that bridge. But it is what it is. Butler now getting to attack. I did say I really like Southern Miss's typical team comp they like to bring. Juicebox and Bruce Goose are some of my favorite players here in the NECC. Not to have any sort of bias towards them here, but they have been so much fun to always interview and see, watch them play and hold that front line. They have very much so led that pack and force, along comboing with, of course, their DPS and healers that kept them alive and kept the DPS ongoing. Now they've got to contend on the defense, and you can already see first pick very successfully dropping for Butler Blue as Butters takes out their doppelganger Baptiste Pasty. Now flushing onto the objective quite quickly. The ice wall for both sides not really doing their full impact. It does force one side to go onto the objective, but the second wall does not do much beyond that. Immortality field removed. Jacob takes off and removes depression from the fight. That's going to be that frontline tank of the attacking side, no longer able to contend, and Butler have to find a refrag if they want to be able to stay into this one any longer, and Jacob has no fears to stay up in their face, continuously dishing out the damage into the DPS and tank line of Butler Blue, but no one's finding any picks as of this moment, and it's just that slow and steady battle of attrition to who can get their ultimates first, and it looks to be it'll be Twint to charge theirs up, maybe Right will get theirs as well. Immortality field is sent as Butler takes so much damage. They now need to be very wary of the amplification matrix is available now as the heal goes through. It's popped. Now the fight is on the objective. They'll go ahead and drop the beat. Now able to push forward and fight hyper aggressively, getting the opposing side, but a shatter from Depression drops down 4. Now the high noon is sent. It doesn't find any level of impact, and Jacob is the only one to find that kill as he gets refragged back by Butters. Twint takes one more, but they'll lose one to Bruce Goose. Fight still has to go on to the point as they're flushing and spraying down one more. Bad spot for Twint as the Diva Bruce Goose is hunting for that kill, and Shadow Edge gets Immortality fielded once again and drops their own Blizzard in the process. Amp Matrix drop for Southern Miss, and the fight is still methodically going on the objective. A nice charge there by Depression to take out the doppelganger of Juicebox Hero, and finally Butler will find themselves the objective. It only took 2.5 minutes.
Ooh, that was talk about a war of attrition. Twint really coming in huge. Depression goes down early, trying to throw that Earth Shatter down, gets flashbang, gets fanned out by Jacob, and then Twint is able to pick up a couple of kills. Southern Miss had a clear advantage and didn't really press it. They just sat back, and Twint's able to pick them off. Happy birthday to Twint, by the way. You're present. You've got a Deadeye available to go here for point B. Intrepid Cash with the sound barrier as well. Butler Blue, this is a good opportunity to try to roll this into a quick take.
We know Symmetra Teleport, they can't do the same route that Southern Miss went for, but they're still going to go for that very aggressive fight up to the high ground. Butler lose 2 in the process, though. They lose their own main, they lose Depression on that Reinhardt, and Butters is not able to survive the onslaught that Southern Miss are bringing to the table. A very successful start, but though they did have to expend that Blizzard to do so.
Yeah, Butler Blue, I don't think it really accounted for that Blizzard. I'm not sure if they expected Reflex to have that online yet, because they just ran headlong right into it. The sound barrier from Cash is late. 2 people are already down by the time the shields are distributed. And now it's Butler Blue going back, take another stab at it. Southern Miss still have ults to work with. Juicebox Hero could line up a mean shatter through this stairwell.
Let's see how it'll go. They're going to go for the low ground to get some dishing out damage. They'll drop their own Deadeye. He'll pop it as he falls. I don't think Twint anticipated to drop it. He'll go ahead and hop out of the point. That may flush down Southern Miss from the high ground, but it hasn't really done so yet. They'll just send one to deal with it. Bruce Goose will handle it quite swiftly. Twint, may be your birthday, but you're not getting any presents here, not even the first section of this objective. And it will have to be another reset here for Butler.
Yeah, that had to be an accident. I don't think Twint intended to fall. Mid-dead, I like that. Was hoping to break the shield and see if they could get a little bit out of it, and then send a Diva down. Easily played for Southern Miss. They didn't have to spend any ults to do it. Butler Blue coming in dry. They're just going to rush right onto the point this time. See if they have any better luck.
Ice Wall is sent that is trying to separate the front and back line as the front 2 tanks do go forward. It doesn't really do too much, but a shatter sent from the high ropes. It doesn't really find that much impact, but a cool attempt to do so.
Oh,
Quickly
nice.
gone back. Depression finds so much impact with it. They came in dry, and it looks like they're going to be able to find a lot of success for it. They'll send out their Blitz as well, not eaten away, but doesn't really find anyone until you see the man on the top of the wall. It does not matter. It is actually going to fall for them as they're able to flush down Southern Miss away from it just a little bit longer. And round 2 will complete 2-2 both sides, but there's a major time differential difference between these 2 sides.
Yeah, over 2 minutes separating. That is a lot of time. Now, good news for Butler Blue is with the 2 minutes, they can count on getting ultimates. You're not in that 1 minute scenario where maybe you get an ult online, but you pretty much got to win it in the neutral. Now you can count on an ult fight, but bad news is Southern Miss are going to have multiple rotations of that once they go on their attack. Butler Blue can equalize with a quick pickup on point A. I mean, that's obviously that. I think that's a must. You've got to capture this point A. Otherwise, this is done and dusted. If you can get anything on point B, that's just a bonus. But right now, you got to get those 3 points on the board if you're Butler.
And it's going to be very difficult. You can see Southern Miss did such a good job. How much time did they buy alone on this first point in just the first fight as the fight continued for essentially the entire objective? It was just the same fight for the entirety of it. And you called it out. You said Southern Miss were a bit hesitant to push forward and finish the fight and force Butler to go for the, re-step, take a step back. They just played with them for too long, toying with their food. And that kind of came back to bite them in the rear. They did win the first and second fight on that second point. But beyond that, they lost it. They couldn't stay on to it, and the fight dropped in favor of Southern Miss, and now it's going to be in favor of Butler Blue, and now it's going to be up to them once again to attack and try to push this first point.
Yep, it's still no Symmetra. They're just going to go right into this. We're seeing Twink go over to the leg. Soldier 76 making an appearance. Southern Miss playing very far forward for their defense. They're not holding back on the objective. They're trying to maintain the courtyard area, the rock garden, if you would. Butler Blue with a nice rotation. I think they're going to go up and grab high ground, perhaps. No, they're just going to go right on forward. Jukebox Heroes down. Nice start for Butler.
Yeah, that ice wall, they tried to send one back. A Southern Miss place there's a little bit too deep, but the first ice wall was just too much to contend with, and Juicebox loses their life. Now they're going to have to take a step back. They need to think twice about everything, and they're losing more and more of their players bleeding as this goes onward. And now drop the Ant Matrix. Now you're just seeing tons of damage being dished out. Intrepid alone as Lucio finds 2, 1 sent into the drink, and it is going to be all she wrote for that first point. A very dominant push for Butler Blue, almost as quick as we saw that first one go through for Southern Miss. They didn't even need the TP to get onto it, and we're going to see that second point, but not with much time, only a minute and a half on it.
No, but that was the check mark they needed to take. That was a must, and they're able to win out. Just getting the brawl mirror, great walls from Shadow Edge and Butler Blue. Like I said, anything they get here is a bonus. They've got ults to work with. Flex coming up on the Blizzard though, so it's something they're gonna have to watch out for. 93% towards it now. Shatter's blocked.
It does still find a little bit, and Immortality Field is forced to be expanded. A Shatter will be sent the other direction, but May will freeze down one player trying to contend. Juicebox is not able to stay alive into it, but their own May, aka Reflex, finds 2 on the top. Single-handedly, I would say, finding and favoring the side of Southern Miss as they'll first spray down a few more on top of it. Southern Miss hold on, keeping Butler at bay and do not allow for them to get anything in this third point.
May is just Reinhardt's worst nightmare. Just priority evil villain number 1. Like that is your rival there. And every Reinhardt hates to see a May, and Reflex and Juicebox here are doing such a good job of working in tandem, taking depression out early. One last chance. Shadow Edge has Blizzard. Reflex is one of their own. Self-destruct to start things off from the defense.
Oh, and it takes out Shadow Edge. Oh my goodness, that's pivotal towards them now as Reflex, the only May left standing, takes out one more. A Diva Bomb will be sent. This one takes out Pasty. This may be what they need for Butler to bring themselves back into it, and unfortunately now they've lost Butters, the only healer they have being a Lucio, and that's not as much healing as you really need to push forward, especially when you look at Zui Mama, now forced to be demaxed as they're sent off the high ground. They need to touch the point. There's no time to do it. You'll see the hacks go out here for Twin, but it doesn't seem to do anything, and it's all red in the kill feed continuously as Southern Miss just systematically dismantle everything that Butler Blue brought to the table. They'll hold on, not allowing any sort of control for that third point.
Oh, how does that happen? Shadow Edge, you can't fall to a self-destruct at the beginning of the fight. You're holding Blizzard. Your team needed that Blizzard so bad. How does that happen? You have Ice Block. You had shields. Oh my goodness. You break out the west of the thing. You cannot let that happen. What a self-destruct coming out of Bruce Goose. That won in that fight. Like that was, 100%. It's that simple. They had the Blizzard advantage. And that was it. It's done. If you don't have the May in there for that Reinhardt to Reinhardt matchup, you don't have the Blizzard in there to control the space needed on that point. That's it. Fight lost. That was well done by Bruce Goose, but I can't help but wonder what the heck happened to Shadow Edge. I didn't see them use Ice Block before that. Like it wasn't forced out early.
I want to bring up the point here. every time we've seen Southern Miss lose in a defensive section, it was when Juicebox dies early. We saw that in that first take in the overtime. We saw it on their initial take as well when Butler attacked for the first time. We saw it on the second point as well. Every time the frontline Reinhardt of Juicebox Hero would die, I mean, that's typically how most rounds will go, but it has been very prevalent here. And Shadow Edge has been pivotal towards getting rid of that. We saw that wall separate them on that first point. That's why Southern Miss got so utterly destroyed after that first engagement, not even being able to step back and really contend on that first point again. Not being able to pop the Blizzard, not being able to assist in their team to get rid of the Reinhardt was a pivotal mistake, a massive misalignment of what you need to be doing, and that's really going to be all she wrote for it. Now it's up to Southern Miss to just swing onto the point and fight.
But yeah, they've got all the time in the world. They're going to teleport up to the high ground this time. I like this more indirect approach. Already fine, Butters. I mean, this is looking done and dusted. It's just Brink heals. Brink can't put out a lot of heals, but Depression is going to be in trouble.
They sit in both directions. They go from front main entrance and high ground entrance. That's a great way for them to do it. Yeah, the Reinhardt got blocked off away from the wall, but their team just waited for the rest of it as they took the high ground. Another kill drops for them. That's Bruce Goose to take one, and it's all under control for Southern Miss. They're just keeping them at bay little by little, contending against this first point. Ice Wall goes down, only one person on. They'll May wall up, trying to keep themselves inside of it. Shadow Wedge is in a bad spot, a bit of a tricky pickle, but everything is falling so handily for Southern Miss. Red on the feed as 3 players find impact. Jacob to find 2 of those individually, and is continuously trying to pound the hurt here on Butler. There is no glimpse of them finding success here. There's too much time to bank on top of it. They'll finally clear out the last player of Shadow Edge. The Fire Strike, and the player of Juicebox here will do that. And guess what here? It's the TP coming up to the high ground. Swift entry once again.
Yep, the Eagles have guaranteed themselves a map 4 at the very least. 3.5 minutes. They need 1 tick. Shatters out, finds 4.
Oh my goodness, this is just an absolute rampage now. He gets down, sprays down 2 with the fire charge, gets a fire strike kill into 1 more. It'll be stolen for any possibility to get every kill individually as Jacob does find 1, but a nice swing into Shadow clears them once again, and Jacob will be the player to find that last. You'll see Reinhardt attempt to charge back. Depression is hoping to contend, but there's really no point at this point. It's going to be all she wrote. A dominant, and I mean dominant performance from Southern Miss. This was by far the best we have seen them.
Yeah, the Eagles didn't lose a single fight on their attacks. It was 4 attacks, 4 points, 4 fight wins, unstoppable on the offense here on Hanamura. So I mean, you can see why they went here. They looked great on this map, clearly very practiced on this map. This is that final shatter on that last attack in the extra innings. Juicebox Hero picking up 3 in that, coupled with a Blizzard or Sound Barrier as well. But that, I mean, very dominant attack. Absolutely. Southern Miss striking back and striking back hard. I mean, it was a must win. Butler Esports on match point, still on series point here. And Eagle are going to have to piece 2 more together. But hey, one step at a time, 1 map at a time, 1 team fight at a time. But this time they're going to have to do it on Butler Esports map pick.
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult for them. We've seen how strong Butler has been on the first 2 maps, and that's even when you get to have your losing team pick a map. Butler still picks that up, takes control over it. That's going to be something you go, we'll try what's next best up for us. Obviously, we saw what it was. Hanamura went very well for them. I think it's the most dominant we've seen from them all season, especially against a team that is #1 seeded and has been extremely strong throughout it. I can only predict that the way this one's going to go, it has to be a reverse sweep for Southern Miss. They have to take the next 2 if they want to win and pull off the upset here in this stage. But throughout all of this one, I will say Butler kept it a little bit close. They contended, though they were a bit more methodical in their approaches for their attack. Their defense just couldn't handle the swift nature of Southern Miss, and it caught them off guard time in and time out. Even in OT, when they already knew what Southern Miss was going to bring to the table, they still fell victim to the TB and rush into the map. It's just not anything they had in their books, their strat books, their playbooks, when you want to call it, that was able to pull off any sort of counterplay to that situation.
Well, we got word in on our pick and ban here. In this first of 3, winner gets to ban out a map. So you had a little bit of breathing room as far as you don't have to, if you do want to play long range, then you can ban out a map like Gibraltar, which is what we just saw Southern Miss do. But you still have a couple to choose from. And Butler Esports, they're taking us to Dorado here for map number 4.
I actually really like this map as well. First area being a little bit difficult to contend with. You got a lot of high ground, multiple angles of high ground as well. Some teams opting to go for that aerial approach, taking Echoes, Pharos, Mercies along the way for your defensive side. You stay on the closer buildings for the high ground, and then you take the ramp side and you go up above, and you can hang out above Hookah and have yourself an option to contend as well in that direction. That's typically where you see Arisas and Reinhardt's hold up strong. You have the double shield combo. Sigma is being brought in there as well. Ultimately, though, it's going to be up to who can really force off the high ground. And one thing we do know, and we saw it on Blizzard World, is Juicebox is pretty darn good about flushing players off high ground when he plays that Hammond. His slam is really strong at doing so, and he's very good at swinging. I just worry there's not enough to swing off of. This is a map that you would say, hey, Spider-Man could hang out here quite well, but to actually get them off that high ground above Hookah, there's nothing really to swing off of for Juicebox that would give him the momentum necessary to get anyone off that high point. It still will be a high level of difficulty.
And I mean, on point A here, you can just rotate back into the courtyard. I mean, your first real fight, your big holding spot, particularly if we see double shield, though that doesn't look to be the case right out of the gate from Butler Blue. But still, the courtyard is your big holding spot on point A. You can definitely get some work done from this high ground, particularly with the comp that we're seeing. So we're going to get the pharmacy in the sky, Twint coming out on the tracer, a little bit more of it's kind of a dive poke hybrid that we're seeing right now. This is a bit of an amalgamation of a comp. Yeah, I mean, on the Ana in this is really what's throwing me off, I think, about this composition. That's that wrinkle this is adding in. I mean, Butters can sit on the back high ground for point A. I worry Butters is going to be an easy target, easily rushed down from Southern Miss as they come out on the Cassidy and the May. They're rotating all the way around right out of the gate. But hey, there's a concussive blast sending Pasty down into the waters below.
That's what I'm talking about. You don't necessarily have to hang out above Hookah as a defensive team. You can use Farah, hang out in the other buildings. You also have your Winston to jump up there as well. There's a lot of impact that can be made, and Southern Miss went for the cheeky strat of working their way around the backside and just ultimately fell short and fell off the map. That was great job there by Shadow Edge. We've been saying their name a little bit too much here, I think, Full Skunk, but I think it's all well-deserved as they have been pivotal towards any and all success that we've seen here for Butler Blue. But another cheeky play, they'll go underneath through Hookah, the lounge section. Jacob now has the high ground there. This is typically where you see defenses of a double shields try to contend, but Butler Blue want to stay low. They want to fight this early. They're basically playing on the attacker's payload and trying to just keep them off from it again, but that gives the high ground over to Southern Miss, and now it's up to them to jump back down, but Shadow Witch has not been cleared from the skies, and that will allow for that extra assistance, that tertiary damage to go through as Butters, Twint, and Zooey Mama find each one of their own, quickly refragged back by the double tank combination in Southern Miss. This fight stagnant for quite a while until Butters can find a nice shot into the body of Pasty and remove him once again. Primal Rage expunged, Diva Bomb sent, ultimates being used here quite aggressively, and finally we'll see Southern Miss get a couple feet off the board here on this payload.
Yeah, it's the tanks, Bruce Goose and Juicebox here are doing a lot of work here. Bruce Goose able to clip the wings of the Mercy, get that tether off of Shadow Edge, and that's really what opened this thing up. And slowly but surely they're able to push through. But like I'm saying, this courtyard fight is the real test. Here comes the barrage.
Oh my goodness. Massive impact off of it too. Shadow Edge takes out 2 in the process, gets tertiary damage to knock out the Diva Matrix and gets rid of the mech of Bruce Goose. Now needs to just kind of work a little bit closer. Juicebox will get rid of Intrepid, but Depression punches down one, spritz down another with the nice, I called it last season, Monkey Zap Gun, his Tesla cannon, and we'll only see one more kill being dropped there for Southern Miss as the Fire Strike gets 1, but it does not seem to matter. Refract quickly by Zooey Mama.
I like Monkey Zap Gun. That works. That works.
Yeah, I was so embarrassed when I said that last season. Now I just live off that high of being, naive.
But back to Shadow Edge. There's a reason we've been calling their name so much. They are a force to be reckoned with and a force that Southern Miss has to deal with if they're going to want to push through this. It's a Deadeye to try to start things out. Slept out of it. What a play.
Has a massive point of impact there. That is going to be a huge damper on things for Southern Miss. They'll try to keep going. You'll see a nice boost coming out here as Butters will go ahead and give that extra assistance to Depression. Primal Rage will be used as well, though will be stunned. It's kind of hard to keep Depression alive right now, and Intrepid's doing everything they can as they pop their Valkyrie in the same process, but it's the Diva Bomb to find 3 that splits this point open again, and Southern Miss only have 1 player left standing. Bruce Goose will be demeched and toyed with on this point, staggering their spawns. Bruce is trying to get back into the mech, but I think they'll clean him up before he has any chance to do so. A great stagger of their spawns.
Butters and Depression doing a wonderful job of building these ults very quickly. Butters in particular getting those nanos up so fast, so instrumental to this engage. And then it opens things up. It kind of splits apart the attackers of Southern Miss, and Zooey Mama's able to thread the needle with that self-destruct. Finds 3 with it early. Just huge plays, all initiated by some wonderful positioning. Butters comes through again, a barrage out again.
This is way too much right now. You do see Butler all blue in the feed once again. Southern Miss just don't have anything piecing together for this one. You'd think this would be an easy puzzle, but it's looking more like a Lego piece. That's one of those too large, like an AT-AT combo or something. Just too much to put together, and they don't have the time to do it. 8 seconds now on the clock, hoping to stagger the last few bits. Shadowverse just keeping the damage going now onto the opposition, but it's just a steady race that is completely fallen to the opposition. Butler have given no glimpses of success, and hopefully Southern Miss can piece something together as their players are getting back into the fight. Pulse Bomb sit does not find impact. Riot, though, takes one of their own. A Helix Rocket sent there by Jacob to remove out Surimama. 4 players on point. It looks like Butler is starting to fall apart in a lot of its ways. The Southern Miss have done a great job of bringing this one closer, and I think they will have a chance to reach this first point, and that kill into depression might just guarantee it. And if that one did it, the Kill Butters and Trent will do exactly that. A phenomenal retake there for Southern Miss. They'll hit first pip.
Yeah, depression goes down super early in that fight. Intrepid Cash comes through with the res. As the res is going off, Butters gets exploded by a self-destruct. You know, Intrepid Cash is just like, no! Like, I just spent res. You'd much rather have used that res on your Ana because the Winston can get back into the fight so much quicker. So Butler Blue had no Ana throughout that entire fight. Southern Miss able to take advantage and forward. Now they're starting to work through the streets. Only got about 2 minutes to work with. They've got to rally up, though. Extra armor all around. And as they're trying to reclaim this high ground. Oh, nice double kill from Pasty.
Preston's been nanoed. Butters goes for it. They will not pop the primal just yet, so it's not going to be that nano primal combo we saw a little bit earlier in their last full-fledged engagement to try and keep Southern Miss away from the first point. But a Diva Bomb is sent, narrowly avoids the player of Intrepid, but they'll survive it just yet. It's not going to be too big of a waste for them. Southern Miss have 2 ultimates to go. There goes the barrage. It takes out Jacob. No DPS besides Reflex, but there is a Pulse Bomb available for them. It's essentially a giant brawl, a massive engagement going forward. Depression and the Primal Rage trying to take out the Brigitte to the opposition, but Riot wants absolutely none of it and will get extra assistance from their team, and Depression will be forced to flush themselves back up to the high ground.
Yeah, trying to primal a Brig is just a tall ask. You get Raleigh, or excuse me, you get Inspire healing coming out. I mean, there's Pasty at their back. The Riot can push you back with a whip flail. That was just a poor target choice, I think. Maybe trying to push it out of the fight. Now up to the high ground. Mines are out, but that's a huge Bionade on a Juice Box Hero. They had to get out of there.
Get out quick, and hopefully they'll be able to see them do that. It's a bit of a dangerous situation. Some would say precarious, but both sides kind of coming out on top. You'll see a nice ultimate come out here for Jacob, trying to keep the damage going forward, doing just that. Finding massive impact will take out Shadow Edge. You don't need to do target acquisition when you can just hit everyone at the same exact time. You'll do just that. It's rid of a very pivotal player, but Intrepid says, no, we need that. You're not getting away with that one. Bring Shadow Edge back, but they'll be stuffed out just as quick. Jacob says, I don't need to be using aim hacks to get the job done. I'll do it by my own hands, and they did just that. Battle cleaned up swiftly by Southern Miss. Even a punch going through. A second one on top of it. This may not be Overwatch. We may be looking at a UFC.
You have a couple jabs coming in late, finish off some kills, confirm those final blows. And in the waning seconds, yet again, Southern Miss are going to creep over this line. There it is. Yep, 2 points on the board. The test not there in time, and Shadow Edge is going to fall early. Point goes down as well as an opportunity to snowball this.
This is a very big one. Intrepid even popping the Valkyrie to do so. None of it was enough. That is a huge misplay for them. Not unexpected, though. Any team would really feel desperate to try and just contend that one last time, but doesn't work out for them. Not the worst kind of decision, but a high ground fight being set in stone now for Southern Miss. They'll probably just leave one on the payload to get a little bit closer and just try to keep the fight early in the face of Butler Blue.
I might even do a 3-3 here to ensure you can get to this corner before Butler Blue can get set up on this high ground. No, nice sleep. Juice Box Hero wanted to force him off, but now just having to sleep off take a little nap up there up top.
That's a great way to do it. You see a nice boot getting a kill there for Intrepid, but it doesn't really last much longer as the minefield remove them, kind of trading that engagement. And as though Depression pops the Primal Rage, it doesn't really do that much because they also lose their life just as quick. Kill for kill, frag for frag, both teams really trading as equally as they can. As you'll see Shadow Edge find one, refrag back, another kill dropping for Bruce Cruz. They'll take 2 without losing their life. Finally, you see a possibility for them to engage in multiple directions. They do have that player advantage up, but a Pulse Bomb sent does not stick to its target, and a Diva Bomb will be sent instead. In the last few meters to this point, they have to stay alive. Butler Blue have done a good job so far, but they're losing this engagement as it goes onwards. A kill drops. You'll see a Deadeye being sent for Twint. It does fake out the Tracer player of Reflex, but beyond that, still losing the next 3 engagements as the 3 fights fall for them. Shadow Edge will dash through one to clear, tries to now fight off everybody, but gets antied in the process, just needs a little bit of HP off the top, and there it goes. Clean cut like the cut of your G. It's all over for him. Now just only the last few fragmented players of Butler Blue, but the tanks are buying just enough time for the rest to arrive.
Yeah, but now 3 players here to stagger. We got a nano boost on to Jacob. Jacob is going to burn through Zooey Mama's mech and the Pilot Diva. And despite Butler Blue trying, they just don't have any ults to work with. Maybe if they'd gotten Shadow Edge's Blade online a little bit sooner, they might have been able to do something with it. But in the end, Southern Miss are able to find all 3 points. It takes some overtime on all 3 objectives. Just when you think Butler Blue is going to hang on, Southern Miss are able to find just enough space to pick them apart, typically onto Butters. And it starts the dominoes of falling. Southern Miss get 3 points on the board, despite not having any time left. But hey, it's Escort, so it's they're guaranteed extra innings no matter what, assuming Butler Blue cap all 3 themselves.
We've said dominoes, we've said Legos, we've said puzzle pieces. How many more games can we possibly bring up here? And we also mentioned UFC. That's a game, technically speaking, I guess. But we've been mentioning a lot of games, mostly board games here in small things. But how many more do you think we can fill in here, Bullskunk?
That's just the game of life, Infernosis.
Oh,
just the game of
that's
life.
what it is. Sorry, not sorry.
I mean, yeah, that's how it works. You climb some ladders, you go down some chutes. Like that's just how life works. It has its ups and downs.
Yeah, from what we saw in that last engagement, we kind of get a clue of what's going to go on from here. And I do think there's a good chance for Butler Blue to sweep, though Southern Miss obviously had their difficulties on this first point, which was basically their only true difficulties. The rest of it was almost smooth sailing for them. The only hard part being their time bank that they didn't have much of because of their shortcomings on this first pit.
Well, and it was almost a Yahtzee there for Butler Blue, but just one dice wasn't quite in the right spot. One of the 6 just didn't go the way that Butler Blue needed it to. Are we stretching?
I think I've run out of board games, bro. You see the limitations of my childhood right there. I don't have as many board games to go with. I can just pull out Boggle. That boggles my mind here as we go to the next
There you
fight.
go. All right.
There we go. We're
All right.
segueing cleanly here, Bullskunk. But it has to keep going. The fight engages. Shadow Edge gets rid of Jacob. The DPS on DPS coming in favor now for Butler Blue. Jacob's going to have to sprint their way back into the fight. And unfortunately for them, Shadow Edge does not live as an anti goes forward and actually finds the kill. And Depression gets stunned for just a momentary lapse as he goes up to the high ground once again. But Southern Miss have been flushed away from it. Now fighting under the arch. Fight has to go forward. The Matrix trying to eat up the majority of what we're seeing Southern Miss dish out towards Butler Blue, but Butler just going to take a step back, resets the high ground, and try to fight a little bit slower here as they're worried about their HP pool and trying to set up a very confident assault.
Southern Miss take it back to the high ground. Butter's arc is coming up on this nano boost. This is going to be the engage here for Butler. It's ready to go. Depression's bio. They're going to wait out this purple, then nano Depression, and jump in and try to take care of Pasty. Pasty has one of their own. Who pulls the trigger on this first? It's going to be Butters.
Yeah, goes ahead with the nano, gets a huge boost to allow for assistance, but everyone's kind of just running away from Depression, making it difficult for him to do much. Pasty will eat the first kill to go towards their direction, but you'll also see a Primal finally be charged. Jacob's just trying to run away. Fear for the life. You've now dropped into the monkey's cage, and now you're facing the Wrath as he keeps diving constantly on top of you. Hits the lip, though. That's going to be very advantageous towards the player of Jacob as he gets away and is able to survive with that health pack. Now the fight on that point just completely stagnant for Butler as you overextend with your Winston, and now you don't have anyone to really contend on the point. Southern Miss able to hold on, but they are still bleeding slowly but surely, losing the player Reflex, and you'll see a nice blade come through. Shadow Edge can't get anything off of it. Jacob pops their ultimate, dishing out plethora as they take out more and more damage to the competition. Oppression trying to stay alive. The rest of their side not able to do so. Primal Rage expended now for Juicebox, and the Helix rocket sits the torso of Depression, felling them out and sending them to the afterlife, and Intrepid will be quick to follow.
Yeah, Butler Blue spent a lot in that fight, too. With a little over a minute 30 left on the clock. All they've got is a self-destruct now, making wholesale swaps all the way around everybody, but Intrepid Cash and Zooey Mama changing up the heroes. As we get the Sombra and Shadow Edge back onto this Echo. Had an excellent performance on the Echo earlier in the series. They need it right here, right now. Self-destruct out to start.
Very dangerous position. Oh my goodness, Sui Mama just popping in and finding massive impact, but a pulse bomb, not to be outdone. Reflex is still trying to be a part of this one, gets rid of two of their own. It gets Shadow Edge and the healer Butters out for the count. Who technically gets the better end? It's hard to tell until Intrepid can have something to say about it. Slams down one more, Depression swings into another, but loses the fight to Jacob. It's been a great job here for Southern Miss to keep themselves alive and on this point, but this Winston apparently is just too much to deal with as they're not able to drop his HP whatsoever. Being hacked up, trying to get a little bit of extra assistance. Twint tries to keep themselves alive, but slowly but surely Southern Miss are starting to return back into the engagement, and Butler are barely keeping themselves positive with a couple picks here and there. Two more dropping Butters with the last one in the juice box, finally getting rid of the Hammond. Intrepid and Shadow take and get rid of two more, and you may just be able to see them get the pip, and they'll do just that. But Southern Miss did a phenomenal job of buying just as much time as you saw Butler do previously.
A little deja vu here. I mean, this is exactly what we saw in Southern Miss's attack. Takes until the final waning seconds for Butler Blue to cap, and Shadow Edge. That Echo Swap, oh so good, oh so good. Makes me wonder why they didn't come out with that in the first place. Almost has dupe ready to go. They're going to have a rally alongside with it as well. So this is Butler Blue with all the tools they need to keep pushing through.
Quick engagement. Depression tries to go for the leap up. Gets a little bit of impact, but unfortunately gets stunned in the process. But Shadow Edge gets rid of Jacob. No real problem. You got Helix rockets. I got mini nades. They're stickies. No really big deal to worry about. Now drops down below. Avoids the Diva Bomb that's sent. It's Bruce's Goose's, though, and it doesn't really find anything. Pulse Bomb sent there for Reflex. It does get rid of Butters, but a very nice beam going forward for Shadow Edge, removing out and getting rid of that phenomenal Diva mech and cleaning the life up quickly afterwards. A phenomenal start for Butler Blue as they continue to push the payload.
Oh, and minimal ult usage. They didn't need hardly anything to do that. I think Depression dropped the mines, didn't see where they went out. But I mean, I was just eyes on Shadow Edge, just burning through, almost single-handedly controlling that high ground. Obviously with a little bit of help from the Wrecking Ball and the tanks. EMP out, that's going to find 4. It's huge.
Shadow Edge also duplicates over and actually turns into Diva in this position. There's no Winston to turn into. This is probably your best bet in the situation. Double Diva combo. Throw out the mech as well. Go ahead, Diva Bomb in the situation. It's now being sent. They'll just drop it straight on the ground. Will it find anything? Does not seem to do so. But their teammates find 2 in the process. A great start for them as Bruce Goose and Ryder died early. Now you're seeing Juicebox and Jacob go out for the count. And you'll find Reflex to go quickly afterwards. That was almost an even better middle stage there for Butler than Southern Miss. Though Southern Miss did get to make the return and actually contend in the last few moments.
Definitely better. Southern Miss took them until overtime to cap. Butler Blue had a little over a minute left on the clock. Shadow Edge, the self-destruct didn't find any kills, but it did clear all the mines off the objective. It allowed Butler Blue just to keep circling and finding the picks they needed. And now they're able to claim this kind of center pillar area. Depression up top with mines ready to go. Self-destruct at the ready for Zui Mama for this fight. Nothing online for Southern Miss.
Ooh, you can see the minefield being teased. You're so ready to see Depression pop it, but a Diva Bomb is sent here by Zui Mama. Sorry, remeching in the process. And we'll try to go for something here. Depression finally pops the minefield. This is on the actual ending payload section and tries to go for the slam, but thankfully the slam actually goes over the wall, saving Depression's life. Can get healed back up and go into the engagement. Reflex quick in the respawn, but now Jacob's gonna have to run their way back or maybe roll as they're playing the Cassidy. The quick hack going into Bruce Goose, now flushing them into a bad spot. They'll send their Diva Bomb kind of out of desperation, not desire. It doesn't find anything whatsoever. Shadow Edge gets rid of Juice Box. More players being hacked as Bruce Goose once again eating, and Twins coming up on that EMP. That may be all she wrote if it goes that way, but Jacob tags down 2. That's going to go the other direction. Twins still feels it necessary to pop the EMP as the rest of the team has to be able to get back into it, but Butters loses their life quickly, refragged back by Depression, but it's red in the feed now for Southern Miss as they're seeing red in their eyes, blood on their screen, and they're continuously dishing out the hurt, flushing Butler Blue back to their spots.
Oh, Jacob picking up those 2 kills. That was instrumental. Every kill oh so impactful when you're that close to the defender spawn, and Twint decides to go ahead and invest the EMP anyway. I think they're going to want that one back. That hurts. You want to start a fight with an EMP, not try to save one.
I didn't feel it was a very strong use of it. I felt like he was using it like counteractively, but there was really nothing else there. He lost too much early, and already this next fight is going poorly. They've lost Shadow Edge. Their mommy have to wait for that in the process. That's not what you want to have in this situation, though. Depression does have the minefield you can send. Pasty goes ahead and sends out the nano. Riot's gone here with the rally as well. Bruce Goose may be in a poor spot as they have that unfortunate Zenyatta orb on them as they're trying to keep themselves back. Discord not doing too much against them, but Dewey Mama felled quite instantaneously after the DMAC goes through, and it's just slow and systematic burn. Butler Blue have nobody that can keep alive, and that's going to be so hard for them as the last few seconds go. Can they even contend with a full player?
Yeah, they needed to reset as soon as Shadow Edge went down in that last fight. Beautiful kill by Pasty. 6 seconds on the clock. Shadow Edge has the dupe, and there is a Winston online this time. I expect that that duplicate to start things off. There it is.
Quick push. Depression goes to the back line. Unfortunately, though, he's already lost 2 teammates, and Intrepid and Butters. There's no healing line for Butler. They're not going to make it if they don't have something to assist. They lose yet another one. Twins out for the count. Depression dies. Bull Skunk, I think this will be all she wrote. Southern Miss will hold on barely after Butler Blue barreled their way through that middle stage. They could not contend in this last section, and Southern Miss will find it. Is this the possibility here of a full reverse sweep, Bull Skunk?
Absolutely is. It absolutely is. Momentum completely in Southern Miss's favor. Doing it on Hanamura where they had their set strategy, their map pick. Okay, you give that to them. But coming into Dorado where it was Butler's map pick and they beat the Bulldogs kind of on their turf, this is a huge swing. A big defense from Eagle Esports. They're on point C. And I mean, that was everybody stepping up. Pasty really stood out to me on that Ana. Got not only getting some wonderful bio nades and getting that nano boost up in good time, but even getting themselves into the kill feed. Very impactful kill on the Shadow Edge in that second to last fight. This is absolutely, wind at the back of Southern Miss right now.
Yeah, this is a moment where Southern Miss are going to be looking back on saying, hey, they took their 2, we get our 2. We took our points. That's all we need to do at this moment. They played safe, they played strong, and when things started to get a little bit scary towards the last stage in that playload section, they say, hey, we know what we need to do, and we can do it quite quickly. They lose the first fight. They try to push too early to try and deny that second pip. No real use in doing so. Same thing that Butler tried to do, and they had failed as well. But at least when Butler did it, they just didn't really make it back. They didn't really full send and actually use ultimates to do so. You have. So it was a bit worrisome for you, but instead, not a huge deal for you. You hold on, and that's exactly what you needed to do so. However, before we jump into map 3, we're going to need a quick break to do so. So make sure to stay tuned for more NECC action. Who is going to come out the victor? Well, you'll just stay tuned to see. See you guys in a minute.
It all comes down to map 5 here in our semifinals in the Challengers division. Butler won the opening 2 maps, but the Bulldogs have faltered since, and the winds have turned. Southern Miss Eagles have brought it back, winning 2 maps in a row, and now we're headed to map 5. But interestingly enough, we're headed to a hybrid map from map 5. Numbani banned out by the Eagles, and the Bulldogs have chosen Hollywood.
Well, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how that one goes. Obviously, we had an easy start there for Butlers. They took 2, even when you see, losers pick for the second map. They do get their own bans, but it's still losers pick for the second map. They still take it, but they found no success since then. And I think it's probably because Southern Miss have been riding off the high that is their success in map 3, and now going through map 4 in very good fashion. Well, I think I'm going to have to say it here, Bull Skunk. The goose is loose, and Bruce Goose has been spectacular in all of their decision making, their dives. You've seen the same thing with Juicebox, whether it's the Hammond or the Winston. You've seen them play spectacularly on that front line, which has allowed for Jacob and Reflex to kind of pop off in a lot of their own ways. One of the things we noticed very early on in those first 2 maps was Butters actually picking up a lot of the slack for the Butler side, getting a ton of DPS and kills down when they're playing Net Baptiste, and we haven't really seen them be as pivotal recently, and it's been the total opposite for Southern Miss, with Riot picking up a lot of the slack across the board and finding a lot of impact.
I like the Goose is loose. It's kind of an old owl throwback. I can appreciate it. Bruce Goose has definitely been outstanding, instrumental, in fact, to the success of the Southern Miss team. It is sticking with that diva that we've seen them perform on so well throughout the day. No side change. Southern Miss on the attack once again to try to start things off. They pick out Depression, who was hiding behind the corner. Bruce Goose eats a bio nade. They're gonna have to wait it out.
Well, get a little bit of tag damage off, try to charge some of those ultimates. You can already see Southern Miss taking the back staircase. They're now going to put some pressure on this chokehold up top and try to flush down Butler from the high ground, and they've done a fairly good job of doing so, but now you're going to see Butler say, hey, we're going back up. Depression leaping back upwards. Zooey Mama trying to contend as well. The bubble getting destroyed quite quickly, though, and then you'll see Southern Miss do the exact opposite. They'll head on over to the terrace, get rid of one, looking for an opportunity, but they lose one of the process. Juicebox hero there, Winston, is out for the count, and they've been demeched for Bruce Goose. The Goose has been felled. And now you'll see Southern Miss need to do a complete another restep as they've lost 4 and now make it 5. It's just Jacob, and they're hunting for thieving to find that last, and they'll do just that.
Yeah, it looks like Butler's having Goose for lunch, I'm afraid. Butters did a fantastic job at that one. Not only gets the nano up first, which is going to help with this second engagement, but gets a wonderful sleep on to Pasty during that fight, denying the healing to Jukebox Hero, allows him to burn down the tanks, and then Butler Blue win it from there. Nano boost out onto Depression.
It's a great start to go through. They try to keep the bubble down. Unfortunately, Depression gets stuck inside of the opposition's bubble, but will go ahead and Primal Rage to keep themselves engaged. Jacob will go for the Deadeye. You also hear it looking for any possibility, but there's nothing there for him as Depression just kind of took that step away, not wanting to get in. Bruce Goose takes control of the high ground, needs to still worry about that high ground for the diner area, but nothing too big to worry about as Shadow Edge is very low in the process from Bruce Goose's chase with the fight on the payload and typically engaging in a great way as both bubbles being engaged, none being available, and that does not allow for Butters to have any sort of cover as Bruce Goose sends the Diva Bomb. It finds Impact Tracer being sent. Shadow Edge goes for the duplication into the Winston. Now the Double Monkey play available. Primal Rage sits, slap, but he'll get right back up. Not the worst case scenario, but Shadow Edge is quite low in the process. You see Zooey Mama being felled by a Primal Rage. Juicebox Hero fight going on the point. A nice sticky being sent into the body of Pasty. Removes them quite quickly, but you also see your mainline tank of Depression being removed just as swiftly. Intrepid, no healer now available on the board. Butters trying to keep themselves together. Shadow Edge in a fight with a player of Reflex, but wins both and takes out Jacob as well, but it does not matter. Southern Miss stick to the point, stick to the hunches, and find themselves the payload objective and get rid of Shadow Edge in the back line.
Yeah, and Shadow Edge is going to spawn all the way back in the movie studio. This is going to be a long fly back for the Echo. One for self-destruct. Goose is going to win that fight. Takes out Butters early with a well-played self-destruct over Cafe. And then it's just heal difference from there. Juicebox Hero heading up to the high ground. Just going to help Pasty to build up a little bit more towards their nano boost. As you see, look at all that healing. Look at all that ult charge gained for the Ana. We'll get a nano engaged, probably to be the real thing to start this off. Oh, but Pasty just takes Depression out. Okay, there you go.
Hopefully this will be enough to get them going. Now stuck in an elevator. Brewski's waiting for the opportunity. Booped right off. Go ahead and save it. Will also send their own bomb in the process. It's just laying on top, though. There's really nowhere nearby. It almost seems like a necessity and not actually what they wanted to do in the process. But you'll also see the aerial play of Shadow Edge be snuffed out by Reflex, the Tracer, to get the job done. And you'll also have yourself Halo moving quite swiftly with 3, now 2, now 1 players moving it forward. Now none. I don't know what exactly they're doing, but they're taking their time with it. I'm not sure if Butler is... They'll have plenty of time to make it, but I'm not sure what they're going to piece together. It'll be sent with the bomb first, but you'll see a Deadeye be sent as well. The bomb finds impact here. This was an unexpected result. Pasty in the back line out. Shadow Edge beams down Jacob. A fight for the Winstons engaging. You'll see the Primal Rage be bought by Juicebox. Depression is one of their own, but it's not a necessity because Zooey Mama and Shadow Edge are too much to contend with as they'll each find one of their own. Shadow Edge taken out by the D-Mex Diva, but Bruce quickly punched down. And it's a bit too much. No monkey business around here. Southern Miss are stopped quite emphatically.
That was a nice re-engage after Butler Blue kind of got forced off the initial high ground at the beginning of the Streets phase because they weren't at a full 6 because of that stagger. They come back in. The self-destruct takes out Pasty, and it's the exact same thing going the other way that we saw on point A, but this time in Butler Blue's favor. You get Pasty out, who is holding the Nano. The whole thing just falls apart. Nano engaged this time, though. Onto the high ground goes both of our Winstons.
Ooh, quick engagement, Depression. Nanoed up. Got a lot of assistance for it as well. Comboing in with Shadow Edge. They'll find 3 together. Now looking to take out Bruce Goose. The Goose is loose and trying to find impact, but unfortunately there's not much to be had as they're demeched and dropped down to the ground floor trying to get cleaned up, but no one's really going for it just yet until they toy with them a little bit, drop them into the saloon, and kick them for the drink. Maybe need to be sent back home after that one. And Southern Miss are stopped once again.
And when Southern Miss are successful, Bruce Goose is able to control Shadow Edge on the Echo. That was another key component other than getting the kill on the Butters on point A, is we saw Goose just marking Edge everywhere Shadow Edge went. This time, Bruce Goose goes in on the assault with Juicebox Hero, and the Echo runs rampant. They've got to keep Shadow Edge under control, who's just duped the Winston.
Now, this is a bad spot to be in right now if you're Southern Miss. The ultimates are too much to contend with. Shadow Edge now finally popping the Primal Rage. Goes in, is swinging constantly into Jacob, traps him in the underground, and that's exactly where you need them, though the stun will go forward. It doesn't seem to be a huge deal for them. Depression on, the payload fighting. Jacob is still alive and has popped the Deadeye, looking to keep them off of him just a little bit of breathing room to keep that away from their neck as he was tightening closer and closer, but an engagement on the high ground. Bruce Goose hunting Shadow Edge, but Reflex with the player to actually find the impact. Twint goes for the Deadeye as well. This one finds none. Only a bit of tag damage on the shields placed down below. Seemingly red in the feed as yet another will fall. It was first going to be Bruce Goose, second now is Reflex, and another to Bruce Goose's favor as Riot cleans up house swinging and gets their doppelganger Brigitte to the opposing side, and Southern Miss will get the second pick.
That was all Reflex. Reflex comes in and takes out both supports at the snap of a finger. One gets pulse bomb, the other gets one clipped, and Reflex goes on to find 2 more picks after that. A 4K for Reflex in that fight. Huge, bringing Southern Miss down out of the deficit. Applause all around for Reflex on that one. Big plays on the Tracer.
And it's only what you would expect. I mean, when you're talking about what they're capable of doing, the DPS in this game have been, what's the term you use, instrumental towards success, and I think that's that fabulous way to put it. Shadow Edge has been so scary in map 1 and 2. Re-showing back up here in this one has also been just as scary. Jacob and Reflex have been the 2 top DPS in the last 2 maps previously to this one, and they're contending as much as they were before, and it's just a massive scare factor for both sides. Wherever these DPS are, you got to burn them quick. You got to get better target acquisition because it's not happening just yet, but the fight on the payload is Twint will find one, but you do see Zooey Mama demeched and killed in the process. Then you see the Winston, the opposing side of Southern Miss, take out one more, and it's all red in the feed once again, leaving just your lonesome Anna Butters in the high ground, and they're being toyed with slowly but surely, and Juicebox goes for the melee kill.
Good patience from Southern Miss on that. Butler Blue tried to proactively engage. Typically a great move, but Southern Miss are able to survive it and counter it back, and now they've got ults to take this thing home.
It's just a slow burn, trying to get these last few players down. You will see a stun go forward. Jacob, Riot each find one of their own. Pasty will lose the fight, but the rest of the kill feed is all red, and it's going to go that way for a while, right? With the rally, takes one more, and Depression with a switch to Ham, it does not seem to make the difference they needed. 23 seconds on the clock. It's not the worst time bank, but it's not the best, but they make it all the way.
Hey, they've got time. That's the important part here. If obviously things go down into overtime and then Butler Blue cap with more than a minute, Southern Miss don't get a chance to attack again, and the best they can hope for is a draw. Those precious 23 seconds ensure that they will get attacked should we go into extra innings. But first things first, Butler Blue have to complete this map. Southern Miss have been on an absolute roll and really kind of starting to find their stride. With Shadow Edge is able to go ham and find room to work, Butler Blue have success, but Bruce Goose for the most part has done a really good job of keeping Shadow Edge in check, and Reflex really coming into their own. I feel like we haven't said Reflex's name a whole lot today, but man, Reflex impressed me on that last one.
I want to point out that last map when you're talking about pushing that payload, the most scary factor there for Butler's attack was the fact that when you're looking at them go forward, they struggled in that first point and they struggled on the last. They struggle in some very open spaces when there's tight corners to work through, like that first pip and also like that third pip when they're in that streets phase where it's just really open ground and some nice high ground to work with. Butler pushed through very quickly, even faster than Southern Miss had, and they were on a roll for it. And I think that's only going to continue. This middle stage here is quite open. There's a lot of open air, and yes, there are some corners you have to work around towards the latter half of it, especially in that third pip section where you have to fight inside the building. And there's going to be some worries, but overall, they have to get through to the hybrid first, get this control point, and find out what works.
I mean, there's a lot of similarities in design between this and Dorado, which, following that logic, means Southern Miss need a good hold here because Butler Blue are likely to push through point B rather quickly. As they're going to go ahead and make some swaps. They read the double shield composition, going over to the Sombra May. I mean, just pulling out the brawl, trying to close this gap. They're going to try to rotate left and force Southern Miss off the high ground. That's step number one. Step number two, they can't let them set up on top of Cafe.
They're teasing to go through security as well, but they'll eventually work their way around, go up staircase, and flush them out just like you were talking about. Just kind of a bait and switch in that direction, and they'll get them off quite cleanly, but you'll see Southern Miss just rotate back over. They'll go into the patio side, and they'll be able to, I guess, try to dish some damage off, but a fabulous ice wall being placed. That cuts that sight line in half, and that's going to give the first kill over to Butler as they take out one. Resurrection does go through, but now they get Sigma. They've taken even further. Southern Miss bleeding at every edge, and now it's a crippling, festering wound as Butler Blue have split this objective wide open and split the skulls of Riot as Depression swings with that hammer. A fabulous take, and Butler was insurmountable in that hole.
Somehow Pasty ends up on the low ground. I don't know if Intrepid Cash managed to get a boop. I didn't see the Lucio up there because of the Maywall that was there. Perhaps the Maywall itself kind of forced Pasty off. Either way, that meant Depression was able to go in and batter down the Baptiste. And while the res is going on, then Zooey Mama goes down on the Sigma. Bruce Goose went down on the Sigma. So that was Butler Blue, very clean. Now they've already lost one here though.
They get another frag, though. It's not the biggest loss for them, and their respawn's fairly close. It's not the worst thing in the world. They just kind of need to contend. Rockets being sent, but the ice wall separates. It's a bit of a teamwork misplay right there, but now the May wall being placed for Shadow Edge completely separates that frontline tank, and unfortunately for them, Juicebox will pay the price accordingly. Deadeye is being sent. It will actually take Intrepid in the process. The Blizzard is also being utilized. This one will stop Reflex in their tracks and snuff them out just as quick, and while you will lose your Reinhardt front main, they can charge their way back into this one because you've cleaned out the rest of Southern Miss, and now you're both playing for essentially the last engagement for the second pip ends.
Triple Cash is not allowed to play the game. I mean, typically taking out the Lucio is a great bet in these Reinhardt compositions, but Butler Blue are able to counter back. They get the kill on Juicebox. Great Blizzard. Boom. It's all she wrote. Now EMP online for Twin.
Wow, big speed coming in for Southern Miss. They want to get more than one engagement, but a fabulous EMP is sent. Woo! And Zooey with a Diva Bomb to find 4. An absolutely spectacular play, and Butler lose none in the process. There is nothing that Southern Miss could do. A combination that is out of my mind insane. The EMP with the Diva Bomb caught them completely off guard, and it will clean up, and we're heading into the last stage.
Yep, EMP self-destruct. What a wombo combo. Love to see it. Classic, if you would. Depression has Shatter, looking to open this thing up strong. Big time bank right now.
Now, there's 4.5 minutes they have to work with. You'll see an application matrix being placed by Pasty. Depression goes for the rear flank, but the Shatter gets blocked very successfully by Juicebox, and they'll have their own Shatter coming up quickly if they choose to expend it. Bruce Goose has that bomb coming up as well, but it is going to be just normally killed off as the last few are snuffed out. Jacob finds 2. You will see Riot take one of their own, and now there's 4 ultimates, almost 5 available for Southern Miss. We're going to bring up board games once again. It looks like the ult economy is a monopoly in favor of Southern Miss. Pasty's the only one without one.
Aha! I see what you did
Ah.
there. Nice little throwback there. Reconnect us to map 4. All right. Self-destruct out into the back. Depression.
Oh, great flick.
Nice little flick. Block a lot of that damage and gets the block onto the shatter. Intrepid Cash is caught out though. Cannot die. Has that sound barrier. Butler.
That would have been a great opportunity for Juicebox to pop that a little earlier, but they don't. Now the Blizzard does go down. Reflex, massive impact with that one. Freeze is down 2. Freeze down the 3rd as well onto the player of Zui Mama. Now being demech'd, and they're just toying with them. They don't want to give them any charge to get that mech back into Stray, but they also don't necessarily need to kill them just yet. Force them to return back into spawn and work there instead, and Zui Mama will do exactly that. Heal themselves back up and then have to re-engage and get some DPS down to get that mech back up. No, they'll just re-choose. They're saying forego the ultimate charge we already had. We need to be in this fight. There's 3.5 minutes left. Just go ahead and contend. Plenty of time to recharge. Blizzard being sent. There is an immortality field, but it is eaten like you say, and that's going to be a massive failure of the player of Shadow Edge. A great boon for Bruce Goose, and it's red in the feed as they'll find 2. Intrepid as the Lucio will handle what they need to do, but I think that may just be all she wrote for this first push again for Butler Blue.
Bruce Goose does it again. Taking out maybe the most important ultimate, aside from the EMP. The second most important ultimate at Butler Blue's arsenal, just completely wiped off the table for Bruce Goose. Twin in the back, EMP finds 3.
Ooh, big impact will already instantly cleanse Juicebox of their life. Maybe a juice cleanse, as you would like to say, and they'll find even more on top of it. 3 more quickly taken out. Reflex, Jacob, and Pacey, the only one's really up close, and the ice is not going to last for much longer. It thaws out, and so does the life of Reflex. An easy cleanup for them, but Southern Miss have to come back to redefend.
All in all, took some good time off the clock. Southern Miss do have some ults to work with. They're coming up on quite a few, almost all 6 as a matter of fact. Depression gets way ahead of the rest of the team and gets taken out early. A big mistake. This is going to be a free shatter for Juicebox.
Why are you overextending Depression? I don't really understand that. When there and the shatter does indeed go down, it finds a huge impact forward. A quick rocket barrage to take out 2, and you'll have more opportunity forward. And they're just going to continue to tease and toy with Zui Mama demech'd, and they're not giving anything. They're eating it up, not allowing them to charge, and it will be another failed push by Butler, but they do still have 2 ultimates to work with. They have the Blizzard, they have their Shatter. Nothing really there to combo with just yet, though.
Look at everything online for the defense of the Eagles. Southern Miss have a war chest at their disposal. It's going to be Blizzard versus Blizzard, I think, to start this off. Jacob with a Deadeye, just trying to buy a little bit of space, zone him off. Wasn't really looking for kills with this. It's Reflex's Blizzard, and Intrepid Cash has no sound barrier where Riot does.
Ooh, and Matrix goes down. Diva Bomb is sent, but it does not seem to do too much. Reflex with a double pip finds the head of 2 and removes Depression and Shadow Edge. Now a 3rd takes out Butters. It's a knife through butter, as some would say. Clean and quick removes out, and that is a completely snuffed out push for Butler.
Oh my goodness, it was a knife made of ice. Shadow Edge with 2 headshots and a 3rd kill all through the Ant Matrix. Nasty. That was just disgusting.
I love May. I love seeing that go through, but wow, I do believe people call her the devil for a reason. We're seeing that through and through. Quick play forward. They're not able to eat up the Blizzard, and it's going to be massively impactful for them, but it's not going to do enough just yet. No real kills. They'll pop an Ant Matrix. Now everything's going to start favoring the side of Butler Blue if they can stay on the opposing side, but unfortunately they lose Twint. DPS down. Jacob's the one who finds the kill. That's not going to be allowed to charge. The EMP may not be up in time if they're not very careful with it. Depression now goes down as well. They've lost their front line, but they'll get rid of the front line of Southern Miss. Quick Maywall sent. Reflex trying in a freeze battle against the opposition of Shadow Edge, but Shadow Edge comes out on top. No right click for you, and they're continuing to dish out the damage where necessary. They found a massive streak of kills, a flurry on the board, and it's just up to them to find the last few remaining players, as you do see Bruce on the side, frozen, cleaned up quickly, trying to get the last few meters, 2 of them available, but there's not much time on the board, 15 seconds. They've got to clear off the pit, but they're respawning too quickly as an immortality field is popped and cleaned, but it keeps them alive for just a little bit longer. EMP sent. That may be all she wrote if it's able to do much, but it only gets 3 in the process. Still lasts for pretty long. Gets 1 more. Bruce Goose saves the day to get 1 more on top of it, and Jacob will find 1 more again.
No way.
This is going to be saved. Southern Miss staggering the spawns enough, but Butler made the return. Zui Mama is back into this one. Oh my goodness, what is going on at this point, Bull Skunk?
Southern Miss almost stopped that. That was Zui Mama comes through in the clutch with that gravitic flux. Had a great fight the fight before. everything started off so good for Southern Miss on that. I mean, that was a very drawn out. We'll call that 2 different fights that we just saw there. It's Zui Mama steps up and fills in the gap and is able to put in a ton of damage on the first part of that fight as the car is just entering into that final trailer area. That is enough to build up that gravitic flux. Bruce Goose had a huge eat on yet another blizzard. That's 2 eaten in this map for Bruce Goose. I thought that was going to do it. I thought Butler Blue were just going home and getting reverse swept, but they managed to muscle it out. There was a moment there where he flex out on that tracer, gets a couple picks. There was a moment there I thought Southern Miss were going to stop that thing. That was absolutely just nutty.
I was right there behind you.
Crazy fight at the end of that. Zui Mama coming in huge. Shadow Edge getting quite a few picks there on the May in that the first part of that fight as well.
I was just shocked. Our camera view we don't get to see down that long hall they have to push through, so we just don't know how close Butler was. But thankfully, like you said, Zui Mama filling that gap and doing exceptionally well, finding a lot of impact with damage. But we're back onto the first point here. The payload phase won't be as important unless both teams happen to find. Then it's really important to see who can go the furthest distance. Only 23 seconds separating these two teams, and Southern Miss hold on to the high ground.
This is feeling very drawable here in Infernos. This is feeling very drawable, I'm afraid. But both teams did fairly well on point A on their initial attack. But we're going to see the Reinhardt matchup. Butler Blue taken to the high ground. 40 seconds on the clock now as the Reinhardts go shield to shield.
Oh, trying to charge into each other does not matter. Jacob comes out on top, takes out Twint. Now you've lost the DPS, and Shadow Edge is on 1 HP. Barely survives that initial engagement. The ice wall separating the distance. You're just trying to get some more hurt out, but the shield for Depression is already broken. There's nothing to stop. The ice wall keeps them in there for a little bit longer. It's a fatal funnel, and though Juicebox will find one more on top of it, Butler have a chance to maybe try to get their Gravado up and trying to escape, but they are being slowly but surely cleaned off where they can. But Depression sneaks up, but the Shatter takes one, but Juicebox goes ahead and charges into the healer of Butters. They're on site trying to swing away, but Depression will be cut away as his life fades away in the process, and you will not see Butler find any sort of impact. That is going to be all she wrote for their attempted push, and Southern Miss will have their chance instead to contend.
Yeah, this is feeling really drawable.
Absolutely. I'm very worried, actually.
We might be going to a map 6. I mean, it was a good try there. Juicebox Hero comes in with a big shatter, but there's just nobody left to follow up on it. It's Riot, I believe it was Riot who was on the Baptiste, right? Or excuse me, no, it was the other side.
It was Butters.
It was Butler Blue who lose their Baptiste early to the charge from Juicebox Hero. That's I'll get my wires straight here for a second.
Figure it out.
Give me. But after that, there's just not enough sustain. You don't have the immortality field. You don't have the heals, and it's Southern Miss able to put the pressure down. Depression just can't do a whole lot without the Baptiste there to keep him alive, and that was a huge priority pick from Juicebox Hero. Full send, gets the glory, gets the pick. Southern Miss, well done. Now they only need 33%, and they will complete the reverse sweep.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be very interesting. I'm both hoping and not hoping for the map 6 if we have it a tie here. I am very torn. I would love the reverse sweep. I think that would be a great and fabulous finish to this one. Everything that Southern Miss could not piece together in map 1 and map 2, they have done so here in map 3, 4, and are looking to clean up where it matters the most in map 5. Will we see BO5 or we see that best of 6? It's a little bit too hard to tell here, Bull Skunk, but goodness gracious, it's been a fabulous game to watch.
Yeah, that's why we just go with a first of 3. First of 3, it doesn't matter how many matches you have played. First of 3 is always true. But one thing it's been a joy to watch has been Shadow Edge's Echo, and they are back on it. This has been a very successful thing for Shadow Edge. Oh, a huge bio nade. That is nuts.
The TP onto the side as well. Keep in mind the extra 20 seconds may be enough for Southern Miss to lose an engagement and keep back into it. They're able to find a little bit of impact, but unfortunately the rest will fall. Southern Miss lose the first fight. They need to go for the reset. They'll do just that. Just die at this point. Reflex. Stop buying time. Maybe get your ultimate up another time for the next fight. They'll respawn and have time to re-contend, and it's exactly what they need.
I mean, that's Shadow Edge. Big 4K. Butters with a big bio nade. Reads the teleport beautifully and just tosses the bio nade right on top. Everybody's purple. Shadow Edge is just free to rain hell from above, and both of them are already well on their way to an ultimate. 26 seconds left. Southern Miss have one opportunity to do this, and they have nothing to work with as far as ultimates are concerned.
Yeah, Jacob switches as well. No longer on that T-piece metro, all the way back over to the Cassidy now. There's plenty of opportunities. They've got full control over the high ground. They do have to worry about the Brigitte on the opposing side. Twint is low, though. Almost loses that fight. They're dropping off on the high ground. Shadow Edge in the air, trying to find impact. Get some damage down. Get stunned, though. Cleaned up quick. That might be all she wrote if they're able to get something off it, but the deadline finds two, and Depression found one of their own. A massive comeback now for Butler, and they also have the Primal Rage to work with. There's so much available for them, and Southern Miss have bled everything dry. Shatter is sit. It finds impact on top of it, and Anti to go through, but it's going to be on the side of Butler Blue. They're continuously dishing out the hurts, and everyone is forced to funnel in, not able to make it to the point as the Primal Rage pushes and pulls away. It is a draw, Bullskunk. You could not be more accurate.
We're headed to map 6.
Goodness gracious.
This one will be in control. So this is as far as it goes. There's the buck stops here. Man, what an insane map. I mean, what an insane back and forth. Both off takes did a fantastic job. This is the EMP self-destruct combo there. Gorgeous stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This one's going the distance, friends. Like we're going all the way. If it's going to be reverse sweep, it's going to be a full, just total long version reverse sweep. Oh my goodness. I can't wait to see what happens. I can't wait to see where we're going.
Well, unfortunately, with this, no matter what, we are guaranteeing that there is no interview after this game. So unfortunately, no matter who wins, we can't really ask him any big questions. I will take the blame and send it immediately over towards Nuclear because he asked a billion questions apparently before in the last one. We'll just blame him for the time constraints. We'll just go with that. He'll have to face that punishment. Yeah, it is apparently we're being told it's a 20-minute interview. So we needed that extra time apparently because the next game has to start at latest at 8:30. So this next map is going to be very time constrained. Maybe one of these teams just cleans up and shows up and just does the best thing ever and just instantly sweeps everywhere. Maybe not.
No.
Who knows?
I don't think so. I mean, first control was really close on Elias. Went all the way, all 3 rounds. And I mean, these teams have just been neck and neck. Time aside, I mean, just as far as competitive integrity, this has been insane. And I expect map 6 to be just as close as the rest of the series has been. I mean, obviously it's possible, but it would shock me if we just get 2 100-0s and finish this one out quick. It would really shock me.
Yeah, this game has been much too close to give any sort of nod to that either. And I can't even give a nod to like one team or the other. You go into the break after map 2, I'm like, well, I mean, Butler will probably take this, right? It's not a big deal. And then they didn't. And the way that they did it was in a very dominant fashion, right? It was an insane map for them. And then he into the 4th map and they weren't able to do it, right? Slow mistakes, things that don't work out, and you're seeing Southern Miss make the return now. And at this point, it may just be a kick in the jaw to have them not reverse sweep it, but it may just be a kick in the jaw as well to have Butler just come back and play like they did at map 1 and 2. I don't know where that went, and I also don't want to say it's gone anywhere. I just think Southern Miss have finally showed up and started to contend. This is the team that we know throughout the season and seasons prior. And it's anyone's game. I literally can't give the nod to one team or the other. I'm just pure excited. My heart is pumping. The adrenaline is rushing through my veins.
It's when we've seen Butler been able to use double shield is when we've seen them at their best. Mm-hmm. That's and Eagle Esports that they do really good on the 6-man. But if Bruce Goose has the room to work on Shadow Edge's Echo, and that is the double shield typically with the Echo in there. That's where I feel like Butler Blue shined the most. If Bruce Goose can keep Shadow Edge in check, I mean, I think the Eagles have got this. I'm very curious where we end up going. The maps are going to dictate so much on what compositions these teams are able to run, and teams have looked very strong in their own set of comps. If we go to something that the Southern Miss Eagles can play brawl on, I think they might have the edge here.
I want to bring back as well what we saw previously. We saw a really good performance from them when we were able to see Twint not trying to play the Sombra with the hack, though the Sombra has been very successful for them. We've seen a couple 4-man and 5-man EMPs that did go through. I did think that they were just a little bit better when they were rocking that Hanzo and Ashe combo for that really large amount of DPS they were bringing to the table. It was a lot of DPS that you didn't see the Southern Miss side really able to contend with in a lot of ways. And if you aren't bringing that one, seeing Twint come over to the Ashe and having the Echo in play. And that's something that Shadow Edge has always been strong on. We've seen that the entire game, the Echo be spectacular, but take a note as well. We saw the echo in that last map. We saw the echo in the map before, and it wasn't enough to save Butler. The hero player has started to not be able to pull out the miracles. He's been stopped at all points, and it has been a fabulous return here for the Southern Miss side. The question and all the variables adding up, how are they going to adapt? Southern Miss have found that number to keep themselves alive, and in this game, can Butler turn this back around and start to get and put a damper on that momentum?
I mean, they're gonna have to. There's no other choice now, and I can't imagine which one would hurt more, to be honest, or even which one would feel more victorious, for that matter. Whether you lose two and then draw one and then come back and stop that reverse sweep, or if you're Eagle Esports and Southern Miss are able to complete the reverse sweep. I don't know which one would feel more victorious. But we have got our map choice here. It is, I believe it was Butler's map pick again after the draw, and
it's the one that doesn't get banned.
Okay.
Interesting.
So it was a map that got banned in the original when they picked Ilios in the beginning. Your teams go back and forth to ban some maps. So it was one that got banned early. So hey, either way, we're headed to beautiful sunny Iraq.
Oasis is the map choice. Now the question here is, will we see anyone get killed by a car? It almost never happens. And I really want it to happen one of these days. I've seen it one time ever, and it was so much fun to see. But it probably won't happen. We'll see. Some teams like to stagger themselves in the spawn. You'll see a quick rush be able for Southern Miss. No team is rocking the TB to get closer to get to the high ground as well. This is just going to be up to their individual DPS to do so. And both teams are rocking that Diva and Winston combination to give themselves that frontline advantage by going forward. But you will see Butler take the high ground for the whole squad and then send their tanks downwards to fight on the front lines. They'll do that quickly. The bubble does separate the distance. Jacob is the first to find a kill. He decimates the player of Depression as they had leaped away from their healers. Intrepid was not able to make their return back into this one, and more stuns going down. Massive success here for the side of Southern Miss as they'll also DMX Sui Mama, and they just need to systematically and methodically spray down the last few remaining players. They'll do it just as quick. First point dropping in favor of Southern Miss.
Yeah, this is two very different styles of playing. Winston Diva, Southern Miss are kind of in a dive poke hybrid. Butler Blue, this is a pure rush comp like we saw earlier. This is 6-man with Shadow Edge on the Echo, so it's kind of a variation on the 6-man. It's where you might normally see the Reaper. But Butler Blue have to focus fire. They have to rush a target and everybody kill that same target. If they fail to do that, Southern Miss are going to come out on top. Southern Miss have the advantage right now. They're going to nano engage here, and that could be Cash and Butters. It might be in a lot of trouble.
Hopefully those go forward. Juicebox playing aggressively up front. We will see a boost go forward. An attempted sleep does not really find the impact, and Juicebox gets hacked in the process. Now needs to contend, has the primal rage if necessary, but doesn't seem to be a requirement as of the current moment, as they'll take and get rid of 2, stopping Twit from dropping down below. Will clean up the kill. Extra ult charge is always something nice to add to your pocket, and a nice and easy fight for Southern Miss.
Southern Miss just a great composition choice here. They guessed beautifully, and everybody is pretty difficult to rush down. There's nobody for Butler Blue to really isolate, nobody for them to that's slow enough for them to get on top of. Riot doing a great job of protecting Tasty here. Jacob doing the same. Butler heading to the high ground. Manual hack out onto Jacob.
Quick engagement. Primal Rage pop by Juicebox. Has to jump back up to the high ground hack as well. EMP has found 3, and then they're able to also remove 1 with a Coalescence into Jacob. Now it's the beam to find impact. Shadow Edge is trying to get some extra level of assistance to his team, but it's not really going that well for them, as you will see Juicebox find 1, and Bruce Goose finding 1 of their own. D-Max now, as he throws the bomb, has to hop back inside. Now in an engagement, they stop the boom! Not able to go down. No HP bonus to Intrepid. A wasted ultimate in top, and Shadow Edge just used that duplicate over to the Diva, gets removed, now has the opportunity to be killed as he's still down low and cannot make the great escape. A held point now for Southern Miss. It's only 1 player left. Sui Mama needs to be demexed. Will do just that now, just to clean up. 99% for the rest of Butler Blue has made their way back to the point, and the fight will continue onward, but it's a trickle-down play, and much like trickle-down economics, it is, I guess, hit or miss in a lot of ways if you want to go about it in that direction, but Twins trying to get that ultimate back up. 40% now, up to 50, trying to hopefully assist the team in any way, but Juicebox with the Primal Rage keeps them at bay, and Reflex will find the kill into Depression, removing that tank line. Unfortunately, Juicebox puts 1 back into the point to contend, and everyone is slowly dying. Shadow Edge gets a beam kill down. Juicebox finds another. Bull Skunk, it is, how are they still fighting this one at this point?
This is a very stally map, but Southern Miss are in control and have been in control this entire time. This final fight started off so good for Butler, getting that opening kill onto Pasty. That was exactly what they needed to do, but losing the sound barrier, that was the time, that was the turntables right there. Reflex coming in big yet again, and Southern Miss do indeed 100-0 City Center. That was dominant.
Oh my goodness, here, Bull Skunk. That is a great start as well. Southern Miss, there was no glimpse of success for Butler Blue. And for a map that's as wide as that section is there, the question now is going to become, how do you contend? There is some closer high ground that you can play in this next section. Some teams do like to play up on top, but this is a very brawl-heavy side. You can see both sides opting for that Reinhardt. The maze will also come through. The only real difference between these sides now is going to be Twint and Jacob. You'll see the Cassidy, and you'll see the Symmetra to TP closer. This is not a poor decision. It's going to allow for them to fight on the point itself and fight on their section of the point and put the brawl up to them first.
I don't expect Twint to stick with this. I think this is just going to get him out of spawn. They might, but you don't typically see the sim. Yeah, there we go. It's going to be a Reaper swap as Twint comes out with Hellfire shotguns in hand. 2 Maze on the battlefield. That's the only difference between these two squads. Here go Reinhardt, hammer to hammer.
Fighting very close. The immortality field will be removed. It's placed in a good spot. Both sides no longer have theirs, though. And while the side pocket room is quite dangerous, it's really up to the tanks to try and get their ultimates charged. And Oppression does that extremely quickly, almost instantly before the control point even unlocks, but it doesn't really find as much impact. Walled away, and it doesn't really do them much effect. It was Shadow Edge that did it in the process, but Depression still comes up with the first kill. Stunned and booped backwards. Ice Wall does go down. Depression is just going to keep the hurt going forward, but Butler have the points.
And when I say huge, obviously it didn't really hit anything. It's the message that's sent, the fact that Depression was getting so much work done that they get a 30-second Earth Shatter and are now only 30% behind Juicebox Hero, who's still working on their first. Just huge value from Depression. Juicebox Hero looking to land this one. Ant Matrix up from Pasty.
Oh, he did the turn, trying to bait and switch, but they all hide behind the close wall. The Shatter doesn't find impact. A Blizzard is sent instead. They're going to be frozen down, but the wall does save a couple. They're going to jump up on top. Shadow Edge is able to find one. They'll eat the Blizzard of the opposition. Butler Shadow Edge failed, and it's going to be a massive play for them, and it's all snuffed out quick as she wrote as Twins Death Blossom removes 3 in the process. Reflex tosses that Blizzard, and Zooey Mama had a heyday, a buffet in the process.
Oh my goodness, what a back and forth. Starts off with a good block from Depression. Shadow Edge is able to get a nice Blizzard down. Zooey Mama gobbles one up at their own. Finished off with that with that Death Blossom. But oh, look at the start. Bruce Goose takes Zooey Mama out immediately. Zooey Mama responds in kind.
That's a great way to start for both sides, but it is dropping so handily in favor of Butler now as they step forward and clean up the rest. And a triple boot by Intrepid! A team kill to boot for it, and a massive boon to the mentality, and a huge deficit to Southern Misses.
Oh my, Intrepid Cash, just a whole host of kills. Saw 4K there at the end. Oh my goodness, had a wonderful sound barrier in the previous fight, and that's a good way to start building another one. Just Shatter boot combo, you love to see it.
Deadeye is implemented. Doesn't really seem to do much. You'll see Twint go to the high ground with that relocation. Now looking to maybe contend, forced to walk backwards. No kill dropping until Intrepid loses the fight to Bruce Goose, and they finally gain the distance forward, but a Blizzard is popped. This one not eaten in one way or another, and the Lucio stuck up on top. Riot somehow surviving despite the freeze, and a Shatter is sit instead. This doesn't find much impact, neither to the Amplification Matrix, and it's Blue and Red in the feed. Teams trading back and forth, but there is no front line available for the Butler Blue side, and that will probably swing in handily favor to the Southern Miss as they still have their Reinhardt. They lost Jacob down below. They lost Cassidy, but they still have both tanks in. It's just a trickle as they try to keep together. This is actually a good job by Butters because now look who's able to get close. They could have bought him one more time. They'll think about it twice, though, and take a step back.
Intrepid Cash almost ended that. Almost got Juicebox Hero down into the hole when it was just 2 people there. It was just Jacob and Juicebox holding down the point and keeping that overtime with Vernon. And I mean, I think Juicebox had half a foot. There was like a toe that stayed up on top, and that was the difference maker. Oh, it was a good move from Cash. Almost worked. But hey, Butler Blue just need one more fight win. They'll send us to round 3.
Fight has to go. You'll see an Amplification Matrix pop, but Depression is super low. Has to have an Immortality Field to save their life, but it's cleanly cut down by Riots. Now it's just a matter of destroying that shield in the hands of Juicebox, and they'll pop the Shatter. He got booped up into the air. It's not really easy to tell where exactly he found that impact. I don't think he got more than one, but he'll charge back Juicebox with a slam. Deadeye to find 2. Diva Bomb gets rid of 1 more. All red in the feed, and it's as clean as you can possibly be. Shadow Edge, the only player to survive, and it does not seem to be a huge difference maker. 50% coming up for Southern Miss to the 99 for Butler.
Yeah, Trevor Cash tried to get aggressive with that sound barrier, and it was just too much coming out from Southern Miss. Once the shields faded, I mean, Southern Miss were still standing. They didn't really find any value. Butler Blue not able to get the kills quickly enough, and now they're still down the barrel of 2 support ults.
Diva Bomb sent, it goes up on top of the ice wall, which could have been fairly important for him. It does not seem to matter. Blizzard is sent. No one gets caught in on that if you're on the side of Southern Miss, but the point has started to fall in favor of Butler. They'll have to dive back onto it.
Nice.
They'll drop the beat. That gives them the HP necessary, and they'll wall off the death block and swing them down just as quick. Southern Miss hold on with a vice grip to the point. 80%. There is one fight left in Butler Blue.
Riot with a huge sound barrier on the other side. That was perfectly timed. Lots of value there. And you saw the kills starting to come through. You saw the aggression from Southern Miss on the back of it. A decent shatter from Juicebox. Gets what it needs. It wasn't a 6-man, but it gets enough work done. Now we're in final fight territory. This is the last fight of this round.
Butler needs to take this if they want to just end this one as quick as they've started, but they need to make it into this next round, and they're not being able to do so. Southern Miss snuffs out 2 instantly. Hunting is the last in a reflex. Headshot sputters. Shadow Edge is taken out, and that is a team wipe, all but depression, and that may be what they're feeling after this one. Southern Miss will take the map, reverse sweep, and find themselves Oasis.
Reverse sweep and 6
It's
out. I mean,
6!
just out of this world. What a game. I mean, just massive capital GGs. You can see him lighting up in chat. Oh my goodness. I love the sportsmanship as well. You see the Goose sitting there. A lot of fun playing with y'all. Very close. You're absolutely right, it was. This one was down to the wire. That's the shatter boop. Amazing stuff. Amazing plays, an amazing series. I can't believe it. I'm just astonished. Southern Miss able to take this one home. Holy cow, Infernosis.
There's just nothing to say about it. It was, by all accounts, a 6-map slugfest. As some would hate to say and some would love to say, a barn burner. It was through and through one of the best matches I've had the pleasure here of casting, and one of my favorite things to do is cast Southern Miss in the first place because I love their players, and Butler gave them the biggest fight, almost winning it out entirely in 3 maps, but they made the huge comeback, and who doesn't love a reverse sweep comeback story?
Indeed. I'm going to have to give Bruce Goose player of the match myself. I think that Offtake just did phenomenal. And hey, I mean, there's more semifinals coming at you. We are not done by a long shot here at the NECC. We are going to send it to a quick break. We're going to pass the baton back on over to Berkeley and Nuclear, and we're going to keep this going. You'll have more Overwatch coming at you in just a few.
And welcome back, everyone, to the wonderful NECC Overwatch action. We just finished up the Challengers Yellow Division with Eagle Esports and Butler Esports Blue, hosted by Bullskunk and Infernosis. And now, I am Chase Nuclear Nukem. This is Berkeley Stevens, aka Ult Charge. We're going to be covering Bethel University Pilots versus Purdue Gold tonight. This is the battle for Indiana, which is actually a tournament that starts in Indiana, first started by Ball State, but it is happening tonight also in bracket, the number 2 and number 3 seed in the Champions Division, and they are going to be playing tonight to secure a spot for semifinals. Tell me, Ult Charge, what are you looking for?
Well, I talked to some of the players on these teams, and first off, Purdue, they are looking to get their head in the game. They actually got to get your head in the game, and they're also looking to stay hungry. It's all about the power. They devour. Nuke. All right. Now, on a more serious note, they got to focus on target priority and peeling. That's kind of been their weakness throughout the season, is making sure that their off tanks are using their crucial cooldowns to keep their backline alive, keeping them in the fights for as long as possible. But Nuke, the first game we casted, that was Navigator's Division. This is a totally different beast. Champions Division in playoffs is a totally different animal. This is going to be so much more fast-paced. We're going to see combos hit with cooldowns, with ultimates, insane backline cooldown usage to keep everyone alive. Nuke, what are you looking to see?
Well, I think you said it best there. I'm going to be looking at cooldowns. I'm going to be interested in how they. Another thing about Champions Division is versatility of characters. You know, you have to know how to play a specific character if you're going to play a different type of comp, right? So I'm going to be interested to see how both teams fare when comps start to get switched back and forth. It's a lot more of an adaptive, reactive challenge when you get higher up in the divisions, rather than a simple, we're going to run, meet in the middle, and throw it out.
Yeah, and this first point in particular here on Busan is going to show us a lot of weaknesses on both teams, because we've got completely different compositional looks from Bethel and Purdue. We've got a ball comp with a Zen, so trying to really focus on that Discord. And on the side of Purdue, it's just all about staying condensed, playing this May brawl comp, and having Tiber, the diva player for this team, just go after targets. Quibsy goes in early as the Wrecking Ball almost gets diced up, but manages to make it out in the nick of time, and then goes right back in with the grapple, just not afraid. Big J has actually gone down early here, flanking, connecting those shots on the Cassidy, and now it looks like Purdue just rotating strong with the Lucio speed boost, just trying to catch up to Bethel, taking the high ground now, and Bethel looking like they've got their back against the wall, but Purdue has moved to the point now, trying to get some percentage down, and it looks like flanking stays on the point a little too long, doesn't have a shield to stay alive, and ends up going down to Brandon's Helix Rocket. Now Thick is up on the high ground, just trying to shield for his team, but now no longer has that ability, and it looks like Purdue, they have capped the point first, but it looks like they're just expending all of their resources to chase after Bethel.
Yeah, Bethel's goal here, and not just this game, but this entire series, is to win first place. That has been a consistent theme for them all season. So they're going to bring their aim game tonight, and you can see that in how they're playing reactively. You can see that in how they're backing up, waiting to engage, allowing Quibsy as the main tank to sort of set the pace for what they're going to be doing with this dive composition. And while Purdue Gold did take the first point, it looks like Bethel, playing the sort of dance, is going back and forth, waiting for the opportune time to take point. We're going to see Quibsy throw out an ultimate on left corner of point, try to knock up the Baptiste, take that really early with an assist from Brandon. They're going to push the Reinhardt, thick boy, right to the edge of what he's able to do, and Bethel will take it with 60. Oh, I guess not yet. They're very close to taking it. Purdue only having 60% on their clock.
Purdue with a great job there at chewing up more than half of this map so far. Brandon popping that visor, finding one kill, but probably going to wish that he had that ultimate to defend this point, as currently Bethel has no ultimates to work with to defend it. Purdue is going to be rolling in with a shatter. Flanking is going to have that high noon online. And Nuke, I was speaking with Zach a little bit before this game, and he was saying that Bethel really needs to stop messing around. They shouldn't be having any close matches. They need to make every series look easy. So far, Purdue have jumped out in front about 60%, but that really doesn't tell us a full story. Zach still says that they need to work well, playing together, playing their best comp, and not reacting to what Purdue is playing. They've got to play their game tonight if they want to win.
Exactly, and that's exactly how Bethel plays. They play dominant, they play in your face, and they play very You're dancing with us. We're not dancing with
Zach.
you. We are taking the lead.
Whoa.
Zach taking 3 there as well. On the high ground, gonna get taken out quickly by Tiber, but not before he leaves a mark in an entire graveyard on point. What was that ult?
I mean, this Bethel comp revolves around Zach. If Zach gets to the position he wants to be in the map, and he can see all the heads on Purdue, and he's getting that Discord over all the perfect shoulders on that Purdue team, he can be doing so much damage. This is Champions Division. These are support players who have the mechanics of high-level DPS players. Zach has...
That's what we call a hashtag bing bong, your back line is gone.
Exactly, and the 3K to boot. And it's enough for them to defend the point even farther, despite Zach going down to the dive from from Tiber there. It doesn't even matter. Zach did so much damage, also farming up almost about half that Transcendence again. They are going to defend this point with the TAC visor coming online soon, hopefully, but right now, Purdue starting to invest ultimates of their own.
Yeah, that thick boy gonna have to back up, back on point. Big J5 taking out multiple as well. This Tracer is a menace in the back line of Purdue Gold. We're going to see Brandon up top. High Noon is going to be popped in retaliation from flanking. Not much is going to come from it, though, and it's looking as though this might be Bethel's first point.
Yeah,
Yes.
they go up, and that is what I like to see. They are firing on all cylinders. Revolving around the Zen comp is key for these guys. What they want to do is have that focus fire dialed in, and anytime you're running a composition that has a Discord, it is just amplified by 25% for your whole team. They are just executing this dive perfectly right now, and I love how Zach is keeping that harmony on Big J or Quibsy for the most part, making it so those two in particular can stay in the fight for a long time.
Yeah, and we're seeing Kutta switch over to the Lucio. I like that. I think that plays much better with this comp. You're able to get around a lot faster. I understand playing Brig and trying to be able to sustain your divers coming in and out, right? But and they're switching back to Brig. Casting Curse there, if I've ever seen any. Bethel, I don't know. I feel like this dive composition is going to do much better, and we're seeing Purdue reflect that. They've kind of also opted very similar to what we saw in last match. Sorry. They're going to have a little bit of a poke comp mixed in with some dive, not a fully committed dive.
We've got some one-to-one trades now. It's a 5 versus 5 out here, but Push Spy going down. Losing your Brig is huge anytime you're running a dive comp. That's a stun that you no longer have. Those are armor packs that is healing across the map that you no longer have. So Purdue is very low on resources already. They're trying to get their presence on the point, but there's just no health pools to deal with any of the damage that Bethel is outputting. And right there, you can see they just crumble and they have to get off the point. Bethel get the first cap here, despite Purdue getting an early pick in that fight. It is going to be Bethel. And now running the Wrecking Ball composition here, Quibsy can actually farm that ultimate so fast just by slamming in this one particular choke, because Purdue has to be so condensed moving through it.
And that gives so much ultimate charge. If you're able to get Minefield online while they're pushing through that choke as well, they just can't move. They have to either turn around, go the entire other direction, which is going to add an extra 15 seconds to get there, or they just push through, right? So I think stacking up that ultimate quickly and it coming out directly on point as Purdue Gold's pushing in is in the best interest of Bethel. Purdue trying to hold this point, sitting at a pretty 13%. Maybe not for long, as we are going to hear Attack Visor come online.
Yeah, Brandon finds one pick on Amina on the outside. Momo dives in and gets the headshot kill onto Thick with the Discord over his shoulder. Tiber just playing in this corner, corralled by the damage dealers of Bethel University, and it is too much to handle. Bethel, they did give up the point there for 25%, but they're able to win the fight, play the long game, and they've got it back in their control with support ultimates in the pocket, and Momo also having a self-destruct to work with.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimates on Bethel's side are coming online, but I would argue Purdue is sitting pretty nicely where they're currently at with ultimates. It's going to be determinant on how they react to this self-destruct, which is immediately going to take out their Ana. May is going down. Momo sitting nice for the Purdue Gold side.
Zach with another headshot kill onto a tank there. Thick's HP just going by in an instant. It is so tough to find any space out there with the Discord Orb. We are seeing a Zenyatta difference against a team that's running the Ana. You're running the Ana because you want to get that burst healing in, but anytime Zach has a Discord on you, it doesn't matter how much healing you're getting. You could hit your teammates with that healing grenade to get them twice as much healing per second, but if you have a Discord and Champions Division focus fire on you, you are done for.
I think that's a really interesting point you bring up, Old Charge. I think this is a very spammy team, Bethel in general. They're very, we're in your face, we're throwing everything we have at you. Wow, that's gonna kill flanking as they go to recall into the mines. That is goofy. What is that? That is so funny. Zach gonna pop the Transcendence on point, trying to keep all of Bethel University alive. Purdue Gold, not sure if they're gonna be able to withstand this. Nick is there and putting out fire, but once again, talking about that focus spam. At this level, if you have spam that Bethel University has and you're able to focus it on one target at a time, you're gonna win maps just like that, Berkeley.
Yeah, and they take Busan 2-0. We're going to be going hybrid next. And depending on the map, I would love to see Purdue pick a map, or pick the bans rather. No, Purdue picks. Yeah, they lost. Okay, Purdue picks the map. They need to pick whatever map they think Zach is not going to be playing Zenyatta on, because I don't know if Purdue don't have a Zenyatta player, but I don't think they're going to have the edge on any map where Bethel plays Zen and Purdue doesn't play Zen. It just doesn't seem like it's going to go in their favor tonight. So I'd probably pick something like Kings Row, where you can actually just run that rush comp down the throat of somebody playing a dive comp. There is no safe space for a Zenyatta in the back line. That distance can be closed. That's what I'm looking for Purdue to do. Nuke, if you were to give him any advice as a collegiate esports coach, what would you be saying?
Wow, I just focus fire like Bethel's doing to you, and you can play any comp, but you have to identify who's the biggest threat on the other side, and that obviously is the Zen. So you focus the Zen first, or you dive the Zen first, which they tried to do multiple times. They tried to get in there, but they put so much focus on this target that has, 200 health? They don't need to put everything on the Zen. Just kill the Zen and then switch targets immediately. It felt like Purdue would get in and they would get a pick or two, and they'd be sitting pretty, they'd be fine, and then Bethel would turn around and just take out their entire backline because they're not focused on it. So being able to be adaptive in the moment, really fast, quick-witted, that's what's going to win Purdue this next map. I, as well, we say it almost every time we're on cast, but I'd also love to see Kings Row in this next map.
Yeah, pretty hard picking a hybrid map for it not to be Kings Row, and that is actually the case. You can see right down there, chat. We're going to be going to London next. Nuke, if you were Purdue, are you just going with the Brawl comp? Are you just trying to get that speed boost to work your way? And if you're Bethel, do you change off the Zen comp when it just worked so well?
If I'm Bethel, I don't change anything. If I'm Bethel, I run into the next map exactly as I did, because like the old phrase goes, Berkeley, if it ain't broken, don't fix it, right? Don't fix it if it ain't broken. So Purdue, I don't know. They may want to swap around on comps a little bit more, try to find and dig a little bit more to find the chink in the armor, right? You need to look for the opportunity. Where's the opportunity, and how can our strengths play to that opportunity? And I think if they're able to do that with Bethel, when they're identifying their weaknesses, then we're gonna have a pretty close game. But that first map was a pretty clean sweep for Bethel, and they've been dominant all season. We are going to go into the next map. We are going into Kings Row, taking a trip over to London for the second time tonight, although we are wearing the Hawaiian shirts. But back to what I was saying, I did talk to Dan Wart, the director of esports over at Bethel, before this set had started, and just last month, they won the Great Lakes Esports Conference, get this, with an 11-0, 34-0 map record win. They won 11-0, and they didn't drop an entire map. So when I'm saying this team is here, and they are hungry, and they won it, that's not just words, that's not just rhetoric, that is action. They want to win this series.
And they are on a totally different composition this time around, but this is much more of a Kings Row style of comp. You have the May, you have Brandon on the Cassidy now, and Quibsy, of course, locking down the Reinhardt, Kuda on the Lucio to speed boost that Brawl comp around where they need to go. And on the side of Purdue, we've got very much the same exact comp. We've got a mirror match on our hands, so it's pretty much going to come down to May walls and support cooldowns. Nuke, that's what I like to see. Purdue trying to rush in right now, get around that first May wall, and they're able to. Thick, though, playing with awfully low HP, but dodges the stun of Brandon. And it looks like they're going to be playing without the immortality field here, and now without any resources, having to just go around, find the hotel as they get some back. Dodging that May wall, getting D.Va up and over and out of the action there, And now Thick has a full set of cooldowns to make this rotation, going through the Alderworth Hotel, starting to close in, and an early Ant Matrix amplifies the defense so much. Zach already has that ultimate online, and they capitalize with 3 kills through that support ultimate. Just like that, they will hold after the first minute.
Man, that is really poor receptionist service. They walked in looking for a room and were shut down immediately, kicked out of the hotel. However, I think that that was a very honorable play from Purdue and a thoughtful one at that. Bethel is throwing a lot at Purdue. They are just, like I said, they are a focused spam comp. So Purdue trying to go through the hotel, trying to get a different angle when Quibsy's shield was literally busted a second, popped out. Massive Earth Shatter coming out from Thick. That's going to kick off things on this fight. We're going to see a wall come out from Mina. They're gonna put a halt real quick to the fight, re-engage on their own terms. High Noon popped out from the Cole Cassidy on the side of Bethel University. We're gonna see a Blizzard popped out as well from Mina. The High Noon from flanking is gonna get 2. Tiber also has the self-destruct. Will it be used early? We don't know quite yet, but Thick diving the backline, taking out the D.Va, and it looks like Purdue Gold is going to take this first point of Kings Row.
That was a great job by Purdue there, just staying calm despite that High Noon being popped right in their face. They didn't have a lot of cooldowns to deal with it, but they knew Mina had the play to make, throwing that Blizzard out. When you're High Nooning as a Cassidy, if you're Brandon right there, you already can't move very fast. When there's a Blizzard at your feet, you are locked up. You suddenly think you're making the biggest impact play. You're going to get a 4K with your ultimate, and then suddenly you're just a block of ice, and things are not looking very good. Speaking of not looking very good, Purdue, although they capped that point, Bethel is up at the spawn doors here, just kissing them right now, and they're starting to back off, but still, this defense just collects themselves and goes so aggressive, so fast.
Yeah, that's a very oppressive spawn camp. One of the, I think, most oppressive, if not the most, on Kings Row. Blizzard is going to come out from Big J5 as well, looking to keep Purdue Gold exactly where they are, and mounts a huge offensive for Bethel. They are stuffing Purdue. You know, we had Thanksgiving last week, but they are stuffing Purdue right back into the turkey.
They certainly are. So far, not even 10 meters capped of this streets phase. And a lot of people would say the first 20 or so when you get to that archway should be free, but Bethel is not giving up an inch right now. They are showing no signs of daylight for Purdue Gold as Purdue, again, try to rotate to this high ground just to get out of spawn easiest. That Shatter connects onto flanking, who is down, turned into dust. Mina as well, falling to the charge from Quibsy, and this hold will continue right here. Purdue still working with a pretty decent time bank to chip away at streets phase, but they are going to have to invest pretty heavily just to get this first part of second point.
Yeah, this is just a rough hold to be in, and look at the confidence from Bethel. That's what I'm really keyed on here right now. They are holding different positions. They're not in the same place. They're splitting up 2-2-2 extremely well, ensuring that they're able to hold all of these different points, right? And Purdue is sort of dancing around trying to figure out how to take this fight so that they can win this engagement and continue the pedal to the metal.
And the Blizzard comes in. This is what I was talking about. You just have to invest so heavily if you want this part of the map from Bethel. And it still doesn't look like they're going to give it up easily. Zach is a menace on support. He's got a 3K4 on his own in the feed. This is a support player who came to do damage today. And he'll have that damage amplification matrix online for the next fight. And he is going up into the crow's nest. The perfect spot to use it.
This is, no, Berkeley, this is what we would call a no bueno for Purdue Gold. Bethel's showing right now that they are definitely the dominant Indiana school, and they are pushing every advantage currently given. The High Noon is going to get popped out. Brandon getting speed boosted around the corner is going to find Bush Spy hiding in the bushes, taking him out. No siree, Bob. No traitor's going to come around here. That is going to get taken, and Bethel continuing to hold this oppressive offense. An Earth Shatter attempt coming out from Quibsy, but it is going to get blocked by Thick himself. And man, Momo and Big J5 as well as Zach are going to take out the remaining defenders of Purdue Gold. Bethel University just making the odds insurmountable for Purdue to overcome.
And I want any team watching to take notes. If you get the chance to hold Kings Row right here early in second point, you have to invest everything. There's no reason not to. Second point streets phase is so long that you are going to have time to get your alt cycle back online. It doesn't matter that Bethel actually get wiped here, because There is still 100 or more meters to go before they even get the checkpoint. Bethel is going to have a full alt cycle back online by then, unless Purdue do the exact same thing Bethel was doing and push as far towards spawn as you can right now and not let off the throttle.
Exactly. And I think while it is important to say they can't let off the throttle for sure, what's even more important is how they play around these chokes, how they engage these chokes moving forward, because Bethel has shown you give them an inch, they're taking a mile. They are holding and they can engage with that focus spam that we were talking about earlier, that target and shot calling. They're going to take it. So it's all about how Purdue dances around this point as we are leading into the next fight.
And we got Diva Bombs flying over the top here, but only taking down Immortality Fields. Right now we do have Quibsy just eyeing up an Earth Shatter. That one's only going to stun 2, but he connects with the charge and the hammer for 3 kills. Falling in the process, but in an act of glory, finding the 3K. His team might need to continue this defense. They've only got 2 left alive here as Zach goes down. Momo falls as well in the pilot form. And now it's just down to Big J and Brandon, but the DPS get it done, and overtime ticks away. That should do it here for the Bethel defense.
No!
And what a fantastic job they've done as long as they can take down the Lucio. But look at that Bush Spy with some fancy moves. Evades all the damage, and now the team is actually back in at Purdue. Finally making one final push. That Shatter has a Maywall in the way. Big J with a perfect executed cooldown. And now we've got a high fly ball straight away. Center field, finding the pick on the Big Spy, and that is the round. Only 1 point captured for Purdue. And Bethel now has to get the first point and 88 meters down the streets phase of Kings Road to go up 2-0 here in the semifinal.
That is a hard mountain to climb, but if it's anything like we've seen, some teams just take some time to come online. I mean, we've seen it all season. Maybe it takes Purdue a minute to come online, or maybe the mental quite isn't there yet, and they need to click to get into the flow state, continue this push that they've been trying all set. Now, there's a saying we have in Indiana, and it's don't count, or it's an Indianaism, if you will, but don't count your chickens before they hatch, right? The set isn't over. It is looking grim, but it is not over. Just like we saw the Bush Spy on the end of the last point push on with the Lucio, trying to take as much time as possible, allowing the Purdue team to get back. And this is the issue I think that we're running into. The Purdue team did get back. They were back on point. There was 3 or 4 members, but they didn't switch focuses fast enough. They got back to point and they said, great, we're here. We know what we're doing. But they didn't have a plan afterwards. They were just kind of sitting there. Bethel jumped back on point, re-engaged, took them out in a clean 10 seconds. This is what the difference we're seeing between these two teams is. And I'd really like to see Purdue have more foresight into what they're doing and allow that to just flow much faster through their decision-making process.
I agree, and we're going to have a little bit of a change up here on the side for Bethel. They're switching over, putting Big J onto the Doomfist and having Momo switch over to the Zarya. So what I'm keeping my eye out for is Big J going in on suicide missions every time, just like this. And right before that HP is going to be at about 0, Momo slaps the bubble on it. But right now, Momo has actually gone down kind of early in this fight, and it's still fairly even. Bethel has a few picks, as does Purdue, but that rocket punch for Big J connects. And now the backline for Purdue is down, and that should just about wrap up this first point. Bethel just looking so strong, so aggressive all the way. And now they've got 6 members back in the mix, and that is done and dusted. They will take this with a big time bank. In Purdue, they're going to have just a very tough task of stepping up and putting a big hold on the streets phase.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as they take point, what's it going to look like? 5 minutes, right? It'll be right around 5.5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, they have an extra 4.5 minutes more than Purdue had to get it so far. And Purdue trying to rip a page out of Bethel's book, pushing up to commit everything, get some kills, and we are going to see Mina switch over to the Hanzo, which actually has some value in finding a kill on Quibsy. The Bush Spy also finding a kill on Kuda. Purdue pushing this offensive and finding the picks where it's needed. They might have what it takes to pull this off.
They really do have to just copy Bethel's strat here. Don't give them the space to the archway. Just take it all the way to the spawn doors. Make Bethel have such an uncomfortable rotation out of this spawn. You know they're going to be trying to go high ground. That's the smartest thing. They cut him off at the spawn doors. That Shatter gets blocked. And now it looks like Bethel just has to retreat back into their own spawn. Both Baptistes finding headshot picks. One was on the thick. Purdue is now without their main tank, and they do have to certainly concede some ground here as things are starting to look a little too dangerous to hold this far up.
Ooh. Yeah, as soon as you said that, 3-4 folks got picked. Purdue, that's the thing, right? They said backup, and so everyone backed up. But as soon as they backed up, they had no foresight afterwards. There was no planning. Bethel just exactly. They smelt blood and they went in. They wanted it. They're like vampires over there. I'm telling you. And I'm from Indiana, so I can say that about Bethel. I know that for sure. I'm getting way too off track, but Bethel pushing this last choke, and it looks like Purdue isn't even going to be able to be there in time to hold it, so they're going to have to wait until they get to the latter part of this choke to be able to hold. Looks like Dragons are going to come out, but it's going to get eaten by Momo. Big J5 finding a pick on the backline, and Momo finding 2. This could be huge for Bethel.
And it is going to be huge. That is going to be game here on Kings Row. Bethel going up 2-0. And this is just like Zach was saying pregame. They should not be having close matches. And when you play like this, you are not going to have any. Bethel looked ridiculous. They're flexing all their muscles. Flanking does get the consolation play of the game here. But in my eyes, it was all Bethel from start to finish on Kings.
Man, oh man. Yes, it was. And if we're going into the next game, I don't know. The last series, when we looked at the last series with Eagle versus Butler Blue, or Butler Esports, right? I think that the reverse sweep was warranted. They were coming online. They were picking up speed. It almost feels like the exact opposite is happening to Purdue right now. They're trying to pick up momentum, trying to pick up speed, but it's just not clicking. They're not getting the traction they need to come online. And Bethel just holding him down with a thumb is crazy. But stay tuned, and you will find out the end of the series very shortly as we go to a very short break. And welcome back. I told you the break would be really short. We just had a couple of pick bands to work through. Hope you could use the bathroom. And if you're just now joining us or you're just now coming back, welcome. I'm Chase Nuclear Nukem. I'm joined here by Berkeley Stevens, and we are here tonight for Bethel University versus Purdue Gold in the Champions Division for Overwatch here in the NECC semifinals. We just watched Purdue Gold go down 0-2 against Bethel, who's had a very oppressive focus spam comp that they've been utilizing all set. And it looks like we're going to hop on a plane, take a flight overseas to Russia as we're going to Volskaya Industries for the third map of the evening. Berkeley, tell me, what are we looking for?
We're looking to see Bethel just keep on flashing their canine teeth. They look like predators right now. They are bloodthirsty. Purdue is the prey tonight. I'm honestly seeing if Purdue has anything in the tank to turn it around, because after those two first maps, in the mind of an esports athlete, that is demoralizing defeats you just suffered, especially there on Kings Row, where you never see teams get held in the spawn like that on second point. Bethel University just executed something in the semifinals of playoffs that no one has done all season. They are going full throttle, and right now Purdue has to find a way to keep some momentum, keep themselves in this game, and start to mount a serious attack. And they need at least 3 minutes up on the bank to just shake Bethel, just to rattle their cage a little bit, because Bethel just look way too confident in this lobby right now.
I couldn't agree with you more. And typical Russian fashion, had to throw it in there, tell you that I'm with you, Berkeley. I think that Bethel has quite the lead on Purdue right now. Purdue is going to have to bring their climbing gear and start to take a trip upwards, because it is looking pretty down right now. That just goes to show what Bethel's here to do. Quick flash stun headshot's gonna take out Big J5. Flanking, not kidding around, as the name goes, hidden around the backside and ready for anything that may come.
Big J just trying to be a little too sneaky there on the tracer, trying to make a backline play, but taking a little too long to do it, and flanking. He's got some thunder left in the Peacekeeper here on Cassie. He's found 4 picks in this fight, trying to get this first point early here for Purdue.
Wow, and Purdue entirely flipping the script on everyone. May take this first point in less than a minute and 10 seconds. That is absolutely wild. I don't think anyone could have really predicted this change of events, Berkeley, as they're going to already be pushing towards second point. However, I do believe the second point is going to be significantly more difficult to post up on than the first.
Yeah, and I think Brandon is actually going to have a field day here on the Soldier 76 pick, because the second point rotations you can do on Soldier with that sprint alone, jumping from high ground to high ground, really just evading dive comps despite being constantly harassed, is something that Soldier really shines at on this point. So he's going to be the difference maker I'm looking at for the side of Bethel. Right now the dive goes straight into the back line, and it's a 1-versus-1 trade as Brandon actually goes down first, but now it looks like Purdue is without their main tank and without their main support. They have popped the rally, though, trying to stay in this fight, investing fully, and now they're actually making their way onto the point. Momo is the only contest that Bethel really has, but Big J is flirting around the point here, and it looks like they do still have pretty good control.
When the rally was popped, they seemed very split on what they wanted to do. You had, sure, yes, you did have the bush spy in their face. They were pushed up, ready to take point, but if you look at Tiber was actually backing up. Tiber was not ready for that engage, and that seemed like a break in communication there, which seemed to reflect in how that went. While they do have 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, they're gonna have to use some ultimates. Second High Noon coming out from flanking since the last team fight, absolutely demolishing on this map is this Cole Castle.
Big J did a good job right there, and as did Zach, just making sure that the Discord was on the Cassidy, high nooning pretty much in the center of a kill box, and Big J lands those 40 shots and the melee for the 1 clip, and now Purdue is just corralled into this mini corner. This fight's already done and dusted. It's just a matter of finding the kills here for Bethel, and now they're going to be looking at this next fight, having Brandon with the visor. He's had it for some time now, just really trusting his accuracy, getting those critical hits, and relying on his own aim to deal more damage than the tac visor. Quibsy also has the minefield. Big J has a pulse bomb to possibly stick, and on the side of Purdue, they're really only going to be working with a nano boost and a primal rage. I'm looking for this
big
nano.
thick boy.
Yeah, I'm looking for the nano to be put on this big thick boy, him diving right into the backline and hopefully taking down Kuda.
Yeah, I mean, that's the
Okay.
goal. That is not the goal. If I've ever seen a caster's curse come to fruition, it was right there. That pulse bomb hit its mark and took him out immediately. Thick, gonna lose some weight from that one.
Yeah, absolutely. That big boy just became very small and very much sent
Small.
back to spawn.
Small.
Now Bethel has pretty much the same amount of ultimates to defend this point. Big J just without that pulse bomb, and that is how you chew off 30 seconds of the point for pretty much free. Minefield coming in to just deny the elevator right now, and it's really just no safe passage for Purdue. This is going to be a long walk to the point all the way. Right now it looks like they are struggling to find the best path to it.
Yeah, it looks like they just popped the nano. I didn't quite see who the nano was on. Mazervation threw it out, but I didn't quite see it. Vic did ult and jump on point as well as the Primal Rage came out, but died immediately. Brandon and Big J5 just holding down the fort for Bethel University as Purdue's not able to get a leg up in any way, shape, or form. And look at Brandon, still sitting with that tac visor. And that's all about ult economy, right? If your shot caller is saying we don't need it, you don't use it.
And honestly, the higher rank you get and the more talented your DPS are with the mechanics, the less and less value you actually get out of the tac visor. Because if you're popping that ultimate, Soldier no longer gets those critical hit values. And when you're a 37, 38, 4K damage player, you trust yourself to hit those headshots, to deal more damage without that ultimate than you would with it. The only time you really want to use it is if Tiber is actually not currently in the Diva mech and you can't get shut down that way. Right now we do see Purdue actually popping the rally, popping a pulse bomb, just trying to get into this point. And I like how they're finally rotating all along this side, keeping that building, that natural cover in the way of them and Brandon. You don't want to be in the line of sight of this hit scan because he has been lethal all around.
Yeah, and it looks like a high noon self-destruct combo. Gonna get popped by Purdue in an inch to take the point, but Bethel just hard turtled, waited for their time, and now it's time to use the tac visor. Brandon popping out with Zach to support on the Transcendence. Them and Big J5 are gonna wipe all of Purdue gold, still standing on point, and Purdue gonna have to have a quick reset as they only have a minute and 15 seconds left to take the second point.
And we are seeing Bethel just play their game here on second point. Purdue uses ultimates just to get to the point, but Bethel knows the name of the game is we don't have to do anything unless you're getting percentage off this point. It doesn't matter if you're getting there. It matters if you're currently on it. And they just go around the buildings. They almost went back to spawn while that high noon was popped, while those other ultimates were popped, because they just don't care. If Purdue's not on the point, if ticks aren't being taken, they don't have to do a thing. And once ticks started being taken, that's when Bethel actually comes in with a big investment, and they came up huge.
Oh, sneaky, sneaky, sneaky boy. Big J5 hanging out in the back line, gonna throw self-destruct, but the field will keep them alive. Purdue still able to capitalize on this push. As I say that, Big J5 is gonna take out the push spy, and this Tracer sticking to the back line is doing so much for Bethel University, while Brandon is pelting away at its tanks.
Yeah, and the thing about this Wrecking Ball comp with Brandon on the Soldiers, obviously, Brandon is the biggest threat. If you're going to dive anything, it has to be the Soldier here. But anytime you do that, your tanks are not there to peel for backline, and that is what Big J and Quibsy are bloodthirsty for all around. And we don't even get the overtime contest coming in here. Bush Spy doesn't quite make it, and now Bethel are just a point and a tick away from going to the Champions Division Grand Final.
What's really interesting at that last point was we actually saw a significant changes come out from Purdue in terms of their comp. They swapped over to the Sigma, they swapped over to the Zenyatta. Even Mina decided to take a trip over to Ashe, but I think it was too late. I think they tried to push so frequently with the comp that they had because they thought that it was going to work because it took first point, but first point on this map is significantly different in how you approach it than second point, and they needed to realize that sooner. Swapping with a minute left on the clock is not going to do anything for them because they have to, put on their hiking boots and walk the 5 miles it takes to the second point of Volskaya. Then they have to post up, get some damage off, and they didn't have time for that. So I would have liked to have seen that call to switch come out just a tad earlier, Berkeley.
Yeah, something like that had to happen. And Nuke, honestly, I was kind of thinking that even though Purdue had a massive time bank going into second point, I don't think it really reflected how that round even went. I think that only came about because Big J made a big mistake trying to make that early sneaky play and got found out by Flank and caught that stun and the headshot early. Bethel went down 5v6, and then Purdue were able to take that fight. If Big J doesn't make that mistake, we could have a full hold.
Exactly. And flanking took out not just Big J, but took out, I think, 3 or 4 members on that first push. So it wasn't even just a team thing. It was big flanking, finding the shots where the shots are needed. And that's a tribute to what you said earlier, Berkeley. When you get to these higher divisions, it's all about whether or not your DPS can land those shots. As I say that, we're seeing Mina take the switch over to Widowmaker for a hard stop on this first point.
That's a very brave hero pick, too, I might say. When you know you're going to go up against Quibsy on Wrecking Ball, Momo on Diva, and Big J on Tracer, you got to have a lot of confidence playing Widowmaker against this team because you've got to hit some insane skill shot right onto the head of a small target if we're talking about Big J or Quibsy. And then in the meantime, you got 3 members going after you right now. This is a great boop, getting that backline booped off the high ground, and they're in a kill zone right now. Wow. That is exactly what happens. They blow up Quibsy and Zach, taking complete control over this first point, all on themselves, and that is how you sweep a point. That was swift.
Wow, and look at that! Posting up the sun umbrella, hanging out with us. Quibsy
Where's your Hawaiian shirt, my man?
Yes, exactly. Quibsy understood the assignment. Quibsy knew. Quibsy was like, all right, we're going to get the boop, we're going to kill a healer, we're going to kill a DPS, and then we're going to vibe. That's where I'm at. Quibsy, find me after the match.
Definitely understood the assignment. We're dressed for the heat. Quibsy's bringing it right there. That was a crucial boop onto the back line to just get him knocked onto the low ground. We do see Mina opening up this fight. She gets a great pick there to just kind of slow Bethel's roll here, but Bethel will have 5 minutes to continue this roll. That's the same amount of time that Purdue had, but I think Bethel is just a well-oiled machine. It didn't look like Purdue actually made a mistake to let up that first point. It looked like Bethel actually made the right play to take it.
Yep, and Bethel is just kind of poking and prodding here, waiting to find an end. Zach does sit with the Transcendence, so they could go in whenever. Oh, Quibsy is going to pop the minefield on the back of the point, causing the entirety of Purdue Gold to turn around to deal with them. But Big J5 going to take out Mina. That's going to take out a lot of damage for Purdue Gold. The bomb is going out, but it's not going to find anyone. Momo sitting on point as she's going to try to get something with that self-destruct. Not gonna quite find anything. Get the remake doing a lot of damage to the Primal Raging Monkey. Trying to get onto point. Gonna fire off a second self-destruct. Pop back in mech is Momo. But I think, like you said earlier, it's gonna take a lot for Bethel University to take this point. It's not gonna happen so easily, and they really need to look to build these ultimates because Purdue is now leading this dance that we were alluding to earlier.
Yeah, Purdue's doing a great thing here on second point. They're pretty much playing the same exact way Bethel was, except they're not going to have a Discord on their comp. They are relying on Nade to have big sleep darts, big anti-nades to land onto those tanks. Anytime Zach pops a Transcendence too, Anna, Farah's mom. They need her to come up huge with every single set of cooldowns she uses because that is what this team relies on. Doesn't matter what kind of ult you have, you really are relying on your Ana to be bringing more value to this game than Zach is, and Zach is performing probably the best he has all season.
Yeah, Zach is throwing out the orb, serving him, dishing it up seafood style. Quibsy gonna find Mina on point, but not before Mina can take out Zach, halting a little bit of Bethel's pushes. They're not gonna have that Discord or healing any further. Bush Spy taking out Quibsy, and Thick gonna put a stop to Brandon's advance, is gonna cause Bethel to back up on this onslaught from Purdue. And now Bethel fighting themselves on the back foot, need to learn and figure out how to pivot from here.
Yeah, they got to know that their worst case scenario is a draw here. They're not going to be dropping a map to Purdue here on Volskaya, so they don't have to actually play with very much stress. It's more so just identifying on Purdue what is the crack in the armor. What can we be diving on? That pulse bomb goes on to the back line here. They need to make a similar play like they did on first point. Both of the Purdue supports are going to be on this high ground and living there. One of them no longer exists as Bush Spy gets obliterated by that slam, and we've got 3 picks now for Bethel. They're trying to take the point, 10% taken so far, and ultimates invested. That should do it.
That's it.
1 tick is all they need, and a 3-0 sweep, and they are on their way to the final.
Yeah, what a great game from Bethel. And I really think as we were watching from Tiber's perspective there, diving in, trying to throw out the self-destruct, didn't realize Bob was posted in the corner. As soon as she got devec'd, Diva kind of fell to her death.
Yeah, I like how you put that. Kind of fell to her death. Oh, this is when the boop came in onto the back line first point, and then
Oh,
Zach from
beautiful.
afar hitting those shots onto the on player May, and that is a wrap on first point. That was such a clean tank. And we could see in the chat right there for just a second, someone paying a little bit of respect there said, Zach, you are so good. And he had to be my player of the match, Nuke. I don't know about you, but this team revolved around his stellar play tonight.
You're not wrong. I think Zach definitely was player of the game for the third and first map. I think that he did extremely well, but Zach was throwing out the damage. But I got to give it to Quibsy personally for this series. I think Quibsy allowed a lot of the openings, was a menace on the wrecking ball on the back line, able to get around the map and really pull Purdue's attention, which is what caused them to lose a lot of the fights. Was their attention kept getting pulled. They were looking one way, the feign was coming out, and as soon as they turned to look over at Quibsy, they had Zach on him, right? And they were like, oh, okay, well, I guess this is where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, one of those, Quibsy or Zach, pretty much doing the exact same thing on that composition. It revolves around the wrecking ball and the discords that Zach is dishing out. If Zach's doing damage on top of that, though, having big transcendences, just seemed like not a lot of Zenyatta players could do what he did tonight. Quibsy, though, was the key factor in them taking that first point on Volskaya so quickly. That boop onto the back line, you do that, first point is already over. All Quibsy has to do is make that play. He knew it, everyone knew it, and he executed. So I could go with you there, but I think Zach still probably has my vote. Nuke, after this game, if you see how Bethel just played right there, they are the current 2 seed and champs, I believe. But going into the finals, are they the team to beat?
I think so. I mean, they're going up against Aquinas, if I'm not mistaken, um, who they lost to 0-3 in week one,
That's
but
a long ways
it's a
away, though.
long
Things have
time ago.
changed.
It's a long time ago. Anything could happen. I'm hearing this from production. It is. Oh, it is not Aquinas, but they're not going to give me any more information than that. It's CSUDH or CMU, whoever wins that matchup. So it will not be Aquinas. It'll be
Okay.
one of those two schools. But once again, CSUDH, I don't think they've actually played in this regular season, it looks like. But they did play CMU, and they won in a 3-0 fashion in week 6. So it's a toss-up.
It's definitely a toss-up. I still think, though, Bethel, they're probably the team to beat, especially after a performance like that. The Kings row map is what just kind of comes into my mind, where they did something no one else does on second point defense. They hold the spawn doors. They don't hold archway like a bunch of booger-eating babies. They go up and they kiss the spawn doors on a Rhine comp for 3 minutes, dude. Nobody does that. They're definitely the team to beat in the finals. Everyone's got to keep their eye out for them.
It made me think they were like Mormons. They walked up to the door and they just kept knocking. They just kept knocking, and they weren't leaving.
Absolutely.
And you know what? You should keep knocking, Twitch chat. Stay tuned very soon, because very shortly we're going to have LaFawn and Bullskunk on for Marywood versus New England College coming up very shortly. But first, we're gonna cut to break. And we are back very briefly with a quick post game interview. And we are here with Zach, the unstoppable force of the Zenyatta on the side of Bethel University. Zach, how are you feeling about that win?
Feeling good. We got to get some food now. I've been hungry for a while now. The game before us was way too exciting, so it lasted pretty long. But yeah, no, it was a fun game. We had fun. I got to play Zen, so anytime you get to play Zen, it's a good time. And yeah, we're feeling good.
So my first and only question then is, what's your primary hero that you play, if not Zenyatta?
I've literally played every single support in the game at some point. I think my favorite is Ana. My best is probably Bap. I don't know. I'll play whatever. It just depends on the meta. I don't really have bias.
Very fair. Well, I know Berkeley's chomping at the bits to ask you questions. He was over
Totally.
here geeking throughout the series, watching the plays because they were very high tier.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, they definitely were high tier. I said actually during the break, I don't know if you heard it, but you on Kings Row in particular, second point on defense, you weren't behind the archway like everyone does in their comp games, like a bunch of booger-eating babies. You were up in their spawn. Whose call was that, and who even is your team shot caller? Because a lot of the times on these Wrecking Ball Zen comps, it seems like it's you.
Yeah. I mean, IGLing for the most part. Especially today, I have a bit of a migraine, so I really use my mic a lot. We usually have Quibsy shot call for the most part. And as in playing in their backline, I mean, nothing but respect to them, but, I used to play and I was used to scrimming 4,600 lobbies when I was trying to go to trials. So I have nothing but comfort playing against teams like this. Like I have full confidence that I can win duels, and if they walk onto me, I just press E and it's just a one fight. So it's pretty easy to just play in their backline on BAP. And I know situations like I need to make sure that I make big plays because especially in Brawl versus Brawl and KR, it's very hard to really have one team play above the other if you don't have a playmaker. So I kind of just like sitting in their backline and just windowing and getting as much damage off as I can. I mean, the more damage I get, the faster I get my window too, which is just again a free fight. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you had to do. And then before the game, I kind of talked to you, and you were saying that you have to be having no close matches and that you need to make every series look easy. And now, all respect given to the Purdue team, today did look a little easy for you guys, especially when we're talking about Kings Row and how you rolled onto Volskaya first point like that, where Quibsy just gets the boop. You land the headshot onto the Ana from way out of town. You hit the 3-point shot from beyond the arc. So going into the finals, the grand finals for the Champions Division, what's the game plan? How are you guys going to practice? Like you were saying, you've got to play your game, play the comps you practice, but what's the mindset like going into a grand final?
I mean, we know nothing about Cal State, and to be honest, I have no interest in watching their game. We're just going to play our game, do what we need to do, and hopefully get a sweep. Treat it any differently. I feel like Purdue Gold is probably the other best team in the bracket. And we took them out, so I'm not really concerned. I think today that was probably our toughest opponent. But I mean, we'll have to see. We haven't, like I said, we haven't seen Cal State play. They could be better. We really don't know. But we're just gonna keep on our normal schedule, keep playing, and Sunday come out, play our game again, come swinging hard, and we'll see what happens.
There you go. Come out swinging hard. Give any shout outs that you want before you hop off the mic. And again, thanks for coming on for the interview.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, shout out to the entire team. Shout out to Cameron. I don't know if he came or not, but he's a good friend of ours who actually played in our Rocket League program for a little bit. And then shout out to our coach, Zay. He hasn't worked with us in a while because he's going through a little bit of a rough patch right now, so he couldn't make it. But if he did end up watching it, nothing but love to him. He's helped us improve to a level that, we were very far from at the beginning of the season. So.
All right. Well, Zach, congrats again. You're free to hop out of the call. Nuke and I are going to wrap things up here and get Chad on their way to match number 4.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Nuke, final thoughts on today's game, and then we will let Chad go on to match number 4, which, of course, is going to be Marywood University Pacers versus New England College.
It wasn't what I expected. I'm not gonna lie. And in the battle for Indiana, usually things are a lot closer. I used to host a lot of competition in collegiate esports in Indiana, where I actually started my entire esports career. So I was expecting a little bit more of a back and forth, but and if you look like 3, 4 years ago, that's just a testament to how much collegiate esports can change. Bethel really proving themselves this season, coming out on top and showing the strengths of their program. Really proud of everything that they're doing over there. That's not a shot at Purdue either. I think that they have a wonderful program and they're doing well. So it was just a very special thing for me to see in Indiana versus Indiana semifinals in the Champions Division.
It was a cool matchup in the semifinals. The battle for the home turf and on their way to the championships is going to be Bethel University, and they're flying high. Zach, you could just tell from the interview, he's so confident, right? He knows his team is at their strongest point of the season, and it is the right time to hit that stride.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Well, I think as we couldn't agree more, it's going to go quickly to match four with LaFawn and Bullskunk. Stay tuned very shortly. As always, you can follow me on Twitter at Chase Newcomb, and you can follow Berkeley on Stevens at AltCharge. Please do that. He knows what's going on. And we will be back ideally again next week for finals. Everyone have a wonderful evening. Go grab some popcorn, use the bathroom, and stay tuned for Marywood University versus New England College.
All right, let's get these semifinals going. Bulls going here alongside LaFawn as we move into our third match of the night. Third, fourth match. I can count. I swear I can count LaFawn. Fourth match. Yeah, we got Marywood University taking on New England College.
Yeah. Thankfully, we don't actually need to count that much in Overwatch. It's not really that important.
Truth.
So, just gotta, cooldowns and stuff, completely irrelevant. That being said, let's talk about the game, of course, because we are in the best time of the year for anyone who gets to watch competitive games of any sort, and that is elimination season. Bullskunk, we are in the playoffs as we get set to give you the action between these two teams. And I mean, a battle of giants, really, in terms of the performance these teams had in the regular season. So a lot of high level score lines kind of come to the bear when we see what these guys were able to what these two teams were able to really perform like earlier in the season.
Yeah, I mean, both teams coming off of pretty hot win streaks, kind of struggled early, but finished the regular season very strong. 6-game winning streak for Marywood, coming off of that 3-1 victory over Purdue Sigma. They're in the quarterfinal rounds. New England College on a 5-game winning streak after beating Clark Crimson there in the quarters. So I feel like there's a lot of momentum on both sides. Both teams really finding their stride in the back half of the regular season. So I'm expecting this one to go some distance. Could there be another 6-mapper in the cards, LaFawn? Could there be?
It's entirely possible. And another thing to note is actually, in terms of seeding, our first, second, third, and fifth seed are still involved, right? So certainly, someone's going to be communicating here in terms of who we expect coming out of this. And I think drawing conclusions in terms of who's going to be the victor or who's going to be sort of the underdog in this particular match, I think is going to be difficult to kind of ascertain without the gameplay in front of us. I think these two teams are very, very close in terms of skill level, and I think in terms of their performance historically has shown that. So even as we look back at some of their wins through the regular season, we see score lines that are very similar, like a lot of 3-0s, several 2-1s, a couple losses here and there, but even those were mostly pretty close. So I think there's a lot to be said here in terms of when we get underway into the action in our first to three, that teams here really do have a large it's going to come down to the moment-to-moment gameplay, I think, in the real difference maker here between these two schools.
One thing we know for sure is where we're starting off as we head into beautiful Korea. Busan downtown here to kick off this semifinal matchup in the emergence division. Like, we're getting a little bit of a rush. It's an interesting comp coming out of Marywood. It's like a rush with a soldier and a wrecking ball.
Yeah, it's a hybrid composition mostly, but I think even paying attention to what New England College are running, it's not particularly standard either, right? The Farah is unexpected in a lot of the ways. Obviously, it's going to have a little bit more to play around cover, but hit scans to make that a little bit more. That being said, the Wrecking Ball is likely trying to get in the back line and just making those supports, rue the day they kind of set up.
Ooh, it's Tomato Tony ruined the day at the moment. It's Jet starts off strong, 2 quick picks, and that's exactly how New England College want to get this semifinals going, making a statement right out of the gate. Marywood, they had double hit scan, but they have no diva to contest the sky, so nothing to really eat up all that damage coming through. With a +2 turned into a +4, New England are going to grab first control.
Yeah, and I mean, if you really look at it, it's a 2v2 in sort of that duel, right? It's a Soldier Cassidy versus the Farah Mercy, and that's a lot of the time, if you can play around cover, if you can get that advantage early, then you really do have to favor the Farah, and Jet showing exactly why. Now, Marywood going to make an adaptation as Long Tree Man goes over to the Mercy to give a pocket over to the Soldier, just to make things a little bit easier for Marywood in that aerial duel.
Yep, damage boost and res now available. And Steam moving in, try to initiate this attack. Takes a lot of damage early, and even the adaptive shields don't last long. Racking up percentage. Marywood University finally loses their main tank, but they've grabbed the kill onto Angel Day on the other side. Coin's gonna tilt the balance. And this is my career. Well, excuse me, this is between Micro B. I stumbled over that one. Hard. And they're putting down some shots. Combined with Tomato, they're able to get the job done. They're going to flip this point.
Something I'm already noticing between these two squads is their attention to detail. They're not overcommitting in the rotations. They're not overcommitting on the fights. And the target focus is ideal. That's something we kind of critique a lot of teams, in situations under high pressure. They're sort of all over the place, scattered, unable to focus down a single target. Both these squads not doing that. Now on the reapproach, keep an eye out for Shadowstorm to try and open things up here. Pulse Bomb is going to be incredibly important.
So we're working around the back along that coast side. Valkyrie popped and trying to avoid Didn't take another. Oh, nice sleep. As Kansas Team trying to loop around from the back. Somehow gets out of there with their life, and Shadowstorm finds no joy with the pulse. Instead, gets flash headshotted. Marywood so far surviving the onslaught, but Jet still in the skies. The self-destruct picking up too. Jet receives the nano boost late in this fight just to close things out. Rez will come on through, and well, Marywood University trying to buy as much percentage as they can, but there seems like they're just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, this is going to be the turn back post haste as the final blows come in, and there is again what I was talking about, that focus fire. Even with the Valkyrie, Longtree Men not able to stabilize for very long. New England College do, expend everything in their resource bank. However, that does prevent Marywood University from getting any further than simply equalizing in point control. I'd like to see a hyper-aggressive pick through here with the Coalescence on the re-entry from Marywood. They need to try and isolate, especially Angel Day, I think, in the sky.
Sacrificer start things off, and there's that Coalescence. They're going to focus on Angel Day and Jet. They delivered exactly on your request there, LaFawn, and the pharmacy is gone. That was a very aggressive push. Great focus fire yet again on display, and we're going to flip it right back.
It's going to be up to that 85% mark here for New England College, but it's rare in Overwatch to have a singularly correct approach to a fight. In that particular instance, though, there was only one correct play, and that's exactly what Marywood University do. And now, I mean, they've got the minefield to kind of slow things down here because, again, it's all about stalling the game out, trying to get to that last fight territory because they don't have a ton of resources for those impact eliminations. So you delay with a Deadeye and then delay with a minefield till you come back up to the Primal Rage, etc., etc. For New England, that Pulse Bomb needs to be big.
Yep, and it's not going to land. Goes wide. Storm, second time in a row, not able to get value out of the Tracer Ultimate. He's putting a lot of pressure down, but Micro B drops down the Deadeye, picks up the kill on the Angel Day. Shadowstorm has to get out of there. Jet has no pocket. Easy picking there for Tomato Tony. And Marywood University are going to win this final fight. New England College trying to stick around in it, but that's a 3K there for Tomato Tony on the Soldier 76.
And the self-destruct not even going to find anything as the Resurrect comes in, but that is going to be the elimination, and that's going to mean overtime ticks away. Round one is going to go to Marywood University here in just a moment, but a hotly contested first round nonetheless.
Oh, very much back and forth. It seems like neither team could really hold on to the objective for all that long. Marywood holding it for 2 fights in a row. I mean, that's about as much as we got to see as far as defending the objective. Some good retakes from both sides. Some great Overwatch from both sides.
Yeah.
The Pacers from Marywood, I mean, just kind of edge it out in that final fight. But I still stand by our original statement. This can go either way.
And I don't think that, a lot of the times when we have a lot of those fights that retake back and forth, it's usually because the defending team is making mistakes. I don't think that's the case here. I think this is legitimately two teams that have understood how to approach their offensive side of this map excellently, and their execution has been very, very crisp. So, in essence, a lot of this is coming down to those micro to micro moments. And if there's, one thing you have to kind of call out, it's specifically those impact cooldowns not finding purchase. I think the Pulse Bomb is the one that's most noticeable, but that's easily fixable in the mid to mid fight. So eyes on New England College if they're able to bring it back, because that's where I think those moments prevented them from keeping that point in their favor. Now, as we head to Sanctuary, it's going to be a switch up in terms of composition. Another hybrid comp here from Marywood University, whereas New England going all in on that dive, the Sombra makes an appearance for the first time.
And I mean, if Shadowstorm had gotten the kill on a Micro B, then that final fight would have gone a different way on downtown. So I find Tracer takes a little bit of time, more time than other characters to get warmed up on. So, I mean, this could easily start swinging, especially if Shadowstorm starts to find their groove on the Tracer. New England trying to loop in through Drum's side, but they're just finding no room to work. Tomato Tony shutting it all down, combined with Corhex. And this is Marywood University, and they've already grabbed control, and they're continuing to find kills.
Yeah, this is that hybrid composition coming into play, right? You have this sort of dive-esque look from the Wrecking Ball Soldier, and then you can kind of combo with the Moira as well. But then you have the stabilization aspect of Corhex on the Reinhardt, who allows you to kind of brawl in close. We saw Nilan wasn't really able to gain much space there on the off-tank role because how aggressive Corhex was. And now, I mean, we're looking at this fight. It's going to be Earthshatter online. This could really end the fight before it even begins, as there's no shield to block it.
And with a big pile driver, Can Steam has almost got those mines online as well. We'll see if Corhex and Can Steam can find anybody to lock down. That would be the one caveat, but Can Steam's out early. Micro B has picked up a pair already, though. Corhex, ooh, good slept, was looking to use that Earthshatter. I think that was a great anticipation coming out of Grim. And New England College, oh no, but there it is. The patience is rewarded as the hammer hits the ground with authority.
And yeah, that's going to be the reset there. And this is now where Marywood University are going to try and keep the map continuously in their favor and just prevent New England College, because you can see the switch coming in. It's going to be a full rush composition from New England College. This is the last moment they had to really switch, because they're not going to have a lot of resources early, right? This is going to be sort of a last fight situation, barring, you know, a miracle pickoff here from Jet on the ASCII, for example. But they're playing it well as they're running into the front line.
Good Maywall to block the damage coming out of Tomato Tony, and the Reinhardts are going to trade. Self-destruct in, though, and Can seems able to find some work on the back, taking the Baptiste down. The Coalescence to clean up everything else. It's a double kill from a skill orb. There's something you don't see every day. And that's the Gong of Death. Marywood University are maybe half a fight from taking this map.
Yeah, and now you're kind of wondering who's going to get back to touch the objective. It looks like it's going to be Coin, but they're out on an island by themselves, and the team just now gets back to support, and it's a little too late.
Oh, it was close. Angel David did their darndest to speed everybody in, but too late indeed. And running into the tack visor, Tomato Tony don't miss. And this is Marywood University with a much cleaner Sanctuary. 100-0 will be your final score here. It's a 2-0 on Busan. Coin tried to come in, gets shattered as they roll onto the objective. Just a celebratory move there in the final moments of Busan. Marywood with a strong start.
Yeah, I mean, round number 2, really, I think the unfortunate thing is that Overwatch is an ultimate-based game, and the fact that you don't really ever generate those resources means that you can't contest in any, you know, meaningful aspect. Millen will get the highlight of the game, but alas, she's not going to be able to, you know, take the victory for the team. So, you know, now the reset comes in, and you have to wonder which is the fluke, right? Which is the one that's kind of the outlier in terms of the performance? Was it round 1? Where it just happened to be one that played to the strengths that New England kind of brought to the table, or was it round 2? That's, you know, 100-0 is unusual in most cases. So I think coming into the next couple of rounds, or the next couple of maps, I should say, the expectations are kind of reset. They have to be reset, or at least New England has to kind of you know, force that reset both mentally and within the game itself. So a lot riding on the line here in map number 2 for sure.
Well, I think one of the biggest things that stood out to me was Jet on the Farah. Yeah. They are able to play, you know, take to the skies and play the long distance spam game on downtown. Not really able to do that on Sanctuary, and they found a lot of value with it. So if I'm New England right now, I think I may be considering going someplace to where that Farah can get a lot of value. You can have some good places to hide in the skybox, you know, combined with some room to work vertically for the pharmacy. And so we're headed to a hybrid map. Now there is a ban phase, so the winner does get to ban one of our hybrids, but then it'll be New England's pick. So I think that's what I'm thinking of. And as we see it pop up at the bottom of your screen right now, we're headed to Blizzard World.
And we actually get to know what the ban was. It was Numbani ban. So so Numbani ban, Blizzard World picked. And a lot here. The one thing we can kind of talk about is that we've seen Blizzard World a fair amount. I think this has been a map that has played favorably to the rush composition mostly over the season. You know, kind of looking back over my notes and what we kind of saw in the regular season, a lot of it did come down to teams across all divisions, not just this one, but across all divisions. It really was 2 main styles. There was the rush composition, which features, you know, the May, the Reinhardt, et cetera, et cetera. It also features the dive composition, which primarily was based around the Wrecking Ball, less so the Winston this season. So I think, considering we saw a lot of Wrecking Ball on the previous map, and I think that was the strongest look, maybe New England wants to kind of stray away from the rush composition that they may tend towards otherwise, in favor of that more high-tempo style.
I think that's a pretty good bet. That's a great observation, and it could certainly work very well, particularly on attack, but even on both sides, attack and defense on Blizzard World. So I'm anxious to see, you know, maybe we do get more of that. The Tracer Sombra look could also work here.
I think, yeah, to the point about the Sombra look, I think the one thing that was kind of an issue in that previous stage on Sanctuary was that the Sombra setup wasn't particularly effective for New England. And, you know, a lot of Sombra's strengths lie in the team play. It's not really an individual thing, but you need to kind of stage your hacks and then have kind of the dive target come in. And then hack target is really the question of the game. And I think specifically with the composition that was run by Marywood, Wrecking Ball was the primary target, and it never really seemed to come through. So a lot of adaptation going to need to come in on New England College's side. And speaking of adaptations, we have to make a quick reset mentally. Is it's going to be New England heading to defense first, so they'll be in blue this time around. Marywood on the attack in red.
And we are going to get something completely different coming out of New England College, at least for the defense. Pulling out the Orisa Torb setup. So this is kind of an anti-dive look in of itself.
Yeah, and you know, I suppose there was that third kind of style, which was the double shield or sort of the bunker style, which had some play in the season. It seemed to be more niche though. So while it got a lot of playtime, we didn't have a lot of. It's something that was definitely able to be picked by a lot of teams. So getting it here is not really a surprise, especially with Marywood continuing to run. It seems sort of this hybrid dive, composition they kind of have going for them. And I think the thing about this composition Marywood's running is it's putting pressure on two fronts because they're playing it so well. There's that frontline brawl, and you've got that rotational ability of the Wrecking Ball in the back.
And the timing is so key, and they're executing beautifully so far. From what we see in the small sample size of one map. And you can see Can's team already setting up for that flank, waiting, because that timing is so important, waiting for Crowhex to get close, and then they can kind of execute this pincer movement. Rotation around to the right side, as Crowhex is going to go ahead and push in. You see Can's team pulling it from the back, and there they go. It's right on top. Tomato Tony picks up one, but Crowhex goes down as well. Main tank for main tank. Difference is res available for the defense. They're going to get the Orisa right back up, shield back on the ground, and should be able to repel this assault.
Yeah, the problem is you cannot get the T-Mac onto Nilin. They need to stay alive. Nilin goes down. This is going to be a real problem for New England College, but it seems they've stabilized. This ante has really just been onto coin multiple times, so the Orisa a little bit more survivable for sure.
The mine's out from Can's team. Tries to soft, looking to roll through, but a nice fortify out of coin. They're not having any of it, but finally, the attack just compresses in from all sides, and New England crumple to the ground.
That's a strong play. I mean, a lot of that comes down to the fact that Marywood University do not allow New England to reset in terms of the health pools, right? We saw the tanks. Yeah, the Resurrect comes onto coin, but not enough to really stabilize with the shield no longer in play. They aren't really a factor in the fight, and of course, Nilin was taken out quite a bit by the spam that came in from Microbee. So a lot of pressure from the DPS, rightfully so for Marywood University. Now, what I'd like to see for them is to actually hit the go button here with the Coalescence, though it seems they're going to have to outweight here this Molten Core as Jet just prevents them from really taking that high ground rotation.
Oh, and I love that play. And Jet's even going to follow up with a kill of their own. Very smart. Now New England drop down through an Ant Matrix, and they're going to push Marywood back out of the main street now. With Shadow Storm keeping an eye on the flank. New England College locking up all fronts right now.
I mean, critique Shadow Storm's pulse bombs all you want, but he's been incredibly good in terms of the frontline pressure with the actual aim and sort of movement and so forth. So that has been sort of the bread and butter of this Tracer gameplay as Coin tries to dance their way through the backline. Not going to find it. The Sleep Guard's going to instead stop them, and this self-destruct could be big.
It is indeed. It's both supports out of the fight. Marywood University just losing this fight before it even really began. What a well played self-destruct. Props to Nilin.
Yeah. She's been incredibly good on the Diva overall. So, I mean, listen, without the supports, the fight's over. It's not like there are certain 5v6 or 4v6s you can win. No supports, not one of them. And that self-destruct just slows things down. And now, I mean, this is going to buy time for Jet to get another Molten Core, which is going to slow the high ground out even more. As Canstream, yeah, that minefield not going to find much value.
Nope, and Nalen's going to get that kill, as a matter of fact. Continues to find value on the Diva.
And that minefield actually going to get melted by the Molten Core, so a 2-for-1 special.
I mean, Jet got that up so quick. That was, I mean, 2 fights, but that last fight was a really fast fight. I'm impressed with how quickly Jet is cycling through those ultimates.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing here is that Marywood has not really had an opportunity to use their ultimates. Yes, they have 5. No, you had Earth Shatter. Oh, Orax goes over to the Winston, and that's going to be 1 check mark taken off the old-fashioned way. But you know what? If they believe in the mobility, then maybe it is better. However, you need this nano boost to be applied right now, or Corax is going to go down quick.
Corax is kind of behind that piece of cover. Finally, it does come through, and Corax is still going down. Look at that health bar just disappear before your eyes. Dalen picks up yet another. Huckabee tries to throw a Deadeye up top. Jet's in a little bit of trouble. I don't think has the overload, but is able to back out, pick up the Mega, and try to get back into this thing. Everyone whittling it away, though. They've been able to kind of separate New England's defense and win a couple of individual fights as they picked it apart and are finally starting to make a little bit of room.
That being said, Nilin was actually able to be resurrected by Angel Day there, so it's not quite out of the fight yet, although Angel Day is going to go down here for sure. So this has slowly inched back. The Death Blossom going to cement this fight win. As the cart was slowly ticking forward, there may be a retake available, though, a recontest at the very least. Though it looks like, actually, no, with Can's team, playing this aggressive style, yeah, that's going to entirely defeat that. But a relatively low time bank here on this third phase. There's 3:18 left on the clock. And I mean, New England College, the one thing about their fights is that when they win them pretty, efficiently, not overcommitting resources. When they lose them, they also don't commit too much to those fights either. So coming back in, they're going to be relatively set in sort of the mirror matchup. Marywood University trying to deny. Again, Coalesce is going to be such a big part of this fight. They need to use it quickly.
It was just getting into a little preliminary damage. Still a lot of Shadow Storm right out of the gate. That is a good start if you're Marywood. And if you had to pull the trigger, the Coalescent self-destruct into the back. Finds two again. And Nayland just pinpoint accurate with these things. Doing surgery with an atomic bomb.
That's you could set a clock by it, it seems, at this point, two past the back line in terms of eliminations for a New England College with that self-destruct. So, I mean, that's a good, clean fight, right? We talked about the efficiency with their ultimates, and there it shows yet again. Shadow Storm, big things needed from this fight, though. We've highlighted the Tracer multiple times, and it doesn't change now. Pulse Bomb needs to get the pick off.
It's a Nano Boost down. Deadeye picking up two. Coalescence is out, and all while Tomato Tony was far in the back, eventually dies. But hey, yeah, Tweet Micro B on the Cassidy doing just loads of work. Finds yet another on the Shadow Storm. He falls for the second time.
And the Pulse Bomb was committed there. So this is a little bit of a disaster, actually, for New England College. They need to slow the game down. This minefield needs to be used on the objective, and then they need to just try and just eliminate the time off the clock. Below a minute is really what they're hunting for at this point in the game.
That's quite a bit ways away. Give it to the Deadeye coming out. Hey, getting that on. It might just do it. The Jet's going to fall. Kui Micro B trying to clutch this thing out. Picks up two. And despite not having their Ana on the battlefield, Marywood University are in a prime spot to get this thing home with more than a minute remaining. And that's going to be a little quick kill on a Nayland. Coming back, Jet on the Doomfist. Looking to slow this thing out, but there's mines all over the place, making life very difficult for Jet. They're eventually going to fall. Lock at 114. Marywood University are so close to getting it home, and they do it. They complete with over seconds in the bank, 72 to be exact.
It's respectable from both squads, I think. This has kind of been the sort of story of this game in the entirety of what we've kind of seen, barring the Sanctuary. I think 100-0, and even then there was moments that I think New England College really stepped up. This has been a game that's kind of filtered on, moments as opposed to grand differences in efficiency. So I think both these squads are going to be okay with this time bank. Sure, Marywood would have liked a little bit more time. Sure, New England would have liked a little bit less. But ultimately, I think, especially with how difficult, Blizzard World can be to attack on the third phase, and even the latter half of the second phase, to be quite honest with you, I think both teams are accepting that this is the time bank they kind of have, and now it's time to go, back to work and see how New England College can respond in their attack run.
I feel like this was a negotiation. It was like, I'll give you a minute 45. How about 45? They just kept going back and forth and haggling each other, and they settled on a minute 12. Like, that's just that's how I pictured it in my head, just from that description. We'll just meet in the middle. All right, minute 12 it is.
Like all good compromises, neither team are really that happy about it.
Exactly.
I don't know where that. I just a quick aside. I don't know where that statement started. I've had multiple good compromises where both sides are equally happy with. Like, they're actually, it worked out for both sides equally. So.
Hey, I'd say that's a sign of a good negotiation right there. So Marywood on the defense, sticking with.
Ooh, this is a full rush from the offense, though. This is good.
Yes, I love this.
Especially the teleporter. Get past the front line and make the supports hurt. That's really what you got to do here.
Oh, they're playing fast, too, in a nice wall. Corex didn't stand a chance. Jet goes down, but their job is done. Huge Bionade. Hits the remaining 5. Look at the health bars. Only 1 or 2 blocks each for the top left-hand corner, though. Holy cow. Long Tree Man just saved that for New England.
And this is the one time where I will accept spinning wildly in excitement from a player because, yeah, you deserve it. That was a big anti-nade. That was a big anti-nade from Long Tree Man that just won the fight, right? Now New England College are actually going to make a reset. They're going over to this dive composition, and this is going to be really hard for Jet. They do not have nearly the level of protection that they kind of need to have against double hit scan, but also the Ana and the Zenyatta. This, oh my god, look at that.
This just
Immediately disappeared.
I'm not even sure the DPS got involved. That was Spoopy and Long Tree Man that did that. You know, probably a little bit of shots, but that was everybody. 4 players, you know, potentially shooting the Jet out of the sky. That was a struggle. That hurt my heart. And with this Discord orb, I mean, New England can't get close. They're not able to close this gap. They're trying to pull around stable, but are struggling to do so. Finally, it's Shadow Storm and Nayland getting in there, but Vorhex answers right back. Now these trades are gonna favor the attacking New England, and with Shadow Storm's second kill, that might do it. But slowing things down, it's a great Deadeye.
Long Tree Man, that was nuts. That flick onto
awesome.
Jet in the air after the nano boost, that's brilliant. And this means that Merriwood is actually right back in this fight.
And Corhex is gonna batter down Angel. Oh, Angel! Nope, that was not a safe corner. Unfortunate for you. And this is gonna be Merriwood stabilizing. Wow, I'm impressed.
Yeah, heroic play from the supports. Long Tree Man stepping up in a big way there. The nano boost, not for the damage. The nano boost actually for the survivability aspect. Obviously, the immediate healing, plus the fact that it gives you 50% damage reduction. So, and then the flick onto Jet in the sky. They had no chance yet again. And at this point, Jet has died more to the, the Pharah has died more to the Ana than any of the hit scans specifically. I guess they say Mother does know best. And it shows up there. Now, New England College, they're running out of time, and more critically, they don't have much resources. Good pickoff to start things off, but this tactical advisor is going to make things really difficult.
Oh, Self-Destruct's going to pick up another one, and it's a +2. And there you go. And finally, they storm through, and Jet's able to find some revenge. Doesn't get Mom. Apparently, that was a little... it was grim taking down their counterpart. But hey, New England get the job done.
Yeah, good start there as... they now tick up to 3.5 minutes left on the clock, so the second phase becomes theirs to kind of work with. And I mean, credit to New England College. They again engage with the self-destruct. Nilin yet again finds another. I think that's up to 6 now on the map, and that just really starts to snowball things in their favor. Now, I mean, here, please pulse bomb, please. Yes, nice.
There it is.
That's the first one on the map. But you know what? First one on the match. Even got to start somewhere.
And been looking for Micro B seemingly every time, and finally is able to land one. Coin goes down, but they'll get back into the Micro. Right? No huge loss there. Although it is going to prevent New England from setting up on the high ground, I think, like they want to. All 5 members, very mobile members, might I add, are just down here in Main Street as mines come out everywhere, and Grim gets caught on the bad side of it, stuck in the middle of all the mines, and the Ana is out of the table.
Yeah, New England College was caught looking a little bit. They're looking for that play for a Jet to concuss in with the Pharah and then use the barrage, and then Grim uses the nano boost to increase the survivability on the Pharah. They're looking for that play. You can kind of see the setup trying to come in, but they just wait too long. And they let Marywood University actually have the initiative. So that's going to have to be a little bit more crisp, a little bit more clean here on their engagement. Though yet again, Marywood University have the tools to kind of deny.
The nano boost goes on to Coin. And Grim gets taken out yet again. The barrage is eventually through, but Jet's going to pay for it. Rest is clean, and Angel Day is able to give the advantage right back over to New England, at least as far as numbers are concerned. But Coin goes in with no health. That was a little ambitious, just trying to dive in and had just 1 or 2 ticks. A little patience would have served you well there, Coin. But Marywood University are slowly getting reinforcements back and on that. I think they're going to be able to stabilize, though it hasn't happened just yet. Micro B is going to come in and try to reclaim this objective itself. Flashbang whiffs, and the nano boost is out onto Corhex. But Corhex is antied, and just barely wore off by the time the Transcendence got to him, and eventually the stabilization happened.
That's both support ultimates and the Primal Rage committed by Marywood University to get that in play, right? That was completely uncontested, too. There was no ultimates committed by New England College in that fight. So with Jet going over to the Echo, which I think makes a lot more sense, more maneuverability, more spam, and able to play around the line of sight of the hit scan more efficiently. I think this is a smart change. Oh, this tactical advisor is not going to
attack. Yeah. That did not go well for you, Jet. And that's already New England College on the back foot. Nayland is struggling down low. Doesn't have self-destruct to get back into mech, but Boyd is anti-slept up. Long Tree Man coming in clutch yet again. And now it's up to Nayland to try to push forward, but they're running right into a flashbang. And Microbee holds the line long enough for Marywood University to repel this attack.
And poor Noah there in that final fight. The Mac stands up, immediately gets slept, goes down, stands up, immediately demeched. So just a roller coaster of emotions there. I suppose makes sense. We are on Blizzard World. Coin needs to stay alive here. You cannot be staggered out. 20 seconds remaining. You only have one fight left, and the big thing here is that it's kind of going to be an even fight. There's no ultimates online, so it's about who can execute in the neutral more efficiently. And right now, Marywood University doing a great job of just preventing New England College from even walking in.
Oh, Kids team kind of got caught in a bit of an awkward situation. Overtime starting to burn. Shadow Storm's made their way into the back. The sleep! Oh, Long Tree Man with the 180 sleep dart, and Shadow Storm is gone. Mine's on the objective, clearing off the rest. It is Marywood University winning this on all fronts, front and back. Nobody can get through this impenetrable fortress of a defense, and Marywood are going to take Blizzard World. They're going to go up 2-0 in this series on match point in our semifinals, one game away from punching their ticket to the grand.
And this has been really the Ana show on this map. That was spectacular stuff from Long Tree Man. The flick 180, even as the Tracer kind of walks up slowly to try and get the one clip. Just good reaction times. Dylan will again get the highlight of the map, but unfortunately not enough. Close it out, and they're really looking for that explosive moment to kind of put them back in the conversation here in this series.
Explosive moment. I see what you did there, LaFawn. I see what you did there. Hey, and to be fair, Nayland's been absolutely spectacular with those diva bombs. I mean, the self-destructs have been very well placed, very well timed, but it just wasn't quite enough. And now New England College are staring down the barrel of an 0-2 deficit. They're going to need a reverse sweep if they want to move on to the grand finals. Hey, we're going to take a short break. It'll be their map pick when we return. When we come back, it's going to be Assault. Well, the Pacers out of Scranton, Pennsylvania have absolutely showed up in a big, big way, taking a 2-0 lead in this semifinals match. The Emergence Division, I mean, this is Marywood U looking dominant here so far.
They have, and I think the interesting thing is that, I kind of talked about this at the top of the broadcast, and I think it continues to be true now. It's not that New England's playing that poorly, right? This is two teams that are playing very well. It's just that in those clutch moments, I think Marywood's stepping up in a big way. Now we got to talk about our upcoming map. We said that it was going to be Assault, and with New England now facing down elimination on match point, we are headed to Temple of Anubis for that Assault map type. And I gotta say, this is going to be interesting. I think we've seen the projectile play consistently from New England, and this is a map that Echo really excels at. So I'm interested if that's going to make a reappearance here for Jet.
And the home of Farah as well. One that I've always enjoyed on, and maybe not quite as traditionally meta in the past season as the Echo is, but hey, so far Jet's not showing us either. Don't get visual whiplash. We are switching sides again. So Marywood going back into the blue jerseys. Start us off on the defense. We'll address that Genji here in about 30 seconds if they stick with it. First, let's look at what Marywood's bringing out. There's not a whole lot of changes, but is Micro B on the Junkrat kind of standing out to me right now here, LaFon?
Well, I think the latter half of that roster are the ones kind of shifting up, right? Both Long Tree Man and Swoopy Gamer running different supports as well. So a lot more spam is certainly on the table here for Marywood University. Yeah, exactly so. Micro be the Junkrat. And I mean, with how tight these choke points that you have to kind of walk in through on Temple of Anubis are, Junkrat can really find a ton of value. And with some early damage, the Riptire is often the first ultimate on the board on this map on this point. So certainly not out of the question as New England continuing with the Genji in this early phase.
Yeah, which means Grim is going to stick with the Ana. New England, okay, they're going to go ahead and push. I thought they might recognize the Junkrat and not try to push into the small corridor. I think Micro B might just thrive. New England's got their work cut out for them. And New England can't just sit here. They have got to be quick. Otherwise, that spam damage is just going to exponentially find value as it's poured into that tiny room. You're trying to work from the outside, try to pull some attention away from the front line, maybe open up some space for the rest of New England to work, but Marywood's just pushing right on forward, and then finally the kills start to come in. Coin's in trouble. With that attention diverted for the res, somehow Coin stays alive, and by somehow I mean Grim just landing all the shots, and Canstein moves in a little bit too far, but the tire does come out, and you hit the nail on the head, LaFon. First ult of the game, and 3 kills as a result.
That being said, Micro B actually gets eliminated as Nolan is the last one down, so yeah, it's flashy for sure, and it's going to hold. That being said, the Junkrat's going to be walking back from spawn as this next fight happens, and New England College need to recognize that and go now.
Yeah, waste 0 time. Yeah, I almost would have swapped to a Lucio on the back of that, but hey, you got 2 support ults ready to go, so don't want to waste them. Big stun up, Canstein in a bit of trouble. Coin is going to move in and finish him off with a little help from Grim and rotating all the way around. New England trying to make their way to the point. Micro B goes down again as Grim shows up in the feed for the second time on this second engagement. And Jet trying to dive into the pack, fill up the rest of that blade. Marywood University, you're just kind of sitting there watching the progress go.
They finally get to the objective, but this has been 2 ticks given over.
And the shatter goes down. Corhex did not see that one coming, but boy, not able to follow up on it. Corhex now 99 to 1 of their own, but Tomato Tony goes down. Oh, and Corhex even invests the shatters with their dying breath. Attack visor from up above New England should hit the point.
It's going to be the tactical visor invested, and Shadowstorm gets to clean up with the flick of the Helix rocket at the very end there. Good. I mean, you absolutely need to commit that. And the fact to commit the tactical visor and not the blade, I think, is a big difference, because now there's that snowball potential, and the tactical visor is not nearly as good here on the second point because there's so much more natural cover to hide behind. So I like that here. New England College have a small window of opportunity to just hit the go button.
Well, the mines are going to slow them down a little bit. A great bio day just cleared out all those mines and kept Coin alive. Microbe's going to find one, but easily resable. And New England back at a full 6, looking for an opportunity to pull the trigger on this blade. Unleash the katana. Jet running into a couple mines. Color Hex landed over the top as the tire comes out. Tire was looking for Mercy up in the air, but Angel Day staying elusive. Nevertheless, win condition now gone. I think they were relying on Jet to start off this fight.
Yeah, they're gonna actually wait for the respawn to go through, and I like this,
Yeah.
right? Don't overcommit, don't feed alt charge, right? You're starting to build up yours. It's good here, right? You can see the both tanks are far away, and with Tomato Tony going over to the Reaper, not a lot in the bank aside from the support ultimates, which are very powerful. But I mean, New England College now needs to go. This has to be the go moment.
Blade is out, but the nano doesn't connect. Grim couldn't find the LOS on it. Oh, but the self-destruct does. That's another pair of kills under Naylor's belt. And New England are starting to make some progress here. They're running into a bit of double damage. Naylor's going to get taken out of mech as a result. Hex does fall, but there's a coalescence here to keep the rest of the team alive. And New England College are sticking around, I think, a little bit longer than they might have should have.
Yeah, this is going to be the reset here, and they're not even going to get a full tick after all that commit. So this needs to just lose this fight. Just get out, reset. It is what it is, right? A bit unfortunate that you aren't able to, the combo that you've kind of been pining for has not been able to execute. So you lose that fight in sort of unwanted fashion. Maybe that looks a little bit different if you're able to get the dash lash on the, on the immortality field that gets the resurrects. But that's in a universe that isn't this one. So looking back, you're going to see the switch coming over from Jet to the Pharah. Again, there's no direct long-range hit scan here for Marywood University. So a good selection, I think, here in this phase.
And I wonder if the Nano's going to go on to Jet or on to Coin. Oh, but Jet goes down. But Long Tree Man just as efficient on the BAP as they are on the Ana. Trade's coming through, but of course those 2-for-2 trades heavily favoring the defense on point B. Rez will, or the respawns will get here a lot quicker. Cortex is going to buy some time in the interim with this Primal Rage.
That's just a small aside, though, that Angel Day's movement on the Mercy is actually really good. Dancing through the air is the Mercy player, so they're really stepping up in a big way on that one. But I mean, this is not going to be the reset for New England College to make another change. Coin going over to the, Coin going over to play a little bit more aggressively here in this front line with the Reinhardt. I have to say, this is going to need a more cohesive execution. We're seeing this team not being on the same page as each other, right? The attack line, the front line, is going in at a different time than the DPS, and that's causing them to struggle a little bit.
They can coordinate this one, kind of find the rhythm. With a minute 19 left, everybody's stuck in that small room, and the tires incoming. Finds 3. Micro B takes out both supports and gets a little bonus on the Shadow Storm. And that's Micro B winning the fight. Boom, well done.
Yep. The Riptire is difficult when you're trying to face the front line. Did I see a little aim out there from the Junkrat player?
Yeah, that was a little dance from Micro B.
You know what? Nice. Now down to a minute remaining, and barring a miracle, this is going to just be at best an overtime capture, which is not ideal for New England College. And Can's team has really just put so much pressure single-handedly with this Wrecking Ball.
And it's going to get Shadow Storm. I mean, that was mostly Can's team. Cortex does get the final blow. But Can's team did the pop-up, did a lot of work, comes back in, almost has another set of mines ready to go. And it's just, I mean, you're not kidding, man. Just wreaking havoc through this line. New England, they can't even push forward.
Yeah, this is going to be, 20 seconds. New England College don't even have an opportunity to use these ultimates. Look at this. 6 up, and not one of them can press the Q button.
Sleep's not going to make it. Oh, okay, never mind. There was the Shatter that had stopped Can's team in their tracks. They had enough. Oh, but okay. All right, well, finally, everybody's able to press Q, and the kills line up the feed in favor of New England. They've only saved the Nano to cap with this, but nobody's going to get back. So it worked out in the end, but was indeed an overtime result.
Just another marker that New England gets another double kill with the self-destruct. So just putting that out there.
I wish I'd been kept keeping tally.
Yeah, to wit, most of these self-destructs have gotten every self-destruct barring 3, I think, that New England has used has gotten at least 1 elimination. And another 40% of those have been, or sorry, not 40, 60% of those have actually been 2. So 2 or more. And so that's pretty impressive stat line for the Diva player. They also say about 84% of stats are made up. You'll never know which ones are true, but there you go.
Now, is that last one true or not? That's the question, folks. That's the question. Oh my!
Got to keep you on your toes a little bit. You're paying attention.
Yes.
You know?
Hey, I appreciate it. Doing a college, hoping that final push, those 2 points, are enough to send this to a third map. or fourth map rather.
This
Railroad
is
University.
it's
win condition set.
win condition set. Yeah, just complete the map with time remaining over a minute, and you prevent New England College from getting an attack on this map. So that's really what we're looking for. 1 minute, 1 second is the time to hit for that point B capture at the minimum. If Marywood University wants to get a chance to end the series right here, right now.
Interesting hybrid combination composition. But combination of characters, sure, that worked too. From Marywood to try to make it happen. You're gonna micro be kind of sitting in the back, putting some damage in from afar. As you can see the spam coming out from the defense, similar to what Marywood used on their defense.
Oh, nice.
Handsteam works all the way around. Doesn't quite get the knockoff though. It was a great move. Does get Immortality Field out and a bunch of resources out of New England for that matter. Core Hex does eventually fall, so first blood to the defense here. Microbe's got himself in a nice spot. Handsteam still doing a lot of work, and the Mercy gets picked off. Core Hex gets res, and Marywood University continue to put pressure on as New England College are forced to fall all the way to the back stairs to find some reprieve, and Grim finds none. Picked off the back. Baptiste is gone. No sustain for Coin. They're going to fall. And Marywood University are going to put up a great time here on point A.
It's a real shame that this fight is actually going to go to Marywood University because New England College made the right read there. The trap is actually on the high ground under the feet of Jet, and as Handsteam tries to roll through for that knockback, it's the trap that actually stops him. But because no one could focus down the wrecking ball, it ends up being, a play that is cool, but not ultimately game-changing. And that means that Marywood University are able to get those cleanup eliminations off that damage that Handsteam was able to bring forward to give themselves now 5.5 minutes on the time bank. Again, a minute 1 is what they're kind of fighting for. So a lot of chances to make mistakes here. And even still, they have the potential to snowball. Grim's amplification matrix only can stand between them and disaster.
Oh, and it's disaster. It's the flatter of the pack as Color Hex moves in and Mines do a lot of preliminary damage. Color Hex is able to follow up with a big old Goomba Stomp. And this is already 2 ticks picked up. I'm not sure if he can even get out here to touch. Marywood University looking to send this thing in with a monstrous time bank and succeed at it. 5:03 left to capture 1 tick. They will move on to the grand finals.
And if you do recall, I just said 101. I believe that 5:03 is 4 minutes 2 seconds more than 1 minute 1. So
that's brave of you doing math on stream like that. That's
hey,
brave.
my degree. Listen, I'll tell you this: my degree was in a heavily maths favored, subject. So if I'm wrong, it's a very embarrassing thing to admit on air.
Fair.
That being said, now Marywood University, they're looking at being able to close out the 3-0 with 1/3 of that objective, 5 minutes 3 seconds. That is not a lot of progress required for a lot of time, right? Like, even if, to put it this way, you can fail 5 pushes on this map and still have an attempt to get 1/3 of the objective, right? That's a lot of time.
Which also means you could fail and just bank up 6 ultimates.
Yeah.
And go in and everybody press Q at once.
Their biggest enemy here is not, in fact, New England College on this point. It's themselves, Marywood University, looking at this, right? Because it's about execution now. Under ideal circumstances, even if you fail those many times, you should have been able to build up 6 ultimates to just literally brute force your way through. So looking through this, New England College, looking at their season, this needs to be, they need to hold. They need to. It's not up to them anymore. Marywood University really have everything in their hands.
Yeah, they play around this Bastion. Microbe going up top. Microbe can get a good shot. The Bastion can just be Dunsky. Forward here, nothing but shields up front, and Handsteam goes in. Gotta watch out. That's Jet with 450 DPS. Color Hex gets the brunt of it. It does get rezzed up, and now Marywood are painfully aware of the Bastion sitting on the center platform. Tomato Tony is going to strike back, and the +1 swings the other way. That's 2 for Tomato Tony. All the while, Micro B sitting up on high, just controlling this open air. If anybody puts their nose out, it's taking a ton of damage, just like Coin did, and Handsteam able to finish off what Micro B had started. This is Marywood University. The inevitable is coming through. It's going to be a slow finish. Jet does manage to get this ultimate online. This needs to be a miracle. You need to get at least 2 right here, right now. No such luck. Microbe will fall, but Handsteam is going to pick up 1, trading that one right back to Tomato Tony, sitting on the outside, uncontested, just pouring shots on at this point. That's going to do it. Wood University will take this in a 3-0. There comes the progress. Boom. To the grand finals you go, Marywood. Congratulations.
GG's indeed, and you can see both teams, hard fought, very, very hard fought game, very hard fought season in New England's case. But for Marywood University, they are not out. Their story isn't finished yet. They get to move on. Continue the streak of the team. Ends up going down, taking the highlight here as the flank comes in, but alas, not enough to cement their progress. And so a lot to be said in this. I think a lot to analyze in terms of the strategic setup for Marywood as they continue their way onwards. But ultimately, I think a well-fought game that just felt that once Marywood got their footing under them, never really let the game slip away.
Nope, 100%. Quite dominant indeed. Long Tree Man, I think, really stood out to me. It would be my personal choice for player of the match.
Chance Team was
as a
definitely
humble
up there
caster.
though on the wrecking ball. That was
Chance Team, agreed.
a big difference maker. I think where Long Tree Man was most successful in the Ana, Can's team made the wrecking balls just sing. Just an absolute maestro of performance there on the tank role and making that hybrid composition look good, which is not something we usually expect to see, right? When you see sort of those off-meta picks, I shouldn't say off-meta, we see those off-meta styles, a lot of the times it's a piecemeal, it struggles, but the hybrid composition really worked, and I think Can's team was a big part of that.
Oh man, couldn't put it better myself. Well, we're gonna get to hear from Marywood directly. We're gonna take a moment and get that set up. When we come back, winners interview. We'll see you in a moment. We are here with Twee Micro B coming in from Marywood University. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the W.
No, thank you guys for having me. Hold on, thank you guys for having me. It's a feeling to be the first team in our school to make it to the finals, and I could have not done it without my teammates backing us up. I feel like we all played very well.
That's awesome. I would second that notion. You definitely played very well. And using an unusual hybrid composition. Tell me a little about these origins. What made y'all decide to run with this kind of wrecking ball style alongside, an unusual mix? You're bringing in the Reinhardt with that, the Winston with that, a variety of DPS heroes. Tell me a little about this comp.
So the ball is he's our one trick. He refuses to switch, so we actually had to move around him. The tank with the Reinhardt, they are brothers, so I feel like the connection was off the 100% always. So they know what we're doing. So our number one rule is we don't question as long as we're winning. Um, with the other guys, that's just we play our mains. We play who we believe we can perform the best with, and that's I think that's it's been working ever since day one, and it's been working now, and we're gonna take it into that finals, and we're gonna take it all.
Speaking of the finals, because now you get the chance to look forward a little bit. We got one more game ahead of you. What are your expectations, right, for the finals? Because you guys made it this far. Semifinals is a big ask, but getting to those finals early. What are you kind of looking forward to prepping?
Definitely, we have to prep ourselves to make sure that our heads are straight on. The other team, they've made it to the finals too, so we're not better than them. So that's our mindset is we can't lose focus, and we're gonna make sure that we take it all 100% serious and try to take it home and be the first ever team in our school history to win us a finals.
How long have y'all been playing together? I mean, you talk about you're the first team to make it to the finals. Tell me a little about the esports program from your school. Is this a fairly new program? How long has the squad been together?
So it is a new program. So we are the first dedicated team. We've been playing ever since July. That's when we got like the Discord ready, and we started to play here games here and there. And then day one of school, we got together. It felt like we knew each other for a while. Like we had everything down. We were running the comps, and then that's what we settled on. And I believe like that's what made us who we are. And I'm
Yeah.
very excited. Like I said, I'm super excited to be here.
Fair enough. Usually, this is where I kind of ask you about the game, but as you said, this is the first time heading into the finals. I'm actually going to give you a small moment to kind of reminisce over the season. Looking back, right? You've got one game ahead of you, but looking back just for a moment, what was your highlight moment throughout the season?
I believe our highlight moment was probably our only loss to Center College because I feel like when we were going into those games, we we were trying a few things. We were trying to we were trying to see what worked, and we believe that that loss they did 3-0 us. So I believe that loss really put us into shape. So hey, maybe we're not the best. Maybe that we need to work on some things. And I believe that even though we lost that game, I don't think we would have been here without that. Like that learning experience.
What a wise answer. I love that. I love that so very much. Well, any shout outs you want to give here before we let you go?
Of course, I would love to, of course, shout out to my family for being here. It's very hard to convince your mom that you play competitive esports. Let me tell you that. I would love to shout out my girlfriend. She's been a great inspiration. I love to shout out my friends and family who are watching, like I said. And I would love to give a special shout out to the Marywood esports team because they have helped me, they have helped other people like bring the best out of themselves. And like I said, I wish that we could stay and we'd be playing forever, and I wouldn't be able to do it with anybody else.
Well, we really appreciate you coming on and sharing your insight. Best of luck at the grand finals.
Thank you so much.
Oh, LaFon, I love it. Gotta love it. You could just hear the pure elation
Yeah.
in his voice through that interview. That was so wholesome. That was so wholesome. All right, well, that leaves us with one final match of the night here in the semifinals before hey, Sunday grand finals will happen then. Your final match of the evening, you're gonna have St. Ambrose University taking on University of California at Davis. We're gonna take a short break, get that set up. I'm gonna pass the baton over to my friend User Intel. We'll see you back here for our final game of the match.
I've got to say, so far today, it's just been a beautiful day. Although it's still not, may not be like the skies out. I don't know. You guys may be watching this at a different time, but for us, it is very late as we are here to be looking at two teams continuing further, seeing if they can finally break out of the semifinals and secure their chances to be going a lot further in this series. My name is username underscore Intel here, joined by Lafron. My English is not good. I'm gonna need you to bring it out.
Yeah, I'm LaFon. So we've got a match underway, and actually a good one. Obviously, in the semifinals, we've had a chance to get our teams, prepared through the regular season, trying to get on their way through. And one match between them and, or two matches, I suppose, between them and Glory. Before we get into that, it's St. Ambrose University versus University of California at Davis. And interestingly, 2-1. Both these teams, second and third seed overall, respectively, 7-1 record on the season for both of them. So a very, very close match indeed. As we get a quick look at our bracket here, user. And overall, high expectations for sure for both these teams.
I definitely have to agree. As it's been going on so far in the season, we've seen Ambrose being able to kind of keep up at least a consistency when it comes to taking these maps. Obviously, coming off of a 3-0, similar to UCD coming back with a 3-0. So both of these teams are actually having a lot of momentum. It's going to be seeing who actually is going to be having that consistency, and more than anything, who's going to be feeling a lot stronger moving in, especially with our first map being Hanamura of all things. It could be very scary as something to kind of crucially walk into.
Yeah, we're gonna get our first map is actually Busan. Going to be controlled.
I like pranking people. They have to be paying attention.
True. I can fully agree. I fully agree with that sentiment. Right. Gotta make sure everyone's on their toes as we get set underway. Control makes a lot of sense. Right. We're gonna see how these teams kind of play out early. A lot of the compositions that we kind of expect to see, or what we've seen today, has been Busan being more high tempo. Right. We've seen that over the regular seasons, the course of the regular season, and it continues here into the finals. Rush does make an appearance at certain points, certain stages, if you will, but downtown especially tends towards that more speed-based compositions of the dive.
I definitely have to agree to that sentiment, especially since there are a lot of long sight lines, which is not a word that a lot of Overwatch players understand, because it seems that they always just want to run out brawl and always don't notice when they're being shot down and those shields are breaking. So it's going to be seeing which compositions they work out, and the Wrecking Ball, quite interesting.
Wrecking Ball has made a huge comeback as of late, right? The high mobility, again, just so easy to get in the back line. A lot of damage, a lot of survivability too. Doesn't require much healing. So in that sense, you can find a lot of value. And we can see this is going to be really just quick mobility. The teleporter out of spawn for Monterey, I would expect the Tracer to actually be the pick that comes in terms of the switch in the moment. But Afara with a pocket. Interesting stuff here.
Definitely have to agree. Normally, the Brigida and the Zenyatta are a more favorable composition. However, we're still going to be seeing how the Far Mercy works. UC Davis are being very precautious as they try to move out. But the big problem comes is that dive has secured both of the support line. Now Davis aren't going to be having too much as Ambrose quickly, and I mean quickly, clean up this fight.
Yeah, St. Ambrose get in the back line. The dive is set up cleanly. Arc is with the pile driver on top of the spam from Hines, and that means that it's just not much available in terms of survivability. The one success that UC Davis is going to have to try and find is that there isn't a lot of AoE healing here from Synfact, right? Lucio doesn't have that mainline heal, and if you can isolate a target and take them out, then that's where your success is going to be. But that is predicated on the fact that you get in the back line.
Now, while they're moving out, Davis is already taking a lot of just pure poke damage. Smokey has to immediately retreat as Monetary wants to try and put in as much poke as possible. Unfortunately, it seems they're not going to be able to protect Rick Ashley, and this immediate dive going down cleans up everyone else who just weren't really anticipating it.
Yeah, it's going to be now just continuing this hold for St. Ambrose's. Again, that dive from UC Davis, they've not really found the advantage of the Zenyatta, right? Specifically using the Discord orb to put pressure on whoever is kind of being dueled out by the support, or by the DPS, I should say. That's kind of where your success has to kind of come in. And I'd like to see an adaptation. I'd like to see UC Davis play along the right side of their perspective rather than this coastline, because their angles of attack are not very good, and Heinz is getting free spam on the entry. And keep an eye out on this minefield from Arc, which is really going to slow things down.
You make an excellent point, but I think the better point is Pulse Bomb shuts them down before anything. It seems Fax really wants to go in for the 1v1, using that sound barrier solely to go after the Tracer, while Blue Fire moves in. It's going to be able to take out Odin, but losing quickly with the Visor. It just seems Ambrose are getting a lot more value during the mid-fight, even placing out the mines and bombs to finish off the tank line. Smokey can do as much as they want, but it's still in Ambrose's favor.
Expensive fight, though, for St. Ambrose. And if UC Davis can get to the objective, they have the rally to kind of survive, but they need someone to contest. 93% on the objective. Heinz should be sending up here for Barrage. This is kind of what they need to go for.
Now they have to move in. They do get the touch onto the point, but they leave their Zenyatta dangerously low. Unfortunately, Axelone isn't going to be able to live, and that Transcendence is going to be getting no room to be activated. The rest of the team are doing their best to just stall this point out while they wait for everyone to come back. Pulse Bomb landing down onto the Lucio, but even then, it's going to be easily rezzed as we see Smokey doing their best to just boop it out. It's not going to work in their favor as St. Ambrosia, they're going to be looking pretty good as they win the first point.
Yeah, that's 100-0 too. And in all honesty, UC Davis was not in that map. They weren't in that round, ultimately speaking, as St. Ambrose played a very aggressive style. And I think the thing that stands out to me most about St. Ambrose is their composition did not have a lot of healing, right? The Lucio does not have the ability to put that burst heals into this high mobility targets of the Tracer, of the Wrecking Ball, etc., etc. And obviously the Mercy is going to be pocketing the Pharah a lot of the time. So UC Davis, there was an opportunity to exploit the weakness, and they just couldn't identify it. So they're going to have to see if they can change that up. Again, UC Davis is better at the rush in my mind. So we'll see if they're able to kind of equalize this map as we get set to go to Mecha Base.
This is a very brawly type of fight as we see both Maywalls looking for an opportunity. It seems Davis are going to be getting more value as Arc gets called out, but just barely able to survive, even trading onto Smokey, who gets caught out. It's no longer looking favorable for Davis as they have no tank to be able to securely protect them. Cavis can do as much as they want, but it's just not enough as they immediately retreat.
And actually isolate the Cassidy here in Monterey, not going to survive.
Yeah, and
this is just going to be the fight ended.
It's not even looking any better, though we see Ambrose being able to capture the point. They are dangerously low. Losing out on Arc is not a good thing. The rest of their team wanting to disengage as fast as possible, but still controlling this point for a little bit longer. Ritz Astley using that window, forcing everyone to play a little bit back, but it seems Smokey gets walled off, not going to be getting enough healing to protect themselves. It's all up to Monetary's own high noon to try to bring it back. Unfortunately, Sen is just absolutely insane when it comes to the bomb, and they have to cancel it to retreat.
Yeah, it's that wall from Monterey, from Heinz to deny Rick Astley's amplification matrix was a big part of this. Now, St. Ambrose is going to set up for this blizzard, and I mean, walking into this is going to be disastrous as UC Davis need to kind of identify the Mei sitting here on the flank.
Yep. Now, this is more of just seeing how Davis try to move in. They're more focused on the rotation, but it seems the Diva is going to immediately call it out. The wall going to be blocking them off. Blue Fire uses the Blizzard to slow everything down, but it's being countered out by Hands. And it seems that the later Blizzard is going to be the more effective one, as Davis once again have to go back to their spawn room, but this time with less ultimates.
Efficient recognition from St. Ambrose of what UC Davis wants to accomplish, right? The low ground rotation comes through, the teleport's there for everyone to kind of mark. You can see this teleport is such a strong sort of deterrent. They're able to get across very quickly and just spam in on the entry from UC Davis. Look at this, UC Davis to come out, but again, walled off, half the team not able to make it out.
It's a big problem when Agent's able to move forward, though luckily they're able to immediately kill Arc with a charge. That sound barrier doing wonders to keep them up. Now Ambrose caught with their pants down, no longer have a unit. Immortality keeping up Smokey for a little bit longer as we see Monetary being able to find these bodies to headshots and finish them off. As much as you want to use this window, it's a bit of an overinvestment as we see St. Ambrose moving a little bit further. They want to try to win this out. It's just not benefiting them as that ult charge is going to be going in the favor of Davis, and that control is going to be giving them a little bit more of a chance.
They do get to 99% though, so St. Ambrose only have one fight to win to take this map away, right, in a 2-0 fashion. And I mean, that's kind of what they have to do, withstand the pressure of this Blizzard in this next fight, and they'll be able to go back. And Deadeye opens up early. This wall is going to slow things down.
Ooh, it also manages to find out Odin, a god of knowledge, not going to be able to know what just happened. Though with Art finding out the opposite main tank, placing down the Shatter, combined with the bomb, that's a 3K for the books. Though that Blizzard may be able to slow it down, there is just nothing that you're getting out of it. At this moment, you're hoping that Smokey's going to return and uneven the fight as fast as possible. But you get found out, you get charged, stalled, and it's just not enough as we see Ambrose taking the victory onto Busan.
It's not often that you lose a player. You lose your support player, in fact, and you force the fight in your favor. And I do not think UC Davis was expecting that level of aggression from St. Ambrose here. This is that last play, right? They're down a player, and it's the Shatter identifying that they still have a win condition, identifying the Shatter that the Reinhardt is not paying attention to the cooldown, and then the combos there for the tank line. 70% kill participation for Sandrillin. That's impressive stuff for the D.Va player. Unbelievable. More than 2/3 of the eliminations were assisted by the D.Va player. So a big showing, I think, from St. Ambrose here in map 1.
Yeah, that D.Va naturally is often, I think, spending more time trying to peel in for their team rather than really getting in that damage. So the fact that they weren't necessarily getting shot at and they felt comfortable putting a lot more damage in, kind of shows at how they're really working against Davis.
Yeah. And I think the other thing too that's kind of highlighted here is how strong on both compositions they've looked, right? It was a 2-0, but it was a 2-0 with both the dive and the rush. They came in with the Reinhardt composition on Mecha base, and they had the dive, the Wrecking Ball composition on Sanctuary. So clearly a flexible team, and that's what you kind of need to be at the top end of this, of the playoffs, right? Heading into, ideally the grand finals. And I would like to highlight also that both these teams were 3-0 in the quarters, right? They both completed their match 3-0. So it's got to change. If, either it's going to be, there's still a possibility for 3-0 for St. Ambrose, but UC Davis is hoping to flip the script just a little bit here as they trying to get set for map number 2.
Yeah, but how much of a change can you make on a map like Kings Row, which is heavily brawl? Though it has seemed that within the collegiate and kind of more tier 3 scene, it has favored more Wrecking Ball style compositions. This is still a map where a lot of teams just love to run into each other and see who wins.
Yeah, and I think, it's interesting that we're seeing Kings Row, with Blizzard World actually being the last band. So these teams, not electing to go to Kings Row as the first choice. It often has to be, picked second, which is definitely a difference that we don't often see in the rest of the Overwatch world, right? It's a bit of a case where Kings Row is kind of the first choice in a lot of situations. But yeah, to your point on the composition that we can see, I would not be surprised if we see the rush. I would not be surprised to see the Reinhardt kind of coming in, because especially with how close corridors it is, and I guess to a certain extent, how safe the Reinhardt pick looks, right? Because Wrecking Ball requires a lot more consistent execution, which sometimes in a high-pressure situation, you kind of want to just fall back to what's easier because it's going to work.
Honestly, I think you make an amazing point, and it seems that the teams agree. They're not going to try and run out on the Wrecking Ball. Though I really like that strategy, it can be a big issue when you're not really truly coordinated on it. So at least we'll just see the fundamentals, all about that Ryan, D.Va, May, Cassidy, Lucio, Baptiste. Though, how much of this do you feel goes down to team coordination or like individual playstyles?
I mean, this composition is all about coordination. Yes, you need to hit your shots if you're the Cassidy. Yes, you need to kind of make your wall successful if you're the May. But ultimately, this is more about it. It's rush compositions are entirely about understanding when your cooldowns need to be used and then executing at the correct time when you find an opportunity that your opponent has given to you. So we'll see that first wall being incredibly critical in this fight as we have a mirror composition between these teams.
Already taking their time, rotating around the shrine. Davis wants to take this fight incredibly quickly. Immortality is going to peel for Smokey, but broken, and then Smokey's gone as well. It's just not in their benefit. Even if they find out Agent, the rest of the team wanting to disengage, especially with Bluefire called out during it, it's just not looking favorable.
Sandrillion with an excellent play on this D.Va, just denying a lot of damage, making sure that no one can get back, no one can go down. They lose Agent MM7, but ultimately not a big difference. You're going to see the Cassidy roll back into it fairly quickly, and keep an eye on this Reinhardt. Arc has the Earth Shatter significantly ahead of Smokey the Man.
Yeah, but these windows are the first ultimates used, and it seems that Axelone isn't going to be able to escape the fire. Everyone else walking to these small rooms that Shatter missing onto the corner, and they are walled off. Luckily, though, the rest of the team seem to just try to come in. Agent is going to be punished for it. And now Davis have a lot of room to move in, especially with this high noon. Odin's not going to be able to escape. Everyone trying to just walk out, make some room, but being caught off. This is still not in favor of Ambrose, so they have to use the Blizzard just as a way to secure this fight. Yet the Immortality is able to last him for a little bit longer. The counter comes in, and then the bomb manages to be the trading piece that they needed. Smokey can do all they want as a Reinhardt, but the rest of your team has already fallen.
I'm surprised by Bluefire using the Blizzard there, because they activated it after the self-destruct and after they exited Cryo Freeze. So not entirely sure about that one, but I mean, that's a cooldown they don't longer have. And I mean, Smokey the Main now needs to land a massive shadow. This has to be big.
I definitely agree. Arc does get stunned for a little bit, and it seems the shield is down. That misses due to the Maywall blocking it off, doesn't drop it fast enough. While the High Noon manages to break the shield, so Soundbarrier is going to peel in for a little longer. But Davis able to work as a unit and move further, make the difference, and they have the team work through it. Only 4 people on the side of Ambrose as Arc falls down, making it 2-3. May Hines wants to do their best to stall this for as long as possible, but it's really not fair as Davis are a full unit moving forward, though they do manage to find out too. Hines quickly falls down, and the rest of the team on Ambrose are deciding not to try it anymore.
Good cycling of aggression there from UC Davis, though. They recognize this is the fight they kind of have to win. That's where they commit. We saw the sound barrier coming out from Axelone. We saw, of course, the aggressive play from Kakis on the D.Va. A lot of just taking aggression away from the front line. This wall going to deny the tanks from walking back. There's a small gap that they're able to escape from, but UC Davis certainly have their work cut out for them here in the choke point.
Yeah, this is the best spot that you want to hold when it comes down to King's Row, and very early on. It's going to be the High Noon versus the Blizzard, which is not a fair ult to compare against each other. So as we see Monetary moving closer, they walk past, get the high ground, and they take out Odin. However, the Blizzard is going to be falling down, splitting off Spokey from the rest of their team, practically ending this fight. It's very unfair because that shield is going to be able to peel, so they just move a little bit further, and it seems that Hawks just wants to end this as fast as possible. No chance for them to be able to bring it back.
Yeah, really well done there from the pressure. And I think Kakis, again, has been a big difference maker on this off tank, has stepped up in a big way. That's back-to-back fights where the D.Va is like the one that really closes out the engagement for UC Davis, that gives them progress now on this second phase. UC Davis still have a lot of tools. Bluefire should be able to lay down the Blizzard here.
It seems they wall off Smokey for a little bit. Smokey has him the Shatter, landing it down, but getting frozen immediately after. Unfortunately, seems Bluefire's own Blizzard is going to be eaten, so they have to rely off this window. Their tank line gets shattered. They're using the bomb solely to regroup. But look at that! How does Central find 4 compared to the 1 ending the series before it could even start?
Yeah, that's going to be the shutout. And I mean, this is, speaking of shutout, that was actually 2 ultimates denied by St. Ambrose. The Earth Shadow from Smoking Man actually doesn't activate because of the freeze coming down in time, and Bluefire's ultimate gets denied by Central and eating it up with the Matrix. So a lot of resources gone from that fight, and now UC Davis are back to the drawing board as they're trying to generate those ultimates again. Sinfac's going to open this one up with the Ant Matrix.
Look at this. The High Noon going onto the flank. The Maywall is going to catch them off, and it seems Agent isn't going to be able to escape, even getting that Immortality a little bit late. This is now a big problem as they're split off. Arc wanting to make some form of a difference, and it seems the Maywall gives them that chance as Smokey isn't going to live. Everyone just now moving in. Odin almost punished for that over-aggression. Unfortunately, it seems it's going to be the D.Va. Monetary is at least able to force out the Sun Bear from Odin by using the High Noon. A pretty fair trade, if you ask me.
it's going to slow things down just a little bit here, right? This is going to have to be the reset. Now, last 70 seconds of play here for UC Davis and their attack run, and it's going to have to, you're going to have to kind of get the Blizzard down, but a lot harder to do on the offensive side of the payload.
This is what I call aggression as they move forward and they hit the back line. There is just nothing Smokey can do as the rest of the team falls and gets the sound barrier. That's like getting a band-aid after getting shot. It's not really going to help you anymore.
Yeah, that's, I mean, you wish you had that for this next fight, right? Because this is going to be last fight, and you had already lost that engagement. It's going to be, now it's about who's going to get to the objective, because you should be able to walk up with the cart being as far back as it is. Heinz control is the end of this round. If this Blizzard goes down, UC Davis has no way of really contesting the objective.
That by far is the biggest problem. Blue Fire does have this Blizzard as a bright side, but I see Heinz is going to be able to place down theirs first. The Shatter gets blocked from Smokey, and that bomb places down, finding two. It is a little unfair, though. Blue Fire is going to be able to catch out theirs. Let's see if Hawks can kind of mirror out when it comes to the bomb. Though it manages to find one, they have the advantage when it comes to the respawns. Davis now going to be able to move closer. Agent having to use the high noon just to force them off. Manages to hit that D-Mech. The poor baby Diva is not even going to have the mech to call back in and try and be rude. Combined with the window, it just seems Davis don't really have much, though the spawn was in their advantage, and the Doomfist comes back, being able to take out Agent. Smokey getting the immortality, being able to live for a little bit longer. Poor Central not going to have too much. That's what I call defying expectations.
Yeah, this is going to be the cart moving forward. Now the overtime, with it being taking so long, the respawn from Zendrillon is not going to mean is going to mean that if St. Ambrose actually tries to take this fight, it's not going to be a 6v6. And I think they might actually just let this roll into the second objective without contesting. Walking up, they barely get there. Shatter gets blocked.
Shatter gets blocked. Arc lands it, but immediately gets punished for it. Now they have the touch without their main tank, which is a big problem in this type of fight. As they move out, it is going to be Blue Fire who falls down very early with the sound barrier, enabling Ambrosia just to move forward. With a little bit of a C9, it seems that Davis aren't going to be able to capture this point.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate that the Shatter, even though it lands, there's just no follow-up damage, right? Because everyone's kind of, split apart. A good read by St. Ambrose in that fight, right? That's the literal last moment to contest. They get to the objective, and it's one player cycling on to it as the remaining members get through, and then the sound barrier to just keep that sustain in your favor. St. Ambrose playing incredibly efficiently with their timing, and now, I mean, they only have to capture these two objectives on King's Row to go up 2-0 and claim match point.
Honestly, I think St. Ambrose have just been playing at a different speed, which has been the biggest benefiting part, because nobody is really hesitating comparably to Davis, where I feel they're not on that same kind of wavelength more often than not, which is catching not only Smokey off guard, but Rick isn't even able to kind of peel in at times.
We'll see if that adaptation comes through, right? Because that is something they need to respond to in this attacking run for sure. User, I think something we talked about right at the top of the map is that this composition is really placed on it's team-based performance, right? There isn't individual pop-off moments. I think specifically, a lot of these are combos, and something that St. Ambrose is doing a much better job of is hitting those combos here. So UC Davis, work cut out for them for sure. It is easier on the defensive end, but certainly you have to actually execute here. St. Ambrose already did a lot of spam on their entry though.
Yeah, this is going to give Davis a lot of room to look for that first wall. Everything is going to matter to see if they can take Arc down. And look at that, the immediate damage, the aggression added on. However, they're able to freely escape, now moving back to the shrine, just barely coming out unscathed, still having this immortality. The passiveness or just the hesitance to use it is going to be costing them Arc, as they don't use it in time, or well, not in the right position. They're going to retreat from this push.
Yeah, and that's going to be now a full reset for St. Ambrose. And I think the thing is, UC Davis is actually going to mirror them in damage. Look at this, now coming on the back of it. It's going to be Ant Matrix dueling in this next fight, but Smokey the May actually going to have her Earth Shatter up more quicker as it's already online. Big fire strike taking down too.
That's 2v1, and unfortunately, Ambrose aren't going to be on the winning side of that. They still play a little bit more passive, hesitating more if they want to move in or not. The big idea for this is that they're going to wait for the rest of their team to come in. Now Davis at a big disadvantage, a 5v6 until that Lucio returns. They wall off, use the Blizzard, the High Noon gets caught off, and well, now they're all stuck inside of this kill zone. Though they miss out on the Blizzard, and it seems Smokey is going to be getting a massive shatter. The immortality is not enough to protect them. Davis doing an amazing job of cleaning up this fight.
On the defensive end of this map, Smokey has been stellar on this Reinhardt. Has understood the timing, has played the corner of Hotel perfectly, has cycled shield very well, and I think has hit fire strikes more consistently than her opposition on the main tank role. So credit to Smokey for stepping up in a big way here on the defensive end, and now half the time taken off the clock here on this first objective, and St. Ambrose, sort of looking a little bit more panicked on their approach.
Yep, they are going to hesitate for a second. They're setting up the shatter combo, and it lands beautifully with the bomb. However, we do see the remake come in, and the Blizzard Arc, and the Baptiste not going to be able to do anything. Their over-eagerness to move in, costing them so much. Now, they'll only have the sound barrier for their next push.
It was a good idea from St. Ambrose, right? Set the self-destruct into the back line, have the Reinhardt turn around, and then try and lay down the shatter. But quick on the draw, Rick Astley with the immortality field to deny the damage throughput. That gives time for the Blizzard to come up, and then the survivability is there. So St. Ambrose actually now going to make a switch to the Sigma. Ascendrolin going away from the Diva. This is this feels panicked a little bit from St. Ambrose here, as they're down to a minute 15 left.
You make a great point. However, Monetary going to be able to use that High Noon, break through the shields. Arc is struggling to stay up, has to have that sound bear to have any room to move forward, combined with the immortality, but Axelone is mirroring it perfectly. Ainz uses the Blizzard, catches out the mass majority, and it seems that the Shatter is going to fall while Smokey does. It's more than enough, as the Sigma is the replacement for the main tank, helping Ambrose be able to win off this push. Though panicked, they're able to bring it back very quickly. Even if Cox wants to be able to stall this out for as long as possible, well, there's just a little bit more experience for the KD system.
That's going to be now.
Oh!
Still a chance to retake here, although I think with Smokey the May going down, that's going to end any chance at really taking this fight. Yeah, Arc swinging away. The Immortality Field was not in time, and that's going to now be Objective A claimed for UC Davis. For St. Ambrose. However, I mean, you have to get to the end of this phase of King's Row, and if UC Davis can set up a couple of coherent defenses, in the first part of this, in the first choke point that they kind of have to work through, then there's a real chance of closing this map out with the hold.
They use the High Noon as an engager. This has been their big point for every fight, but it gets called out. They at least isolate Arc, put a lot of pressure in, and shut it down. The Dragons, however, able to do similar to Smokey, though they are not able to basically melt him down. It's going to be pretty safe as the disengagement starts to happen. Sen does have the Gravitic Flux for their next fight as they immediately start to move in. But Arc is angry, getting a beautiful wall hide, stops Smokey from doing anything. Gravitic Flux comboing in, Immortality broken, and they slowly begin to fall. Ambrose being able to make this adaptation, I've got to say, I'm fairly impressed.
Yeah, that wall from Heinz was spectacular. Sections off Smoking the May, and then the cleanup crew comes through. I mean, Madre needs to stay alive here. The Cassidy cannot go down. Otherwise, it'll be, this will be sort of a 5v6 before the fight, or before the map even ends. UC Davis, they have the tools to work with, just needs to slow it down, not overcommit, walk back in. Heinz can still be the hero. Again, the Blizzard available through the offense.
Having the bomb on the flank is not necessarily a bad idea, but at 55% combined with the Blizzard, it's not really in the best position that you want it, yet still finds two. Now Ambrose at a big disadvantage, the Shatter landing down. Arc is the difference maker, being able to find the majority of the team. The Diva, who had that 2K, now feeling just a little bit upset as that play of the game is stolen, and we see Ambrose take over King's Road, though it was not easy.
No, that was a much closer map, but it is going to be the 2-0. So now St. Ambrose sitting at match point. UC Davis coming alive in the late stages. Simply just unable to close out that last fight. Again, good recognition of the win condition by St. Ambrose. Lays down the Blizzard. The Shatter's there. And these combos have been really what has set St. Ambrose over the line in these map victories. As UC Davis still hunting for that first map win here.
I've got to say, it definitely was a lot better. I feel Davis had a better understanding of what they wanted to do. Definitely made those adaptations that you were talking about when it came down to how they wanted to defend. But I think the big problem came is once those changes in the composition started to happen, they didn't know exactly what they wanted to do nor how to go against it. I don't think anyone really scrims using a Sigma.
Yeah, a lot of that is, just good adaptation, good reads from St. Ambrose as well. I think we highlighted Heinz's wall on that second choke in on King's Row, which opened things up. Arc, was able to take out their counterpart in the Reinhardt duel simply because that wall was there, isolating them from the healers. So that's a big part of it. St. Ambrose now, I mean, as we said, sitting at match point, looking to try and close it out with map number 3.
And the anxiety has to be there. And, I hope Davis get that moment just to kind of refresh onto their mentals. It's still very much far from over. So we'll have to see what they do as we go to a quick break. Stay tuned because we'll see if Davis managed to bring the comeback. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that short little break. Maybe you got to use the bathroom, fall down the stairs, pet your animal, never know what you have. Listen, there's a lot that happens during a break, okay? I gotta try to be broad enough for everybody to feel a little bit included. Either way, we are back when it comes to the NECC series. It has been extremely, well, not close, but I wouldn't say one-sided, as we see Ambrose taking the series 2-0, and now we're going to our final map. So far, with it's going to be kind of interesting.
Well, I mean, it could be in the sense that St. Ambrose now sit at match point, right?
No, I've got an ego.
They have to win one more to get to that first of 3. It is going to be Hanamura, which is going to be sort of the assault look. And you're right, it hasn't. I mean, control was one side, I think is fair to admit, but Kings Row was a little bit closer. There was the defensive end, which UC Davis really stepped up in a big way, and I'm looking for a little bit more from them, or more of the same from them, I should say, on this map. That being said, they need to set the pace here on attack, on assault. As if they can get the second objective, right, that B objective with time remaining, then perhaps they'll be able to kind of, just draw the series out a little bit further. Again, as we said, St. Ambrose currently sitting at match point.
Honestly, you're 100% right. I think I was being a little bit too arrogant when I said final map, because Davis looked very good on Kings Row. During the latter half, I think they were definitely improving and making those adaptations. Ambrose even running out on the comp that they were using before, possibly a little bit unsecure of what they want to do. While Davis, they're running out on the teleporting strategy. This works beautifully, especially if Ambrose don't expect it or really have an idea of how to counter against it, which would be interesting. It could go wrong. It seems the teleporter wants to be more onto the left high ground, allowing them to go all the way behind onto the HUD, almost as if they're the defending side. Unfortunately, though, it does seem they are going to be losing Axelo. Not having the speed boost to be able to disengage is a big problem, especially with this being a very potent composition coming out of Ambrose. They're already pumping in that damage. The boop comes in. Blue Fire's not going to be able to live, and these Symmetras doing their best to melt each other down. While Odin is the one who's traded, Davis don't really have much of a unit trying to disengage as much as possible, but basically are still being fired on. It's a little bit more unfair. At least Monetary is going to get a high charge and force everyone off. This is where the rotation comes in. It's feeling a bit more secured, still wanting to re-engage, but waiting for their team.
Yeah, just trying to find that opening opportunity. Odin's the one that went down, so there is a shatter available for both squads here.
Yeah, and it seems that Smokey's going to be using theirs first, missing out. Now Agent has the Dragons combined with the Window. They lose their Baptiste. There has to be a change if they want a chance of victory. That Maywall's not lasting too long. It lands down, and it's beautiful, but it seems that Arc is still going to die and be punished for it. Now, with this wall being there, Monetary has helped out the team. The Dragons goes through as Smokey gets blitzed off. It's the Immortality and is feeling basically sunny shine as you go back to your spawn room, but the rest of Davis, they're going to be benefiting off of it.
Yeah, it's just a death by 1,000 cuts, as they say, right? Just constantly continuing to put pressure on the back line, just continuing to spam damage and staying alive, I think is the critical thing there. UC Davis don't lose a lot of members, just the May, just the Lucio, and they're able to walk back in because St. Ambrose is caught off. They can't deny the choke. So now, I mean, St. Ambrose still has some tools to work with. Teleporting to the left side here is UC Davis. They're going to get to the point very quickly. Hines should be able to shut this down. The Blizzard should be able to prevent the objective from being turned over.
Yep, they are already back into the brawl as the Gravitic Flux is slightly being countered out by the Diva Bomb, having to play a little bit back. Arc is not going to be able to survive, especially with the Symmetra putting in a lot of pressure. Hines, though, using this Blizzard, it slightly gets countered out by the Immortality, but not enough, I'd say, as we see the Storm Arrows being the true god, and then Rick Astley rolling you, as they say, being able to use that window to pump in the damage, securing a tick. Arc returns back to the fight, and the healing is slightly enough, not enough to save Monetary, but that wall was still committed. Unfortunately, oh yeah, you go.
They do commit both the Amplification Matrix and the Photon Barrier. They're not giving this fight up yet, though. With that Blizzard going down, this should be the end. They should fully reset. They're going to get one tick out, and they still have time remaining here. 4 minutes left as they try and get the reset coming in. That Teleporter doing some amount of work. I wouldn't say enough, as the just unable to beat the respawn queue of the defensive end of Assault. But I mean, now the reset comes in. High ground for St. Ambrose. This is where they have to slow things down. This is where they should be able to slow things down, right? They have control of the choke points. They have the amplification matrix for damage throughput. The Dragon Strike as well to just shut down lanes. And UC Davis don't really have much available because they tried to commit it all in those last fights. So St. Ambrose rightfully should, sort of reduce the time bank here.
Yeah, but look, the Dragon comes in and they slightly get Maywalled off. Though the Dragons isn't getting much, Davis is still in a very uncomfortable position. The Shatter lands and it's massive. Though the Fire Strike manages to find out Odin, they lose the main tank, meaning they are going to be losing the overall fight. At least we see the D.Va manage to escape. Poor Axelone, though, does not get the memo.
That's exactly what you need to do, right? That's how you play the high ground here. Slow things down, the Ant Matrix for the damage, damage boost throughput, Shatter as well. And I think the impressive stuff there, Synfax is going to have another Matrix in very swift order, as the Baptiste has been dealing a lot of damage, a lot of healing to get through. Yet again, Heinz with the Blizzard. It's so strong on this objective, right? We saw how close those choke points are, and Heinz is looking for the opportunity to get in and just deny UC Davis any space at the high ground.
It's going to be up to the D.Va and Davis to eat the Blizzard. At least they take out Agent, so that's one hero that you don't have to worry about. Arc is countered out as the charge falls off the map. We see the bomb move in, and it may be a little bit more of an overestimate. On the bright side, they are able to trade out onto Smokey. For some reason, though, Axelone and Odin use their sound barriers in a debatably ended fight. It seems both Lucios want to try and style on each other.
Yeah, this is not the experimental card. You cannot instantly take someone out by landing on their head with the sound barrier. So that was ambitious from UC Davis. It got a response from St. Ambrose, so in that sense, it's a worthy trade. But yeah, you cannot be banking on your opponent giving up, ultimates like that. UC Davis still have a lot of resources. They need to get in. We saw how well Falkys is trying to just mirror out this Blizzard, saving the Matrix to just deny it. So that's going to be the difference maker here for sure.
Maywall, the May Blizzard lands down as Arc follows up with the Shatter. Though it doesn't work too well, they find out Rick Astley. Reinhardt also being split off. Even if this bomb was able to get much, they are not being a unit. And it seems the poor May 1v1 is going to be interrupted as Agent goes in. Arc being able to find out Smokey. And though the D.Va is contesting this point, it's just not enough. Respawns are not going to be in your favor. We're already seeing the D.Va return.
And now it's going to be a minute on the clock left. So St. Ambrose have done a good job of whittling away, the timer here with their control. And UC Davis now are in last fight territory on this objective. They do have progress gained on, point B, but they'd like to complete the map for sure. And again, now what I'd like to see from UC Davis is speed boost to point, lay down the Blizzard when St. Ambrose tries to contest, and try and win out the fight that way. That's how you have to play this fight out.
Oh, that was a really nice mate wall, but I think it was a little bit too predictable when it comes to the Dragons, as we see them on the side of Davis just rotate, take a second, come back into the point, and take out Agent. Now using the High Noon and Shatter, a lot of ultimates invested, but they want to end this as quickly as possible, even using the Blizzard as everybody on Ambrose tries to touch the point. Nobody left, as you can consider that a team kill, especially with the Baptiste being the last person alive. It's really not going to benefit you for too long, as the stall is there. Tracer and Arc returning in. Agent is immediately melted. D.Va, though, going to be trading out for Arc as they return onto the point, wanting to get this into overtime. They succeed in that objective. However, winning this out is not on that list, as Heinz quickly falls. Maybe even doing their best just to be able to live. Davis popping out with this bomb is basically the signified cleanup signal. Not much that you have left, even with that boop. As much as Arc is continually kind of stalling this out, it's just not enough. Davis, they at least kept both points, solidifying their chances for a victory.
You can see the adaptation from St. Ambrose there at the very end. They recognize they're not actually going to be able to complete the fight. They're not going to be able to wrestle back control of the objective. So they switch to stall mode, right? One player in at a time. Make sure you get down to overtime, as you highlighted. And now, St. Ambrose, on their attack run, to put themselves in win condition territory for the series, simply have to have over a minute in the time bank, right? That is what they need to prevent UC Davis from attacking again. And so now it's all up to the defensive end of things. UC Davis, if they want to stay alive, have to give themselves something to work with. They need to take the clock down to overtime. They need to get down to that less than a minute. Ideally, even preventing St. Ambrose from even capturing both objective points.
Honestly, you make a very great point, but I think a problem comes into just the fact that second point can be very hard, but there are those moments where you can invest a lot of ultimates to push through. This could very easily go into a type of two, like 2 to 3 type of scenario, maybe, because, well, Davis aren't going to have a chance to have a minute unless Ambrose captures both points in overtime. I think we're just going to have to see if this teleporter works, but Davis are running double shield, so they should theoretically win, right?
Here's the thing. St. Ambrose, UC Davis doesn't really have much to stop St. Ambrose from getting to the objective, but when the teleporter comes through, the halt and the dynamite coupled with the spam from the Hanzo should be enough to, put pressure on the front line. Teleporter, the high ground, not going to find a lot of space and time. Immediately gets burnt down. The teleporter cooldown is reset as St. Ambrose look for a second avenue of attack.
I mean, Davis could have just said you're not welcomed in our place, At least the teleporter eventually lands down. Ash is able to knock them onto the ground. Baptiste's not going to be having the survivability to stay there with Ambrose at this big weakness. They need a pick. Though this tick does work in their favor, it seems the Monetary is going to be the one who gets taken out. Now this second tick working even better. The rest of Davis aren't really moving in. Wait, they give up the entire point? That's a big C9.
Yeah, they're not able to, they're not able to contest. They will, actually, Blue Fire coming in clutch with those eliminations. They shouldn't be able to snowball this fight. As the reset comes in, you can see Kaki's going to be throwing themselves off the objective to get back in time with their team. And now St. Ambrose, 549. They just need to capture, as I said, that capture needs to be done with more than a minute, and they'll prevent UC Davis from attacking again. So UC Davis have their work cut out for them. Unable to stall out objective A. It all falls to the second point now, user.
I definitely agree. That's a very nice headshot, though. You are going to be able to land. Monetary is basically uncontested as this fight is being more on top of the high ground. Unfortunately, Rick Ashley is going to be the one who falls, making it much harder. They use the window on the side of Ambrose just to have a bit more damage. Smokey is going to quickly fall. Everyone else now having a big disadvantage. The Dragons, though, that's the change that you need. Amazing work from Bluefire, able to catch out too. They can try and push this all they want, but Arc quickly falls. The Gravitic Flux? I'm sorry, but the rest of your team was gone. I didn't know that you really wanted to go high in this.
Bluefire coming in clutch now. Back-to-back fights for their squad. On point A, as the point ticked over, still got 2 eliminations, prevented the snowball from coming through. The Dragon strike there, well timed to just deal deal damage on the front line and sort of save UC Davis in those moments where things were falling apart. So now St. Ambrose are slowing things down a little bit, trying to get to the objective as the Bob is going to contest a little bit longer.
That's a really good Bob, and that's an even better High Noon, stopping them from being able to touch the point, and you take out Bob. That's 2 ticks basically for free, forcing the rest of Davis to touch onto the point. Smokey gets charged, though Arc is the one who goes low, eventually falling down with that shatter. The Soundbaiter comes in to give the rest of the team a fighting chance. Though they are stuck in a disposition, it seems Ambrose are able to eventually work as a unit, melting down the rest of Davis. Unfortunately, they do have to try and defend against 4 minutes and 1 minute, comparably with Ambrose winning that first fight very, I'd say, convincingly. This is a scary type of hold.
Well, this is now the season on the line here for UC Davis, because this is 4 minutes 1 second to take 1/3 of the objective and complete the 3-0. UC Davis is going to need a Herculean effort, on this defense, one that wasn't to be found on the first look. They struggled at preventing St. Ambrose from, entering the A objective and then completing it. So there's no more mistakes. You simply cannot make any more mistakes for UC Davis. Time has run out. They need a perfect performance here on this point.
Man, there's nothing worse than being at that match point and you're at 4 minutes of a hold and you basically have to play perfect. I think that is the best way to build up your adrenaline and start to bring things back. But it is also the worst thing as well, kind of just makes you feel like you're backed up in a corner. Yet I tend to see that's when teams do their best.
Yep, backs against the wall. I mean, not even a wall at this point. Your heel is on the edge of a cliff. We'll see how they're able to respond. The shield, double shield, making its appearance once more. St. Ambrose, a lot more mobility, a lot more, style points here for sure. Arc trying to get in the backline with a wrecking ball, getting to the objective again. Only 1/3 of the objective required here.
It seems that Arc really wants to be the annoying person here as they contest onto the point, forcing Davis to really not have any room to position the way that they want to. A very great idea, as it allows them to freely walk onto the point and set up Heinz in any kind of position. Moving in, wanting to take out the Ashe. Agent was just the bait, as it seems the Ashe is doing their best to escape freely, is able to get out, but Odin is the one who's taking the damage. Now, as we see the Roadhog struggling to be up, they are not finding too much out of this, getting staggered off, and it seems the rest of Ambrose are looking for the best chance to push in. But with the Roadhog falling down, I think they need a better strategy.
Yeah, that's going to be the reset there. Now a minute has been taken off the clock here for UC Davis, so progress gained. Monterey doing a great job of identifying where Arc is and chasing them out. This has been a good start so far for UC Davis, but a start is all it is. Now, again, all St. Ambrose really needs is an uncontested pickoff to open things up. UC Davis still on the precipice.
It is at least looking a lot better. They have a lot of time that was knocked off. We're at the halfway point, and Ambrose aren't having any room to sit on that point. Heinz is doing their best to just try and pump in that damage, but is very scared to try and go up against not only the Doomfist, but against Monastery, though eventually that Bob is going to be landing on the point as you have to sacrifice your own life, and Heinz is able to poop off the Orisa. Now popping in. Wait, no, I never actually saw the Bob come out. I don't know where exactly it is, but it seems it's not going to matter as Ambrose melts down the rest of the squad. Poor Davis not even having a chance to stay up. The Doomfist coming in, but like the cinematic, going back to jail, or respawns if you want to call it, with 2 minutes less on the clock, or 1:59. We're going to be seeing St. Ambrose take the victory and secure their space to move further in the series.
Yeah, they will be our team entered into the grand finals, and the streak continues here. The 3-0 is completed. Blue Fire will get the highlight. Alas, not enough. And UC Davis, we say to them goodbye. A great performance through the season, but it is in fact St. Ambrose who are your victors here in this semifinal as they head to the grand finals to try and win it all, complete the season with the victory there. We see it's certainly going to be an interesting time for sure. Congratulations to them, of course, for completing that appearance.
Honestly, a very impressive showcase. I definitely feel Ambrose came in with a lot of confidence, and I think they well deserved that 3-0. They definitely knew what they wanted to do. More on the other side, I think there is a lot of things that you got to be feeling proud of. You definitely put in a good hold, and you had a lot of really good fights and big pop-up potentials, but it just came down to seeing if Davis could kind of adapt and change up their style to work better against Ambrose, but they just don't really secure it, which is unfortunate, but it's good scrim review.
That being said, that's going to do it for the actual gameplay. Don't go anywhere. When we return from this quick break, we will have an interview with the winning team. We'll see you in a moment.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. It was a very fun series to watch, and I'd say very interesting down to the individual level. We got to see a lot of mixed. It felt so dramatic, you know. At moments we were sad, we cried, we laughed, we screamed. Either way, we are at the finale, and we have ourselves a beautiful interview here with Jiggly. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing absolutely phenomenal. It was a great time to see you. So, well, the way this is going to work, because I don't know how much you've ever seen these interviews, I'll ask a question, then my co-caster will ask one, and then, until we're forced to stop talking, that's when we'll kind of get it offline. So, I'll start it in. Going into the series, you guys just came off of a 3-0. So, what's your mindset going up against a team who was very similar in that category?
Well, we knew they'd be quite a challenge, and they definitely put up a good fight for us. It was hard because we had to basically learn a lot of new comps and learn how to play each map individually, and it took a lot of time, but the work has been paying off.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously could talk about your record over the regular season. It's been pretty remarkable, 7-1 overall. A lot of 3-0s involved there as well. So you guys have been on the upper end, sort of the score line. You talked about the preparation required coming into the series. What's kind of the expectations, as you head into the grand finals? What's kind of being, not to give too much away, of course, but what kind of mark are you hoping to make on those grand finals?
Well, it's going to take a lot of preparation, obviously. I know everyone here is taking it seriously and is very passionate about this. So we're going to be scrimming, we're going to be VOD reviewing. We're going to look to any way to improve our game and just focus on that. And we know with enough time and effort, it'll pay off, and it has been all season. So we're pretty confident.
I think that's an absolute beautiful way to be looking at it. So at least for me, when it comes down to the final question, you guys obviously got to play a lot of different compositions today. I don't really think you truly stuck onto one central idea. So I just want to get a bit more of your personal opinion. Are you feeling like having diverse compositions has been benefiting your team, or do you feel like in the future you're going to just stick onto one to two ideas and just go home with it?
I absolutely think it's beneficial to bring a lot of different comps because, as in this current meta, it's very diverse in what you can run on each map. So you can't just stick to one comp because it's not going to be good on every map. You have to be flexible and learn everything and know what to play with. And I think it's really paid off for us.
Yeah, fair enough. You're in the grand finals. Obviously, you're gonna have the chance to go. You said you're gonna have to prepare with a VOD review and so forth. Before you get there, take a breath, take a moment to sort of establish yourself. Appreciate the fact that you won the semifinals here. Going back, in the spirit of that, what's been your kind of highlight moment from the regular season that stood out to you?
That's a tough one. One moment comes to mind. It wasn't from regular season. It was actually from our last playoff match. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So the moment that comes to mind is I got my friend Hines. He's a really good player as well. Shout out to him. He got a blizzard off, and at the same time, I ate their blizzard, and then killed 4 with the bomb. But it also bounced their diva out of mech and perfectly put her into position to land on my mech. So I got a remech kill on her from that, and it just felt like a 1 in a million play. And that'll always stick with me because that was just really cool.
Yeah, I agree. That's a memory that you always want to kind of hold dear. So we're going to take this moment. Do you want to give any love or shout outs to the people who are listening?
Obviously my parents, who've been very supportive of me in the past. I really appreciate them. And then, of course, all my teammates. I love them. I'd do anything for them at this point. It's like, I gotta shout them out. Other than that, I guess there's nobody you really know that I could really shout out here.
Well, if that's what you're feeling, then you're more than welcome to just tip your hat. We want to thank you so much for joining us in this interview.
Yep.
I've got to say, though, you're free to go to enjoy the rest of your beautiful night.
I am very tired, so...
Yeah. I've got to say though, this has been a pretty amazing series as we've continued to go on, and at least for me, when it comes down to final thoughts, this is my first time being here, so it's an absolute blessing and honor. So, I have to at least make it a little bit more traditional. I want you to take us out here, especially with your beautiful hair.
Well, yeah, congratulations to Jiggly. Congratulations, of course, to all the teams that will be representing their schools in the grand finals. With that being said, that's it from us here on the casting, from us in the production booth as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll have more action coming at you soon, but for now, good night and thanks for watching.